Wala? Sige, sige na. Hindi ako na. Okay. Let us bow down our heads and feel the presence of the Lord. Our Lord God and loving Father, we thank you, Father, for this morning. We thank you for giving us the opportunity to conduct this seminar. Thank you also for our participants. Please bless each and every one of us. Give us the knowledge and the wisdom that we need so that we can acquire the knowledge. We can impart it in our work, all for the glory of your name. Bless each one of us. Touch our hearts and our minds. Bless also our family. This we ask in the name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Halika, Hari, sandali. Yung aircon doon sa kwarto ko, patayin mo. Okay, so good day everyone, and welcome to our free bookkeeping seminar day 1. No? So, pasensya na lang po at late tayo mag-umpisa dahil nag-live streaming pa kami kagabi, no? Medyo late na din natutulog kaya late nagigising. No? But anyway, we will finish our free bookkeeping seminar. On the day 1, our program of activities, we have the books of accounts, recording transactions, and accounting entries. No? So yun yung una natin. And then, to be followed by the bookkeeping regulations, which is yung, sabi natin, ito yung, mother bookkeeping, the revenue regulations bid as one. Pero along the way, sasabihin ko rin sa inyo yung mga updates, no? And then, in the afternoon, we have the preparation of financial statements, balance sheet and income statement, and also the cash flow and changes in equity. Ito yung mga basic na financial statements, no? Yung mandatory na piniprepare natin at ina-attach natin sa ating income tax return, no? And then we have the for today. So ilan na yung nandyan, Hari?
49 po.
49, no? So
60 bigla. Nag-60 po bigla.
So na-confirm nyo na yung mga attendance nila?
Yes po, nag-attendance po.
Okay. So sige po, just confirm your attendance so that ito yung magiging basis natin for the certificate of certificate of attendance that we will issue to you, no? That is very important kasi yung certification nyo, inyo na talaga yan, and for legal purpose magamit po ninyo, no? As for promotion nyo, for improvement sa work, no? Or this can be another avenue for your offered services na doon na kayo din kikita, no? Sandali lang, Hari. Patayin mo to, yun ang buksan mo. Okay, so our objectives is to understand the bookkeeping rules and other regulations. Why? Pag kumuha kayo ng courses sa bookkeeping, hindi po tinuturo yung batas ng bookkeeping rules and regulations, no? So that's why, pagdating nyo na sa recording, nangangapa kayo, kahit na alam nyo yung basic on what to record, how to record, pero yung rules that you follow sa recording, so mangangapa tayo. That's why, binibigay natin sa inyo itong course na to, nakasama po yung bookkeeping rules and regulations, no? To know the different books of accounts. May mga samples ako dito, no? Hari, abot mo nga yung mga samples at saka yung mga resibo OR at saka sales invoice. Yan. Yung mga books. Journal, ledger. Usin mo dito. Tama mo yan, columnar, journal, ledger, subsidiary purchase, yung subsidiary sales. Hanapin mo. Meron doon, no? Subsidiary sales. Wala, ledger lang at saka ano. Ledger lang at saka journal. Yung subsidiary sales book. Kasi papakita natin sa kanila yung sample, no? So for you to know the different books of accounts, may mga samples po tayo na ipakita at titingnan natin kung ano yung nasa loob so that hindi kayo mahirapan pagka nag-record na kayo, no? And then to know how to compute the taxes due and hindi na to, iba na, no? Ang preparation po ng financial statement, yun yung kasama dito, no? How to make financial statements. Okay. So itong to prepare for compliance audit, kasama din po natin i-discuss ito because tomorrow, yung mga electronic records, no? Kasi bukas we will discuss about the computerized accounting system na para sa akin yun talaga yung pinaka-importante right now, especially na halos lahat online na, no? Okay. So, excuse me lang po, So, our house rules, the clarification regarding the topic discussed, hindi man natin po ma-entertain during the lecture, pakilagay na lang po doon sa comment, no? Kasi balikan natin yan. After mamaya ng lecture natin, 4 o'clock, after 4 o'clock, we will allot the remaining 4 to 5 or kahit mag-exceed na po tayo doon sa mga question and answers ninyo that you post in the comment section so that pa-discuss po natin, no? Yun yung mga questions for discussions, answeran po natin yan after the lecture, no? Or the last part of the session topic. Since napakarami po ng topics natin, iwasan na lang po muna natin yung mag-entertain ng question para hindi naman abala yung iba, no? So, after ng lecture proper, 4 o'clock mamayang hapon, lahat puro question and answers na po tayo. So that yung iba na hindi naman nila kailangan yung questions and answers, then they can spare away with that portion, no? Okay. So let us first start in the history of accounting, no? So accounting, ang bookkeeping is only part of accounting, no? But although accounting is a cycle and ang accounting may proseso, isa lang yung bookkeeping doon. Kaya ngayon, pagka nagpa-register ka ng business name mo sa DTI, ayaw na nila yung lagyan mo ng bookkeeping. Why? Kasi according to them, bookkeeping is part of the accounting practice, no? So pati yung bookkeeping hinihigpitan na nila. So how are you going to define bookkeeping, no? So bookkeeping is recording. Samantalang yung accounting, no, yung mas malawak yung definition ng accounting compared sa bookkeeping, no? Sabi ko nga sa inyo, parang nasa loob lang ng accounting ang bookkeeping. But bookkeeping is the heart of accounting. Why? Kahit na sa business transactions mo, your bookkeeping is also your heart and sa tax compliance mo. Why? Kasi there can be no tax compliance kung walang bookkeeping. At saka kung kulang yung bookkeeping mo. Why? Kasi yung taxes that is going to be computed by the tax authorities. Nagdidepende siya dyan sa naka-record mo na mga dokumento sa books of accounts. No? And mandatory na po yung books of accounts ngayon, especially that not only the BIR, dati kasi BIR lang yung nagre-require, nagsusumpena ng books of accounts for you to present during tax audit. Pero ngayon di na. Other government agencies are also requiring taxpayers or entities to submit books of accounts, no? Kagaya ng city, no? Municipality, the local government. Re-require na rin sila ng books of accounts. Nagle-letter of authority na rin sila, no? The corporation code expand the power of the Securities and Exchange Commission in the monitoring ng mga corporations. And they also have the power. Bakit nawala ito, Hari? And they also have the power. Oh, ito tingnan mo. They also have the power to investigate. Kaya nag-ano din sila nagre-require din sila ng mga corporations to submit their books of accounts. And aside from that, meron pang books talaga, registered books, yung shares of stocks ng mga corporations na dapat pinaparegister din sa SEC bago mo gamitin, no? And very important yun na book ng corporation, lahat ng transactions doon naka-record. Especially the issuance, the sale of shares of stocks, no? So, accounting cycle starts with the recording of business transactions of a service concern business, or even hindi siya service concern, yung mga trading businesses also start with recording ng business transactions. Now, since ang sabi natin, recording ng business transactions, yun ang start talaga ng bookkeeping, or yun talaga ang bookkeeping. So, what are the things that should be included in bookkeeping, or yung mga importante talaga sa bookkeeping? So, ano yung importante? The books and also the documents that you are going to record. Why? Kasi kahit may books ka, nag-record ka, pero wala namang supporting documents, then your books of accounts is just a mere scrap of paper, self-serving. Why? It has no evidentiary value. Bakit? Kasi pwedeng gawa-gawa mo lang. No? So, for the books of accounts to be legal, dapat may tatak siya sa BIR, o kung computerized books of accounts man yan, dapat meron siyang permit to adopt, ganun din yung loose leaf, no? Para, yun yung tamang proseso na sabihin natin yung books of accounts are registered with the BIR, no? Please feedback kung tama lang yung pacing natin, tama lang yung sounds natin, no? Hari? Please feedback. Okay. And since sabi na natin, it's not enough na meron kang libro, ang kailangan pa doon, meron kang dokumento, no? Na yung dokumento na yan, yun ang nire-record mo doon sa libro. So, sa BIR, meron tayong mga dokumento na required, no? Ano yun? Pagka proof of sales, official receipt or sales invoice. Pagka proof of services, official receipt, no? Pagka proof of sale of goods, sales invoice, no? So, yun yung pinaka-importante na makikita na nirecord mo sa libro mo. Kasi those are proof of sales and proof of purchases, or yung proof ng gastos mo, no? Ng expenses. Kasi, bakit importante? Kasi yun yung basis ng computation ng tax. How do you compute income? Income is computed as sales, less cost of sales, less expenses, no? So, diyan ka magko-compute ng income. How will you compute your business tax or your VAT? Yung sales mo, no? Tingnan mo yung output and then ilis mo yung input, yung mga purchases mo na may VAT, i-deduct mo doon to arrive at the VAT payable. How about percentage tax? Percent siya nung sales. So, saan siya manggagaling? Sa sales book mo. Ano ni-record mo doon? your sales invoice or your official receipt. Doon ang gagaling yung babayaran mo na tax. That's why very important that you record your sales, and of course it is substantiated or documented with a sales invoice or official receipts. No? So complying with the standards under the objectivity principle and reliability of the accounting information. No? So the accounting cycle is composed of journalization. So journalization, that's why we have our we have our journal. No, ano yung mukha ng journal? Ano yung itsura ng journal? Ito yung itsura ng journal, no? Dalawang column siya dito, tapos meron siyang malaking space dito. Bakit? Kasi mayroon siyang column ng date. Kasi dito mo ilalagay yung explanation mo kung ano yung entries mo, and then debit and credit siya dito, no? So ano yung debit, ano yung credit, mamaya discuss natin yan. Okay. So yung recording natin start with the journalization, and then yung next is posting to the ledger. So pagkatapos na ma-record siya sa journal, i-post mo na siya sa ledger. Bakit ang term is post? Kasi marami siyang mga dito, no? Marami siyang mga lines na pwede mong i-enter dyan yung amount that you record from the journal per account, no? Limbawa, cash. Ilagay mo siya dyan na cash. Ano yung naging debit, ano yung naging credit sa cash during the month, ilagay mo lahat siya dyan. Para at the end of the month, meron ka ng summary. Kung magkano yung debit, magkano yung credit, i-less mo siya, yun yung ending balance mo, no? So, yung journal at saka yung ledger are very important books, no? Ito yung mandatory na requirements pagdating sa manual books of accounts. And then the accounting cycle also, letter C, is preparation of the trial balance, no? Bakit preparation of the trial balance? Because ang double entry ng accounting require sa atin na in every account meron kang debit, meron kang credit. So, bakit ka na mag-prepare ng trial balance? In order to test if yung mga account na nilagay mo sa debit at saka nilagay mo sa credit, magbabalance sila, no? Kaya trial. Pero hindi naman yan ibig sabihin na balance yung trial balance mo, tama na, no? You should review them also kung tama yung mga account na ginamit mo, no? And then the preparation of worksheet. Ano yung worksheet? Nandoon na yung balance sheet, income statement, yung statement of changes in equity, and then the cash flow. No? Yun yung mga basic na financial statement. Mandatory na submit sa atin yan. No? Attachment sa ating income tax return. Ano ba yung mga information na nandun? Na kailangan din ng BIR. Nandun yung result of operation mo, nandun yung sales, expenses. So yung pag-compute ng tamang tax, yun yung magiging basihan, no? Then you have to prepare the financial statement, and then you prepare the closing entries. Usually ang closing entries, nire-reverse nila so that kinu-close mo yan mga accounts during the year, and then ginagawa mo siyang beginning balance ng next year, no? Yun yung closing entries. And then, preparation of post-closing trial balance, and then the reversing entry, no? Okay. Accounting cycle. So, the initial steps of accounting cycle during the recording phase of a business transaction is called journalization, by which the business transaction is recorded in the book of original entry, which is the journal, no? Ito yung journal, ang tawag sa kanya, Book of Original Entry. Why Book of Original Entry? Kasi siya yung pinaka-original na book, siya yung pinakauna na books na doon ka magre-record. No? Documentation. No? So, kung may libro ka na, napaka-importante din ang documentation because, sabi ko nga, your book is just a mere scrap of paper pagka ang libro or yung ni-record mo, wala naman pala siyang dokumento to support it. No? So, the process of gathering documents pertinent to the formal recording on the business transaction. So, anong dapat na ginagawa para may na-record talaga tayo sa ating books of accounts? Every day, no, during our business activity, see to it na every time magbenta ka, o yung nagbibenta ka ng goods or nagbibenta ka ng services, see to it na mayroon kang ni-issue na resibo. No? Ito yung samples natin ng resibo. No? So, for the general merchandise, ito yung sales invoice na sinasabi. No? Ano yung mga important na information? Nakalagay dyan yung pangalan ng establishment, and then yung address, and then yung VAT registered TIN, no, nandyan. Then nakalagay siya ng sales invoice, and then nakalagay yung kanyang serial number, no? And ito yung pinaka-format na po na standard ngayon ng BAR, no? And this sales invoice na resibo, saka yung official receipt is regulated. Why regulated? Because only accredited printers po ng BAR ang pwedeng magawa nito, no? So the moment you registered your business, pagawa ka ng resibo din at magpatatak ng libro. Na yung resibo mo, ito yung issue mo pagka nagbenta ka ng goods or services, and then i-record mo yan sa libro, no? So, every time meron kang sales, i-issue mo siya ng resibo and then record mo sa libro. No? So, this is also the official receipt. No? This is the sample. Okay. So, this is the example of the official receipt. No? So, ano yung nakalagay dyan? Also, the name of the establishment, the address, the VAT registered TIN, or non-VAT, kung non-VAT man siya, and then the information, no? Saka yung serial number. At saka pinaka-importante dito sa baba, yung kung ilang booklet siya, at saka yung information about the printer, no? Printer's name and the address, accreditation number. And ano nakalagay dito sa baba? This official receipt is valid for 5 years from the date of ATP or Authority to Print Receipts, no? May Authority to Print Receipts pa to, hindi mo ito pwedeng ipa-imprenta na wala kang permit, no? So, asan yung Authority to Print? Dito. Ito po, yung permit to print receipts nandyan sa likod ng resibo, no? So, bago ka magpa-imprinta ng resibo, ay registered ka na sa BAR and then kukuha ka ng permit to print receipts para payagan ka ng BAR na magpa-imprinta ka ng resibo, no? So, anong nakalagay dyan? Yung pangalan ng establishment na kumukuha ng resibo, pangalan ng printer, at saka nakalagay dyan kung anong klase na resibo ang kukunin mo, ilang booklets, nakalagay, no? And then, permado siya ng issuing district or BAR, no? Okay. Bakit ganun? Parang gumagalaw-galaw yung mga, gumagalaw-galaw yung mga sa yan. Baka may connection ka dyan na ano. Gumagalaw-galaw siya eh. Tingnan mo ha. Mm.
Quality ng video.
Sa YouTube.
Tapos, itataas lang yung ano. Quality. Pero sa kanila naman, mataas ang quality. Sa gaming, tinatalakas.
Yan o. Tingnan mo. Yan o. Yan. Baka gumagalaw-galaw.
Sa quality.
Mm.
Set ko na lang kung ano.
Set ka ng set, mamaya na sira. Sige. So, another kind of receipts po na uobra din or po pwede rin na i-record nyo sa mga libro nyo. Ito yung tinatawag natin na cash register tape, no? Machine tape, no? So, nakalagay din. Kompleto din po yan. Nakalagay din dyan yung pangalan ng establishment, nakalagay din yung address, the TIN, and then the transaction number, and then yung machine identification number, no? Kung sino yung supplier ng machine, and then the permit number. Andyan sa baba. And then nakalagay dyan na this is your official receipt, no? This is your official receipt. This is a cash register machine tape. This serves also as the purpose ng resibo, no? Yung sales invoice na pinakita ko at saka yung official receipt. Ganito din ang purpose nito, no? Only that, ang nag-i-issue nito is a machine. At yung machine na yan is accredited by the BIR, no? And a word of caution lang, pag kayo or yung kliyente nyo ay gumagamit ng cash register machine, yung tape, dapat ngayon hindi na allowed yung thermal paper, no? Na nawawala after how many months lang, wala nang laman. So, bawal nang gamitin yon. And then, pag meron kayong cash register machine na gagamitin to issue receipt, bago nyo po gamitin yan, no? Ang gagawin nyo, kuha nyo ng permit ang cash register machine, no? Sa BIR. And then, lalagyan niya ng sticker. At, wag na wag po ninyong pabayaan na, halimbawa, masira yung inyong cash register machine, galawin nyo lang siya, no? Manghingi pa kayo ng permit sa BIR. Bakit? Kasi i-reading yan ng BIR, i-require kayo pabasi reading bago nyo galawin ang machine. Pag ginalaw nyo na hindi alam ng BIR, mape-penalty kayo, no? And then ito pa, pag hindi mo na ginagamit yung cash register machine mo, ibalik mo siya sa BIR yung permit, no? Kasi pagka pinabayaan mo dyan na nandyan pa rin sa iyo yung permit, hindi na pala nagagamit, hahanapan ka ng BIR ng sales, no? At ngayon, e-sales reporting na, every end of the month, yung sales mo, i-report mo sa BIR through e-sales reporting, through the facility ng BIR na email, no? And magkano yung penalty pag hindi ka nag-submit, no? 10,000 a day, no? So, napaka mahal. And may mga subsequent penalties pa yan na mas mataas up to the mayroon pang imprisonment, no? So, mahigpit po ang batas natin pagdating sa resibo. Why? Kasi sila yung primary documentation natin pagdating sa basis ng tax, no? So, wag nating pabayaan yung mga cash register machine natin. At ito pa, no, yung isang client nagka-problema. Why? Kasi meron na siyang dating cash register machine. And then, pinabayaan lang niya, nasira lang daw, na gano'n. So, nung magpapa-register na siya ulit ng another register machine or yung bago, hinanapan na siya ngayon ng compliance dun sa dati, no? Wala siya may pakita. So, anong ginawa sa kanya? Hindi siya binigyan ng bagong permit dun sa bagong machine, no? So, take note na para hindi tayo magka-problema, we follow the rules and regulations, no? Lalo na mga cash register machine na yan, nag-i-issue yan ng resibo. So, very strict po yung BIR dyan, no? The necessity of having documents and recording the data is a must to achieve objectivity, no? We should be objective in our payment of taxes, no? And then, business papers. So, ano itong mga business papers? These are documents involving transaction of the business which are used for recording some of typical business papers, no? Example are the following. Official receipt, no? Is a business document where receipt of cash is recorded from the transaction involving cash sales on collection of receivable, sale of asset, collection of loans, cash investment of owner, at ngayon, yun nga yung official receipt natin, ginagamit siya sa pag-i-issue ng sales ng services, no? Kasi yung official receipt, hindi naman natin pwedeng gamitin na proof of sale ng goods, no? Sa ano lang siya, services. Okay. So, bank documents and checks, importante din po ito. Sa tax audit, hinahanap yung mga supporting documents, kasama po yung bank documents and then the checks, no? Sabihin ng iba, paano yung bank secrecy law na bawal alamin yung mga deposit sa bangko. Pag meron na pong letter of authority, ang examiner, no, na dala-dala to investigate your taxable year, pwede na po niyang tingnan pati yung bank accounts niyo, no? It's an exception to the bank secrecy law. Why? Kasi paano niya ma-ascertain yung payment of taxes mo, no? Ano yung tinitingnan na tinatali sa bank statement? Yung sales mo, no? Bakit sa mga corporations, non-stock non-profit corporations, may mga requirements tayo dyan na yung mga disbursement nila is through the receipt or through the resibo or through the check, no? So, bank documents and checks, very important po yan. Nakakatulong yan sa documentation ninyo ng mga business transactions, no? Ano yung mga documents? Composed of a monthly bank statements, unused check, paid check given by the bank to its depositor, including memorandum of charges and transfer of deposit from other accounts. So, yun yung mga transactions also ng taxpayer with the banks. Okay, so ilan na yung ating participant?
69 po.
Okay, no? So, pasensya na kayo at sakit ang tuhod ko. Iba na ang bata pa. Okay. Bumabata. Tumatanda, no? Ganito na pala. Daming nararamdaman. No? So, other necessary documents na gagamitin natin sa pag-record ng ating transactions. Contract, no? Itong contract, very important. No? Siguro may mga participant tayo ngayon ng mga estudyante, no? So, ngayon pa lang, you're just starting your career, gusto nyo maging bookkeeper, accountant, be very particular na of the contract. Bakit? Kasi, pagdating sa audit ngayon, ito I tell you, lalo na yung tinatawag natin na transfer pricing audit, which deals with economic taxation, contract is very important. Titingnan mo ngayon ano yung laman ng mga kontrata na nandyan, no? So, kung contract to sell yan, ano ba yung binibenta, magkano, no? And is it properly accounted? Kasi kahit na yung mga deed of sale ng mga real properties, dapat nag-i-issue din yan ng resibo. So, contract is an evidence of an agreement entered into by two entities for a certain agreement confirming legal rights for some business undertakings and obligation to fulfill at a specific period of time, no? So, may time yan, ang kontrata. Kaya halimbawa, lease contract, ang duration is 1 year. So, after 1 year, wala na yan, wala nang visa yung kontrata. So, halimbawa, yung contract ng 2019, pwede mo bang gamitin ng 2020? Siyempre, hindi na kasi nag-expire na yun, no? So, what are you going to do? Execute another contract, have it notarized, and then bayaran nyo yung doc stamps, no? Kasi yung mga kontrata may documentary stamps yan. The best example of a contract is a memorandum of agreement or service level agreement, no? Or yung mga deed of sale, no? Kontrata din yan. Delivery invoice and inventory log form. No? So, yung delivery invoice, sometimes ginawa na nilang sales invoice, no? Bawal po yan. Because for every delivery invoices that you issue, that is only a proof of delivery. Hindi pa yan proof of sales, no? So, in every delivery invoices, dapat meron kang corresponding na sales invoice, no? To make your transaction legal and to make your transaction on and recording complete, no? Kasi pagka ang delivery invoices lang yung ni-record mo doon sa journal mo at saka doon sa sales book mo, kulang yan. Or, kung wala kang corresponding na sales invoice, maaari ka ma-penalty for non-issuance of receipts, no? So, may mga penalty po ang non-issuance of receipts because bakit pa i-penalty kahit may delivery invoice ka na? Because delivery invoice is not a proof of sales. Ang sabi natin, for every sale of goods or services, you issue sales invoice or official receipt. Hindi ka nag-issue. Ang in-issue mo delivery receipts or delivery invoices, mape-penalty ka. Order form, no? This is to be accomplished by the buyer of goods to be given to the supplier for confirmation and affirmation of the order. Sometimes sa services, job order, no? Or sa iba naman, purchase order. Authority to pay form. Authority to pay form must be secured and accomplished before actual payment is done by the accounting division. So, depende na yan sa system ng accounting, no? Okay. So, let's now go to the chart of accounts, no? But before that, balikan po natin, no, yung accounting noon. Ano ba yung accounting noon? Yung accounting sa unang panahon, they're not so strict about it. Hanggang ngayon, depende sa klase ng taxpayer. There are also taxpayers na they are not so much on recording, no? Okay na sa kanila kahit wala silang record ng business nila as long as they control the cash and they control the inventory, baliwala sa kanila yung recording na yan. Alam na nila kung kumikita sila o hindi at nakokontrol na nila yung kanilang business. But for purposes of compliance with the government regulatory agencies, hindi po sapat na kontrolado mo yung cash, kontrolado mo yung inventory, and then alam mo na yung patakbuhin yung business mo, hindi po sapat yun. Why? Because the government requires form of recording, no? And you cannot do away with it, no? Bakit? Kung nagta-tax mapping ngayon yung mga examiners, anong ginagawa nila? Pinipenalize yung mga establishments na walang books of accounts, no? So, number one na hanapin nila yung mga resibo mo and then yung books of accounts mo during the visit ng mga examiner. Yung tax mapping na tinatawag, yung door-to-door na check nila yung compliance ng mga taxpayers on the spot, yun ha. So, dapat nandoon yung O605 mo, yung certificate of registration mo sa BIR, yung resibo, yung sales book, the books of accounts, dapat nandun yan. Why? Kasi pag wala, penalty ka. At dapat lahat, ito pang isa, dapat po lahat ng machines na ginagamit mo, cash register machine, ordering machines, may permit po lahat yan sa BIR, no? Kahit yung ordering machine sa mga restaurant, kahit hindi yan nag-i-issue na resibo, ang i-issue niya yung order slip, pero dapat registered pa rin po sa BIR yan, no? May permit. Okay. Anong tawag doon sa mga machine na yun? Special purpose machines, no? So, special purpose machine, not for issuance of receipts, but still, they have to be having a permit in the BIR. Pag halimbawa, nag-tax mapping, makita ng mga examiners doon sa establishment, may mga machines na hindi registered, kino-confiscate po yan, no? Outright, at saka nag-i-impose ng penalty. And how much is the penalty for each machine? 25,000, no? Sa may ano kami yung during my stay in the BIR, meron kaming na-penalize na restaurant, no? Nag-close sila without any notices. Ang dami, no? In that case, since matagal na, nag-close na 50,000 bawat machines, no? So, anong gagawin ng may-ari? Minsan, pinapa-confiscate na lang sa BIR, hindi na kinukuha, especially if yung price ng machine is, halimbawa, the penalty is 50,000. Ibigay na lang yung machine, pinapa-confiscate na, hindi na kinukuha. Para hindi na sila magbayad ng penalty, no? Para bang sa LTO, di ba sa LTO, ini-impound yung mga sasakyan, mga kotse, involved sa crime o na aksidente, no? Ini-impound sa LTO o kaya sa mga pulis, no? Ini-impound yung mga sasakyan. Pagka tinubos mo, sobrang laki ng babayaran mo na penalty, mas malaki pa doon sa price ng sasakyan. So, anong ginagawa ng iba? Pinapabayaan na lang yung sasakyan, hindi na tinutubos. Why? Kasi, mas malaki pa yung babayaran nila, kung luma na yung sasakyan, bili na lang sila ng bago, no? Pabayaan na lang yung sasakyan. No? So, ganun din dito sa cash register machine. Pag sobrang laki na ng penalty, no? Pa-impound na lang nila din sa BIR, no? Pa-confiscate. Okay. So, since recorded tayo, let's now go to the chart of accounts, no? Bakit? Kasi napaka-importante, you cannot have your records, you cannot make records in the journal especially, pag hindi mo alam yung account. Saan mo siya ipasok na account, no? Actually, yun yung mga number one na problem ng mga non-accountants, no? Sa start pa lang talaga yung chart of accounts. So, paano ka mag-record ng debit, credit? Hindi mo alam kung ano yung mga accounts na dapat mong i-debit at saka credit, no? So, very important, if you study bookkeeping, I advise you to memorize, no, the chart of accounts. Para saan yung mga accounts na yan? Kailan siya dapat i-debit, kailan siya dapat i-credit, no? So, pag naintindihan mo na yung accounts, ito, pag sinabi mo, nakagawa ako ng may sales ako for today. So, anong gagawin mo? Ano bang tinanggap mo pag nagbenta ka? Cash, no? So, you debit cash, you credit sales, no? So, yun. Memorize mo na kagad yun. Pag nagbenta pala ako ng cash, ang entry ko sa journal is debit cash, credit sales, no? To record the sales for the day. So, alam mo na. Recurring na lang yun, repetition na lang yung proseso. Basta alam mo, umpisa ka sa chart of accounts, kung ano yung account na dapat mo i-debit, i-credit sa bawat transactions, yan po ang pinaka-importante. Hindi ka na mahirapan. Kasi yung iba summary na lang yun. Pero yung, ang daming nagtatanong po sa atin about bookkeeping, no? Especially may mga videos tayo on bookkeeping. Ang mga questions, alam mo, sa totoong buhay, napaka-basic, no? Napaka-basic for those who know, no? The chart of accounts at saka yung the debit and credit. Pero doon sa mga zero knowledge, sobrang hirap, no? Kasi una pa lang, ano ba yung debit mo? Ano yung i-credit mo? That's why ito na yon, no? Yung mga kumukuha ngayon ng bookkeeping natin, no? Start with the chart of accounts and then memorize, no? Okay. The chart of accounts is a device used to record the increases and the decreases affecting assets, liabilities, and owner's equity, income and expense account, no? So, ano ba yung accounting equity natin? Kikita, hari? Ito yun, ha? Ito yung tinatawag natin na accounting equity, no? So, assets equals liabilities plus capital or equity, no? Plus equity or capital. Okay. So, paano to naapektuhan? Ito yung ating accounting equation, no? Sa accounting natin, assets equals liabilities and equity, no? So, ito yung debit, ito yung credit, no? So, magka-opposite sila. So, sa bawat transaction mo, dapat meron kang debit sa assets, meron kang credit sa liabilities or equity, no? So, anong mangyayari dito sa assets pagka nag-debit ka? Nadadagdagan siya. Anong mangyayari sa liabilities pag nag-credit ka? Nadadagdagan, no? Nadadagdagan siya sa credit. Ito namang debit, nadadagdagan ang assets pag nag-credit ka. Ano naman yung mangyayari pag ang liabilities nag-debit ka? Mababawasan, no? So, dagdag dito sa credit, bawas ito sa, kikita pa? Bawas pagdating sa debit, no? Since magka-opposite yung debit and credit, dito sa assets, plus siya pagka debit, no? Minus naman siya pag credit, no? So magka-opposite sila. So ang term natin, pag assets ka, madadagdagan ka pag nag-debit sa assets, and then mababawasan siya pag nag-credit, no? So paano natin nire-record sa journal, no? Pag nag-record tayo sa journal, nakalagay diyan yung debit, and then i-indent mo ng konti yung credit, no? Hindi sila magka-linya, no? So una yung debit, ito yung amount, and then yung credit, i-indent mo siya ng konti, ito yung amount, no? And then kung nag-journalize ka na, ito yung explanation, no? So ganyan. Okay. Ito yung journal natin. Ha? Okay. So, ito na yung sample natin. No? Ito na yung journal. Lagay mo dito yung date. And then, ito yung, halimbawa, yung number 1 na transaction, nag-contribute, no? To record investment, no? So, na 1,500,000. So, yung debit cash, ano yung i-credit mo? Capital, no? And then, ang explanation mo to record investment. So, dito sa column na to ang debit, dito sa column na to ang credit, no? So, ganun po ang tsura. Nagre-record tayo ng actual, no? So, ano lang yan, yung first na transaction lang yan, medyo kayo mahirapan, or yung first complete recording nyo in a month. And then, tuloy-tuloy na yan. Hindi na kayo mahirapan pag alam nyo na yung basic, no? Okay. Example, chart of accounts ng isang service concern business. Service concern na, kasi pagka merchandising, iba yung mga account niya. So in this example, service concern business, no? And account number, ano yung account number? Yan yung inassign mo na, kumbaga sa computer code, no? Account number. And then the account title, and then the explanation of the account. Ito, sa mga non-accountant, memorize nyo to. Sa mga accountant na, alam na nila to, no? Madali na lang sa kanila. Okay. So, aralin natin yung mga chart of accounts because as I told you, yung mga chart of accounts na to, dito kayo mahirapan pag hindi nyo alam. Why? Kasi sa bawat transaction nyo, chart of accounts ang i-record nyo sa journal entry. No? And very crucial ang journal entry. Halimbawa, under audit na kayo ng BAR, and then hindi niya maintindihan yung mga transactions nyo, and then very material, no? Na amount. Balikan niya yung journal. Why? nandoon yung anong account yung dinebit mo, anong account yung credit mo, kailan, nandiyan yung dates, and then yung explanation, no? Kaya babalikan niya. So, account number is 100, halimbawa, pero ito, pwede kayong mag-assign ng numbers na gusto nyo, no? So, account number 100, the account title is cash on hand, no? If you try to look at the balance sheet, yan din yung unang account, no? Bakit? Sa lahat ng account, yung cash ang pinaka magalaw. Why? Because halos lahat ng transactions affected ang cash, no? So, nag-sales tayo, at hindi naman utang, cash, debit natin yung cash. Pag nag-expense naman tayo, nagbayad tayo ng mga bayarin natin, credit natin yung cash. Oh. So, bakit tayo nag-debit ng cash? Kasi pag nag-sales tayo, nadagdagan yung cash. Kasi yung cash, di ba, yun nasa assets yan sa balance sheet. So, pagka nag-debit ka dyan, dagdag. Pag nag-credit ka, bawas. So, anong entry mo pag may sales? Debit cash, nadagdagan ng cash, credit sales. So, bakit credit sales? Nadagdagan yung sales. Kasi ang sales nasa credit side, no? Andito yan siya na side, sa liabilities, equity, capital na side. Kaya, pag nag-credit ka sa sales, nadagdagan din ang sales, no? So, pag nag-debit ka sa sales, nababawasan yung sales. So, ano yung cash on hand? To record cash collected from sale or collection of receivables and other sources of cash presently in the hands of the business under the custodianship of the cashier. Yan ang explanation niya. Pero, pagka nandito na kayo sa journal at nag-explain kayo, in-explain nyo kung ano yung cash, ngayon, for your information, pasensya na doon sa mga full-fledged na accountant, no? Kasi very basic tayo dahil ito yung pinakamaraming question, no? So, pasensya na. Yung mga nakakaintindi na dito, pasensya na po kayo, no? Kasi we dive to the very basic talaga, no? So, ito yung sample natin, no? Dito yung debit, dito yung credit. So, dito pag nag-debit ka, dagdag yung assets. Pag nag-credit ka, dagdag sa liabilities, sa sales na account, no? So, yung explanation dito sa account, to record cash collected from sale or collection of receivables. Pagka nag-record na po kayo dito sa journal, hindi na ganito ang explanation nyo, ha? Why? Kasi very specific na. Kagaya halimbawa ng nagbayad ka ng supplies, no? Debit, o kaya may sales ka, debit cash, credit sales. Anong ilagay mo dyan? The record sales ng goods. Hindi mo na i-explain yung ganito kasi yung explanation dito na account, this is general, kaya may mga super explanation siya. Pero pagdating na sa dito sa journal, very specific na kung ano yung klaseng transactions, yun ang ilagay mo. Account number 101, cash in bank. Kanina cash on hand, no? So, cash in bank, to record the amount of money deposited under the savings and current account, which is used without restriction to the business, no? So, cash in bank siya, nandoon sa bangko yung pera, wala sa hand, no? Kasi yung kanina, cash on hand, yung account number 100, no? Account number 101, cash in bank, no? Anong explanation? To record the amount of money deposited under the savings and current account which is used without restriction to the business. Panggamit ng business, no? Pangbayad, pambili ng mga purchases na kailangan ng business, no? Account number 102, petty cash fund, no? So, meron tayong cash in hand, meron tayong cash in bank, and then the petty cash fund. No, may request nga sa atin na, Ma'am, pwede ba kayong gumawa ng video on how to record petty cash fund, no? So, the business normally uses petty cash account to take care of the small expenses, issuing a check to impractical for small expenses, no? Ito yung petty cash fund, usually nasa hand din to ng cashier, no? And then kung ano yung mga maliliit lang na expenses ng opisina, doon na kinukuha, no? Anong pinaka-importante sa recording natin sa petty cash fund? Sa mga opisina may voucher, no? Every time na mag-out ka ng cash, may voucher yan. And then, pag binalik mo na yung cash, nakabili ka na or ginamit mo na yung cash, dapat meron na yung resibo, no? So, sa cashier, ibalik mo yung voucher at saka yung resibo nung pinamili. So, that is very important. And then, paano yan i-record sa books of accounts? Siyempre, doon yan sa purchases or doon sa expenses, no? Meron tayong columnar, no? Ito yung columnar. Sa mga non-VAT, sa columnar mo, cash disbursement mo yan i-record, no? Pagka ikaw naman ay VAT registered, yung purchases mo na yon at may VAT siya, dito mo naman siya i-record sa subsidiary purchase journal. Ano yung mukha ng subsidiary purchase journal? Nandyan yung date, tapos nandyan yung name and name and address ng supplier, nakalagay po yan dito. And then, nakalagay yung invoice number, the VAT register number, the VAT purchase of goods, the non-VAT purchase of goods, the local, and then the input tax, the total invoice, and then the name of the account. So, kompleto po yan, kasi VAT. Yung mga information na kailangan sa pag-compute ng input tax ng VAT, sa paggawa ng VAT relief, nandyan po lahat yan sa libro. No? Kaya very important na we abide with the receipts, yung official receipts at saka sales invoice. No? Kasi mahirapan kayo mag-record niyan pagka wala siyang resibo. Okay. So, ano talaga tayo ngayon very specific sa books. Ang daming yung ginawa kong mga explanations dati na mabilis na ang daming hindi nakakaintindi, no? So pasensya na sa mga marunong na. Account number 103, notes receivable, no? Please feedback, no? Jan, Harry, tingnan mo yung feedback kung sobrang bagal tayo. Ha?
Wala naman nagko-comment.
Okay. Kasi talagang binabagalan ko dahil hindi naiintindihan. Sayang lang, no? Kawawa naman na ma-attend, hindi maintindihan. So notes, account number 103, still asset ito asset account. So ano yung asset account? Nadadagdagan siya pag nag-debit ka, nababawasan pa nag-credit. So note receivable, these are claims of the owner from its customers or other stakeholders, evidenced by promissory notes under the control of the business. Ilan yung uma-attend?
72 po.
So, pasensya na doon sa nag-register na hindi naman umattend, hindi po talaga kayo mabigyan ng certificate. Yun lang na monitor namin na talagang uma-attend. Kaya yung ma-attend po, mag-attendance sheet kayo para kayo yung mabigyan. Kasi, ang purpose po natin dito is knowledge. Kukuha ka lang ng certificate. So, kung may knowledge ka na and you acquire it in some other venue, doon kayo mangkuha ng certificate. Huwag dito, no? Kasi yung ito sa atin, libre na nga to. Kaya, pagtiyagaan natin because walang substitute kasi yung knowledge Tapos may certificate ka, hindi mo naman alam, no? Kasi hindi naman ito tinuturo doon sa TESDA, yung regulations, wala to doon. Saka yung mga technicalities pagdating na sa mga penalties, sa mga compliance, wala po to doon, no? Dito tinuturo, dito lang. Account number 104, ito yung accounts receivable, no? So these are claims from the customers not evidenced by a promissory note. So usually from sale on account or making advance payment to clients, no? So accounts receivable is still an asset account. So balikan natin, asset account, pag nag-debit ka, dagdag, pag nag-credit ka, bawas, no? Kasi asset account siya. Saan mo makita yung asset accounts? Nasa assets account ng balance sheet, no? Yung statement of financial position mo or yung balance sheet mo, nandoon yung cash, accounts receivable, property and equipments, tapos nakalagay sa baba doon total assets, no? Na should be equal to total liabilities. So nandoon yun. Kaya alam mo na yung account is asset accounts, nandoon yun sa balance sheet, doon siya naka-classify. Okay. Account number 105, prepaid rent, no? So asset pa ang prepaid rent. Bakit? Kasi hindi pa siya gamit, no? Binayaran na siya pero hindi pa siya nagamit. It will still accrue to the future. The account prepaid rent is used to record advance payment and security deposit paid in advance to occupy the rented premises, no? Kasi nagbi-business ka, so you want to use a space na iba'y may-ari. So you rent, no? You pay for the use of that space. And then, account 106, prepaid insurance. The account prepaid insurance applies to the insurance premium paid in advance for more than a year, no? Kaya nga, ang insurance, wala mang 6 months na insurance, yearly, no? Kaya, pag bayad mo, may prepaid ka kaagad kasi di pa naman siya gamit. Account number 107, office supplies. This account used to record the purchase of office supplies such as worksheet, computer ink, paper, and others na ginagamit po sa office. Account number 108, other assets. Property which are not grouped under the standard accounts because the accountant deems it impractical to do so. Nilam lang niya yung other assets, no, na hindi naman palaging nandyan or ginagamit, no. Account number 201, accounts payable. Oh. So, tingnan nyo, sa 101, puro assets. Pagdating na sa 201, liabilities na. No? Liabilities na. So, accounts payable. Ano mangyayari pag nag-debit ka sa accounts payable? Mababawasan siya. Pag nag-credit ka sa accounts payable, kasi liability siya, pag nag-credit ka, madadagdagan. No? So, opposite siya ng asset. Account number 202, notes payable. This is still an asset. No? The account used to record issuance of promissory note with a term less than a year. So, anong mangyayari sa notes payable pag nag-debit ka? Bawas. Pag nag-credit ka, dagdag. No? Kasi opposite ito ng assets. No? So, very clear na tayo dyan. Kasi nung nakaraan, hindi ko to diniscuss. Kasi sabi ko, doon na kayo aral sa internet, yung mga basic na bookkeeping na debit credit. Ang dami pa rin hindi nakakaintindi. Kaya dito, sinasabi ko basic bookkeeping itong ituro natin para maintindihan. Why? Kasi dami-dami kong sinasagot sa comment sa mga videos natin na very basic, no? So, sagutin ko na lang po dito. At saka para din sa mga participants natin, no? So, account number 203, the loans payable, which is an account used to record the liability from receiving a loan from a bank and other financial institutions. So, utang, debit, bawas, credit, dagdag, no? Account 204, mortgage payable. An account used to record a liability from obtaining large amounts of loan using some collateral properties, no? Pag mortgage payable ka, meron kang mortgage, meron kang collateral. Pwedeng house and lot, pwedeng sasakyan, no? Mino-mortgage mo, kautang ka, no? Account number 205, salary payable. An account used to record unpaid salary. Utang mo pa yung salary, lalo na ngayon, no? Sobrang hirap maningil. Ang mga empleyado, 2 days na lang nagtatrabaho in a week, no? So, ganun na kahirap. And then, account number 206, interest payable. Itong account number, depende na po to sa accountant pag siya mag-design, no? Hindi to standard na pagka account 206, interest payable. This is only an example. So, account number 206, interest payable. This is an account used to record accrued interest from loan and mortgage payable. So, ano itong mortgage payables? Liabilities. So, what happened? Sa interest payable, pag nag-debit ka, bawas. No? Pag nagbayad ka, bawasan yung interest payable mo. Debit, bawas interest payable. Pag nag-credit ka naman, na-incur mo yung interest, ibig sabihin, nadagdagan naman yung interest mo. So, credit, dagdag, debit, bawas, no? Kasi liability account. Account number 207, long-term notes payable, which is an account used to record issuance of promissory notes with a term more than a year. Long-term nga siya so more than 1 year. So, liability, so, debit, bawas. Credit, dagdag. No? Account number 301, service income. An account used to record revenue received from client from rendering of services. Yung service income, saan siya kinaklasify? Dito sa liability and equity account, no? So, since service income siya, pag nag-debit ka, bawas, pag nag-credit ka, dagdag, no? So, doon siya nakaklasify sa credit, liability account, sa equity account, no? Account number 302, gain on sale. An account used to record the gain on sale of old assets. So, ganun din siya. Doon siya classify sa equity account. So, gain on sale, debit, bawas, credit, dagdag. No? Interest income. Account number 303. Account used to record the interest earned from penalty imposed on delayed customers and from receipt of payment of interest-bearing promissory notes. So, anong nangyayari sa interest income? Credit, dagdag, debit, bawas. Account number 304, miscellaneous income. Account used to record revenue from selling other assets like retaso, ito yung mga byproducts, no? Old newspaper and the like. So, debit, bawas, credit, dagdag. Kasi nasa equity account. 401, salary expense. To record payment of salary to office employee, factory worker, and ordinary worker. Nasaan ito? Yung salary expense, no? Sa accounting, since income account na to, nandoon siya sa debit account, no? So, pag nag-debit ka ng salary expense, ano siya? Salary expense, credit cash, no? Pagka binayaran mo. Okay. Excuse me. Sino? Let's have a break for 10 minutes, no? Or 15 minutes, no? May importante lang po. Let's have Okay, so let's continue. May sound na? Okay. So let's continue. Account number 401, to record payment of office employee, factory worker, and ordinary worker. Ilan ba salary expense nadadagdagan pag debit o pag credit, no? Kasi debit salary expense, credit cash pag binayaran mo siya. So, pag nag-credit ka ng salary expense, nadadagdagan, pag nag-debit ka, nababawasan. No? Okay. Account number 402, rent expense, to record payment of rent on leased premises, whether store or space or warehouse. Account 403, light and power expense, an account used to record electricity cost for the expense month. No? And then we have the account number 4, expense, and so, pag nag-debit ka ng telephone, bawas. Pag nag-credit ka, dadagdagan siya. Account number 406, advertising expense, account used to record the cost of advertisement, pamphlet, tarpaulin, radio time, and airtime. Account number 407, office supplies expense. Ito yung mga expenses during the month, no? An account to record the supplies used in the office, such as computer, ink, and paper, pencil, and pen, no? Insurance expense, repair and maintenance expense, no? Nandyan yung mga account title and the account number. Taxes and licenses expense. Ito yung sa taxes and licenses, an account to record the cost of mayor's permit and registration fees to government agencies. Anong dito sa taxes and licenses expense? Pagka gumagawa kayo ng financial statement, never forget licenses. 411, membership, no? Membership, no? And account 412, contribution and donation expense, no? An account used to record contribution and donation made Meron? Baka mahina na yung battery. Ha? Okay. So, account number 412, contribution and donation expense, and donation by the company as religious charitable donation. So, debit contribution expense, nababawasan siya, credit, nadadagdagan. Okay. So, account number 43, gas expense, account used to record gasoline and oil expense used by the company. Account number 414, transportation expense, account used to record freight or transportation fares incurred in rendering of service and other fare expenses. Kahit nasabi natin dito, itong ibang mga account na to, hindi lang naman to pang service business, kasama din to, kagaya ng transportation, gas and oil, pwede din to sa ibang klase ng business, sa merchandising, no? Okay. The T account, ano yung T account? Yun yung tinatawag natin na ledger, no? Ledger account. Bakit siya T account ang tawag sa kanya? No? Because para siyang letter T. Bakit siya parang letter T? Nandito yung account sa gitna, and then meron siyang account na dito sa Dito na side, ito yung debit, at saka meron din siyang account sa kabilang side, ito yung credit, no? So, nandito siya sa gitna, nandito yung debit, nandito yung credit, no? Okay. Kaya ang tawag sa kanya, T account. So, the simplest form of a ledger is called the T account. It has two sides to record the increase and decreases of the account, no? Kaya may debit siya and credit. The left side is for the recording of increases in assets and expense, and then and expense accounts, and then while the right is used to record the increase of liability, income, and capital, no? So, sa expense, nadadagdagan pala siya sa debit. Nababawasan siya pag nag-credit, no? So, kasi ang expense nasa asset account, no? Okay. Yan ang tinatawag na T account. Andyan yung cash sa gitna, sa taas, yun ang title na account. And then the left side is the debit side, the right side is the credit side, no? So yan ang ledger, no? So lagyan mo kung anong account yung gusto mong ilagay dito, and then ito yung left side, debit side, ito yung right side na credit side. Some accounts are increased on the debit side, while some accounts are increased on the credit side, depending on its position in the accounting equation, no? So, assets equals liabilities plus owner's equity. So, the table below explains the rules of debit and credit. So, ang assets, left side, increase, debit, right side, credit, decrease, no? So, ito yung sinulat ko kanina. For the liabilities, the left side, debit, decrease, the right side, credit, increase, no? Sa owner's equity, left side debit decrease, and then the right side credit increase. Ito yun, no? Rules of debit and credit. Okay, so ito yung rules. An increase in asset is to be recorded on the debit side, while a decrease will be recorded on the credit side, sa asset. An increase in liability is to be recorded on the credit side, while the decrease will be recorded on the debit side of the account, no? So, an increase in owner's equity is to be recorded on the credit side, while a decrease will be recorded on the debit side of the account, no? So, I stand corrected po dun sa expense. Expense, asset side, increase, pagdating na sa credit side, decrease, no? Parang asset account siya. Take note that every transaction must have a debit amount with a corresponding credit amount. Kaya nga may trial balance tayo na dapat equal, kasi for every amount that you debit, you also credit, no? Okay. So, take note that every transaction must have a debit amount with a corresponding credit amount, no matter how many accounts are affected, no? So, this process is called the double entry bookkeeping system. Yung double entry, yun yung debit side entry and credit side entry. Kaya double entry, dalawang beses ka mag-entry on the same account, no? So, the ledger, the T account form is widely used in schools and universities to demonstrate the analysis of ledger with easiness. While in actual business practice, a formal books of accounts is used containing not only the account title, date, and the amount, but also the page, reference, the account number, and the balance of the account, no? Especially sa computerized accounting system, bukas may mga samples tayo, makikita ninyo kung ano yung mga laman talaga ng books of accounts, no? The ledger account for cash, F stands for reference that identifies the source of the entries such as journal, no? So, wala siya dito. Okay. Okay, so ito yung tsura ng journal, no, na ng T account na nandito to sa charts, no, na mayroon siyang date, tapos may particulars, tapos debit. Tapos ulit sa right side mayroon siyang date, particular, and then credit, no? So yan yung itsura ng ledger, no? So ito yung account title, tapos meron siyang date, no? Tapos itong particulars, tapos ito yung debit. Tapos meron siyang date ulit, particulars, and then credit, no? So ito yun. Ito yun yung nakalagay sa screen na hitsura ng journal, no? Ito yun. Okay. Journalization is the first step in the accounting cycle. The journal refers to the two-column general journal used to formally record the business transaction by way of journal entry. No? This process is called journalization, the process of recording business transactions to the book of original entry. No? So ito yung journal. A general journal is illustrated as follow. No? So date, tapos two-column na journal format. Ito yung sabi natin na two-column na journal format. Ito yun, no? The debit and credit. At saka ito yung particulars. Dito yung explanation mo. And then dito sa gilid, yan yung date. No? The following rules should be observed for pays. Each transaction has a date composed of month and year, which is written only once in its page. No? Date, and then particulars, then the debit, the credit. No? So, makikita nyo na yung sample. Kasi, yung nasa screen natin, yun yung mukha ng nandito sa actual na books. No? After writing the date, write the debit and credit accounts in the particular columns, assuming Mr. Perez invested 300,000 in the business. No? If you want to no, may video tayo dito, no, yung accounting for service business, no, recording of books of accounts for service business, naka-explain po na mabuti, no. So after writing the date, write the debit and the credit accounts in the particular columns, no. So yung investment is 300,000. The debit column and credit column contain the amount of the transaction and they are expected to be balanced. So kung 300 yung debit mo, 300 din yung credit. No? So, ito yung tsura. Date, the year, no? 2018, and then January 1. Particulars, si cash, nag-debit ka ng 300,000, and then nag-credit ka ng Perez Capital, 300,000. No? After writing the peso amounts in the debit and credit columns, write a brief explanation under the particulars column. So, ano yung explanation mo? To record the initial investment, no? So, yan yung itsura ng journal. Ganyan mag-posting sa journal. Ganyan mag-record sa journal. If there is another transaction to be recorded, leave one space, no? Leave one space, hindi yung pagkarami-rami spaces. O kaya dugtong na kaagad, wala ng space. Leave one space to record the subsequent transaction. Assume on the second day, 150,000 cash is deposited in a bank under the business name. So, anong record? Number 2, January 2, cash in bank, debit, 150,000. Credit, cash on hand, 150,000. Bakit? Kasi, dinagdagan mo yung cash in bank na 150,000, binawasan mo naman yung cash on hand ng 150,000. To record the deposit in a bank, yan ang explanation. Number 6, the money column consists of 8 spaces where starting from the right, centavos, tens, hundreds, thousands, and 10,000s are placed. No? Each amount has a respective place in the money column as illustrated below. No? So yan. Yung unang column, centavos. Yung pangalawa, ano na siya? Peso. Yung pangatlo, 1. Tapos, 100 na. Tapos, 1,000. Tapos, yung next, no? So, makikita mo na sa column, kaya maintindihan mo na kaagad kung magkano. Okay. Correct place for peso amount, centavos, tapos 1 peso, 10 peso, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100 to 1 million. No? A journal entry with one debit and one credit is called a simple journal entry. When an entry has more than one debit or more than one credit, it is called a compound journal entry. No? Especially sa VAT at saka sa withholding. Yung mag-debit ka ng accounts receivable, tapos mag-debit ka ng sa sales, yung VAT, no? VAT input, and then credit sales, credit output, no? So, compound journal entry po yan. Kasi, more than one debit or credit. Example, Albert Financing Services had the following transactions in the first month of operation in January 2018. So, October 1, Albert invested 250,000 and deposited the amount of the business. Transactions. Number 1, bought 10 computer units under the terms 100,000 down payment and the balance of 100,000 to be paid in 4 equal monthly installments starting October 31, 2018. No? The second transaction, paid 8,500 mayor's permit, 500 BAR registration fees and DTI registration of business name, 140. No? Third, paid 45,000 to the shop list, covering advance payment for 2 months and 1 month security deposit. No? 4, paid 60,000 for the construction of computer tables and chairs for the computer shop. Number 5, spent 5,000 for the purchase of electric wires and other electrical wirings for the computer, no, for the shop expenses. Number 6, spent 8,000 for the neon light bearing the name of the shop. No? 7, hired 2 shops assistants with a salary of 5,000 per month each. Not a business transaction. No? And the number 8, spent 3,000 for advertisement such as flyers and tarpaulin. No? So advertisement expense. Number 9, after a week of preparation, Albert formally opened the business and spent 7,000 for food and other things for the ceremony, shop expenses. No? Number 10, on the first day of the operation, he received 8,000 from his customers and then paid salary, paid office supplies, no? And then last week he received 120,000 from customer as interest on loan. May collection na siya. And then paid salary of the shop workers, paid installment of the computer, no? Required. Prepare the required journal entries in a 2-column journal. Post the journal entries to the journal ledger. Prepare the trial balance. So, paano siya ginawa? Yan. No? So, yung October 1, debit cash in bank, 250,000. Credit Albert Capital, 200,000. 250,000. 200,000 yan, hindi 250. No? So, to record initial investment. No? So, ano yung cash in bank? Account number, 101. And then the Albert Capital account number 501. No? And then shop computer account number 104, 200,000, cash in bank 100,000, accounts payable 100,000. Kasi nagbayad siya terms na 50% and then yung balance for equal installment. No? And then taxes and licenses expense, no? Account number 304. And then credit cash in bank 101, 9,140, no? So to record payment ng mayor's permit, pay registration, DTI, no? And so on, no? So yun yung mga expenses na nilista kanina kung paano siya i-record, no? So sundan niyo and then ano yung explanations. We have discussed that already. Kasi yung mga explanations yan, balik-balik na lang, no? After na-post nyo na sa journal, record nyo na, nag-debit and credit na kayo, dalhin nyo yung debit and credit nyo doon sa ledger, no? Kung paano kayo nag-debit, i-debit mo rin yung ledger. Kung nag-credit ka, mag-credit ka rin, no? Kasi yun na yung pinaka-column by account para malaman mo yung ending balance na ang account during the month, no? Kasi doon sa journal, halo-halo yung mga account doon. Pero pagdating sa ledger, per account na yung posting. No? Okay. Posting to the ledger is done to sort out the accounts and to summarize the balances on the last day of the accounting period. No? So, illustration ng posting procedures. Normally, each account has its respective ledger written on every page of the books of account. Assuming the first entry in the journal, debiting cash of 250,000. 250,000 yung Albert Capital, no? October 1, 2018, crediting Albert Capital of the same amount will be posted to the ledger. So, ganyan mag-post sa ledger, no? Sa T account, no? Ano yung account yan? Cash in bank, ito yung journal entry. Cash in bank, 250,000. Albert Capital, 250,000, no? To record initial investment. Paano mo yan i-post sa ledger, no? So, the account number 101 will be placed in the journal to inform the auditor of the bookkeeper that the amount is already posted in the ledger. So, P1 means page 1, no? Look, GL number 101, no? General ledger. To illustrate, general ledger, name of the account, cash in bank, the account number is 101, no? So, paano siya i-record? Date, October 1, particular cash investment, debit, 250,000, no? Sa cash yan, cash investment. Doon naman sa Albert Capital, ano naman ang nakalagay doon? Date, October 1, particulars, original investment, credit ka naman ng 250,000. Why? To increase the capital, credit ka, no? Okay, so ano yung debit natin sa Albert Capital? Cash, no? Cash in hand. Okay. So, the account number 501 will be placed in the journal to inform the auditor of the bookkeeper that amount is already posted in the ledger. The process will be continued until the entire posting is done to summarize the transaction in the month because bookkeeping is a routine job. Bookkeeping is everyday. Ano ba yung rules natin in the recording ng sales? Everyday po yan. Your sales for today should be recorded not later than 12 o'clock the following day. So, every day nagre-record ng sales sa sales book. Why? Kasi pag may nag-mapping na, titingnan ng examiner yung sales book mo, ilang araw yan na walang laman, may penalty ka. No? Ibig sabihin, hindi ka nagre-record ng sales mo every day. No? So, the example, the process from the business transaction to T account. Tingnan nyo yan. Ha? Same lang yan doon sa kay capital, yung kanina na diniscuss natin, no? So, prepare the T accounts using the following account. Yun, may cash in bank, furniture and fixture, medical equipment, rental deposit, medical supply, accounts payable, taxes and licenses expense, salary expense, medical supplies, rent expense, levy capital, then medical fees or revenue. Pagka nag-install kayo kasi ng accounting system, piliin nyo na yung mga account na kailangan nyo or gagamitin nyo. Kasi sa dami ng accounts, hindi lahat yan magamit mo. Mamili ka lang ng applicable din sa business mo. No? So, cash in bank, ayan. Furniture and fixture, medical equipment, accounts payable, medical fees revenue, capital, no? Medical supplies, no? Okay. Itong limi capital credit ito, no? Hindi yan debit noong January 1. Okay. Rental deposit, no? Taxes and licenses, medical supplies, rent expense, salary expense, no? Okay. So, from the above the accounts presentation, compute the following balances. Balance of cash in bank. Paano mo kuhanin yung cash in bank? I-total mo lahat ng debit, i-total mo lahat ng credit, yung difference noon, yun yung balance ng cash in bank, no? So, gawin ninyo yan sa, sa sample nyo, no? Dapat meron kayong, na-email na ba sa kanila ito, Hari?
Yes, ma'am. Email na.
Okay. So, you have your soft copy already ng ating slides, no? So, magagawa nyo na yan. So, balance ng levy capital, no? Ilagay mo yung debit, total mo rin yung credit, and then i-less mo silang dalawa, yun yung magiging balance mo. Ganon din ang accounts receivable, medical supplies, medical fees, rental deposit, medical equipment, rent expense, same lang din po, no? Then the balance ng salary expense, ng taxes and licenses, and then the furniture and fixtures, no? So, we have another example. Basahin nyo lang yan kasi marami tayong binigay na example so that masundan nyo. But the process is the same and then the treatment ng mga accounts, the same lang din po, no? Linagyan lang natin ng maraming example so that mas mahasa kayo. But di po natin kayang i-explain lahat dito, no? Kasi we have a very limited time. Okay. The journal provides recording of transactions completely in 1 or 2 pages in a month, while a ledger is usually written 1 account in every page of the books of accounts. No? So, remember that. Para hindi mag-clutter, hindi mag-ano yung journal nyo at saka ledger. I-per month nyo po siya, per page. Huwag yung isang page, 2 month yung nandyan. No? I-per month nyo siya. At saka meron kayong space na leave, no? Hindi yung sunod-sunod nyo na wala ng space, no? Sa bawat account, isang space, no? Okay. So, the next is the preparation of trial balance. So, paano mo piniprepare yung trial balance, no? So, summary will again be grouped into normal balance to test the equality of the debit and credit. Tama ba yung debit and credit mo, no? Ito na yung mga accounts na kinuha mo sa ledger, yung T accounts, no? Okay. So, the following are the steps in determining balance of the ledgers. Total the debit column in pencil, no? Pencil footing. It is done in pencil and the amount is written as a small figure to distinguish it from the regular entries, no? So, dito siya. Ito yung ledger natin, no? Yan, yan. I-total mo lahat ng column na to, ng debit, and then i-total mo rin lahat ng credit, and then yan na yung account balance mo at the end of the month. No? Footing is no longer needed if there is a single debit or credit amount. Kung tag-isa lang naman yung debit at saka credit, hindi na kailangan ng footings, no? Okay. So, anong silbi ng trial balance? Ito yung gamitin natin sa presentation ng financial statements. Bakit? Nandoon yung balances, no? Nandoon yung mga amount na kailangan natin sa financial statement, no? So, heading consists of 3 lines, name of the business, title of the report, and then the date, no? Account titles are arranged in the following order. Yun yung statement of changes in financial position or the balance sheet. Assets, and then nakalagay dyan total assets, and then nakalagay yung liabilities, and then nakalagay yung capital, no? Sa trial balance, nandyan pa yung income and expenses. Pero pagdating na sa reporting, iba naman yung income and expenses. Yun yung income statement, no? Hindi sila magkasama ng isang report sa financial statement. Magkabukod sila. Pero sa trial balance, magkasama. So, only accounts with debit or credit balances will appear in the trial balance, no? Yung zero out, huwag nyo isama, no? Halimbawa, debit equals credit is zero. Wala siyang balance kasi zero. So, yun lang yung may balance na, halimbawa, 100 yung debit, 200 yung credit. So, ano yung ending balance niya? 100 na credit, no? So, total pesos, the peso sign is placed, the first debit and credit amounts on the totals. Totals are rolled, one horizontal line drawn under the last amounts of the debit and credit. And then the double rolled horizontal lines are drawn under the total figures. Pag tinotal mo na, double roll, no? So, if the total debits do not equal the total credits, then errors must have been committed, no? So, ano lang talaga yan, that is the first and foremost na presumption. Pag hindi ka nag-total, may error, no? So, this should be located and corrected before ruling the totals, no? So, yan yung example ng trial balance. Cash, car and vehicle, office equipment, taxes and licenses as a debit, no? Security, deposit, office furniture, office supplies, motorcycle, advertising expense, debit. Ano yung credit? Service income. Yan yung accounts payable, capital, no? And then, debit ulit yung salary expense, no? Gas and oil expense, debit. Withholding tax payable, kasi liability, credit. SSM's premium payable, credit. PhilHealth premium payable, also credit. So how much is the total? 759,700, no? So total debit is equal to total credit, no? Okay, so a balance trial does not necessarily indicate transactions are well recorded. No? May mga account na nakalimutan, pero balanse pa rin siya kasi yung debit and credit tama. No? Pero may nakalimutan na account. No? Okay, so how will you detect the error? Failure to record a transaction, yun yung magiging cause. Kasi kung hindi mo na naman na-record ang transaction, wala kang debit, walang credit. So, no effect dun sa balance. Transaction is journalized but not posted. Kaya nga hindi mo na post doon sa ledger, hindi na account. Some erroneous amount is debited and credited for an entry. No? So 3,000 rental payment is debited to rent expense and credited to cash as 30,000. No? A recorded transaction is posted twice. Pwede rin. No? Actually, if you try to look at yung mga fraudulent na cases, dito yan nag-uumpisa. No? Amount is posted to the correct side but to the wrong account, no? Kaya nga importante alam natin yung chart of accounts kasi mamaya wrong account yung magamit natin. For example, a debit to insurance expense was posted to the debit side of salary expense, no? So wrong account title and recording the transaction. For example, purchase on account was credited to notes payable instead of accounts payable, no? And then we have the controlling account. Business will not survive without customers and suppliers of goods and materials, and it is imperative for a business to have a large number of customers. No? Account receivable and accounts payable in the general ledger are called controlling accounts. Why controlling accounts? Kasi yun yung buhay ng business. No? Anong pumapasok sa accounts receivable? The sales. Anong pumapasok sa accounts payable? The purchases. No? Illustration. No? Marami yan. So, anong required? No? So, titingnan nyo na the illustrations. No? Okay. Sige, balikan natin. Konti na lang. No? Ito yung illustration na last. No? Kasi we will discuss now the revenue regulations, no, for bookkeeping. Larry Parking Center had the following receivables from customers as of December 31, 2009. No? Receivable niya sa customer. Sino yung customer niya? Ami, Baby, Gay, Bobet, Love, Concepcion, Jerry. No? So yung total na receivable niya is 3,650. No? So required, what is the account used to record the different individual accounts, the controlling accounts, okay, ledger supporting the controlling account, no? And then the amount to be reported in the ledger, trial balance, and finally to the balance sheet, no? Subsidiary ledger, customers' individual record to support the balance of the controlling account in the statement. That is what we call in the booking regulations as the special books of accounts. Why special? Kasi subsidiary ledger siya. May ledger siya, nagpo-post siya ng mga T-accounts, but only on a specific or specialized na mga account, no? Okay. Hindi sa lahat ng accounts, no? Kaya subsidiary ang tawag sa kanya, no? So ito yung subsidiary ledger, no? So halimbawa, mayroon siyang name of student, and then the student number, and then the date. And doon lahat yung record ng isang estudyante, kung magkano yung tuition and miscellaneous fees, and then magkano yung binayad niya, no? So, may ledger, bawat estudyante. So that alam mo kung magkano na yung tuition fee, magkano yung naibayad, no? So, alam mo yung balance na still collectible ng school. Subsidiary ledger for supplier's account, ganun din, no? Nandyan yung name ng supplier, and then yung purchase invoice, then the credit, the balance, no? So, yung partial payment na debit. Bakit debit? Kasi liability, no? So, yung debit, bawas, yung credit, dagdag. Okay. Subsidiary ledger of customer or supplier, no? So, nandun yung information ng accounts ng customer or suppliers for reference, no? At saka, makompute mo kaagad yung monthly summary yung ending balance. Okay? So, before we proceed to revenue regulations, which is the bookkeeping regulations po ng BIR, which is itong VIDAS 1, ito yung mother regulations, no? May mga na-amend na dito as to the threshold amount, pero marami pa rin pong hindi. Kaya ito yung ating pag-aralan. But before that, 10 minutes break po muna tayo, no? Ilan pa yung participant?
64.
Okay. Okay, so let's go back to our discussion on revenue regulations with us one, no? So we're done on the chart of accounts and also the posting sa journal at saka sa ledger, no? So, why do we study revenue regulations? Kasi, okay, alam na natin na kailangan nating mag-record. Dito sa revenue regulations, alam din natin yung batas kung ano yung dapat na klase sa pagre-record, no? At saka anong hinahanap, bakit tayo kailangan mag-record. Okay. So, the keeping of books of accounts and records, no? So, keeping of books of accounts and records is required by law, no? Anong sabi niya? Lahat ng corporations, companies, partnerships, or persons required by law to pay internal revenue taxes shall keep a journal and a ledger or their equivalents, no? So, ito yung batas ng revenue regulations sa bookkeeping, no? So, however, that those whose quarterly sales, earnings, receipts, or output do not exceed 50,000 pesos shall keep a new simplified set of bookkeeping records duly authorized by the Secretary of Finance, no? So, yung sabi dito na simplified set of bookkeeping records sa pinaka-mababa ngayon, na pinaka-simple na books of accounts, ito yung para sa non-VAT, no? Na ang libro ay 4, no? Yung cash receipt, cash disbursement, and then yung journal and ledger. Pero ang daming ding feedback sa YouTube natin na binibigay daw sa kanila ng BIR 2 lang, no? Journal lang at saka ledger. O kaya isang ledger and then isang columnar, no? In that case, kulang-kulang yung inyong recording. Kaya, pagka sinabihan kayo ng BIR na 2 na lang, mag-request na lang kayo. Kasi 25 pesos lang naman yung isang libro. So, kumplituhin nyo na ng 4, no? Para hindi bitin yung inyong recording, no? Kasi nasa sa inyo din naman yun eh, natanggapin nyo na 2 lang, no? Subsidiary books. All corporations, subsidiary books are also special books of accounts, no? So, all corporations, companies, partnerships, or persons keeping the books of accounts at their option, so sa gusto nila, may keep their subsidiary books as the needs of their business may require. So, ano yung pwede na i-keep nila na books? Special books of accounts na required kasi special din yung kanilang business or naiiba, no? So, provided that where such subsidiaries are kept, they shall form part of the accounting system of the taxpayer and shall be subject to the same rules and regulations as to their keeping, translation, production, inspection, as applicable to the journal and ledger. So, ano yung mga example ng subsidiary books? Mamaya isa-isahin natin as to the kind of business activities na meron yung taxpayer. Just like halimbawa yung contractor, yung mga doctors ngayon, no? May mga subsidiary books na nire-require para sa mga doctors. Yung libro na pro bono nila na mga services, yung hindi nagbabayad. Kailangan yung doctors, mayroon silang books of accounts for the pro bono na services. And then nakalagay doon yung pangalan ng pasyente na hindi nagbabayad sa kanila, and then may sworn statement pa or affidavit signed by both the doctor and the patient na yung services niya ay hindi binabayaran or libre lang sa doktor, no? So, yun yung requirement. Language in which the books are to be kept, no? Native language, English or Spanish, no? So, yun yung nakalagay dyan. Bakit native language? Ano yung native language natin? Sa iba-ibang region natin, iba. May Tagalog, sa Cebu, Cebuano, no? Sa bandang north naman, Ilocano, or English, or Spanish. But, sa nangyayari, English, no? English talaga. Yung Spanish dati meron, no? Sa Bacolod naka-encounter pa ako ng mga sa Spanish speaking na mga asyenderos doon, no? Ang bilis-bilis magsalita. Pero parang, pag narinig mo parang ibon, pero maganda silang pakinggan. Why? The most beautiful of all the languages in the world is Spanish. Bakit the most beautiful ang Spanish? Kasi, even the noun and pronoun, may gender. May para sa lalaki, may para sa babae, no? Ano yun, yung sa lalaki, muy guapito, lalaki yun, no? So, even yung mga pronoun nila, adjective, may gender. Ibig sabihin ng gender, may para sa lalaki, may para sa babae, no? Yung guwapo, di ba, lalaki. Yung guwapa, babae, no? So, the most beautiful language in the world is Spanish. The most difficult language naman in the world is Japanese, no? Kasi baligtad, no? At saka ng haba ng mga terms nila, no? Pero kung sanay ka na, hindi ka na mahirapan. English or Spanish and the said translation must be made by the bookkeeper or such taxpayer. Pero wala na to eh, kaya ang ginagamit lahat ngayon English, no? Saka lalo na pag na-examine ka ng BIR, kung ano nilagay mo diyan, hirapan ka pa mag-translate, kaya you use English na lang, no? Preservation of books of accounts, ito yung prescribed by Section 203. Dati, 3 years lang, ngayon, how many years na? 10 years, no? Isulat nyo sa, ano nyo, na 10 years na yung preservation of books of accounts, na dating 3 years. So, ibig sabihin nun, yung libro mo ng 2020, talagang itago mo yan hanggang 2030, no? Bakit? Kasi hahanapin pa sa yon, no? The BIR has still the right to inspect your books of accounts on that period, especially kung may mga fraud na involved, no? Okay. Bakit kailangan mag-keep ng books and of accounts? Because the said books and records shall be subject to examination and inspection by internal revenue officers. Kaya nire-require kasi doon mag-i-examine. Ano ipakita nyo sa examiner pag dumating, no? So, anong ipapakita? The books of accounts, the records, no? Yun ang ina-inspect ng internal revenue officers. So, provided that for income tax purposes, such examination and inspection shall be made only once in a taxable year. So, ilang beses ang taxpayer pwedeng maimbestiga? Only once in a taxable year. Pero may exception. Ano itong exception? Pwedeng hindi lang once in a taxable year ang pag-examine sa kanya, no? Ilang beses? Pwedeng 2 o 3, no? In case na may fraud. Ano yung fraud? Yung intentional na willful na tinago niya yung kanyang income, hindi nag-declare ng tama, no? Fraud, irregularity, or mistakes as determined by the commissioner. Another instance na pwede kang ma-examine ulit, the taxpayer requests reinvestigation, no? Kasi na-audit siya, tapos hindi niya gusto yung findings, so nag-request siya ng reinvestigation, investigahan ulit. And then, verification of compliance with withholding tax laws and regulations, no? Pwede ring examine ulit. Verification of capital gains tax liabilities, no? So, pwede ring buksan ulit yung libro mo. And in the exercise of commissioner's power under Section 5B to obtain information from other persons in which case another or separate examination and inspection may be made. So, ito yung third-party information. Halimbawa, mayroon kang supplier, no? Diba sa subsidiary sales purchase journal natin, nandun yung mga supplier mo, nandun yung mga purchases mo. Bumili ka ng 1 million, no? Dineclare mo sa libro mo, sa VAT mo. Yung binilhan mo, hindi niya dineclare, no? Under investigation siya. So, yung libro mo, titingnan, pwedeng tingnan ng BIR na as proof na meron talagang sale sa'yo, pero hindi niya dineclare doon sa kanyang VAT returns, no? Examination and inspection of books of accounts and other accounting records shall be done in the taxpayer's office or place of business or in the office of the Bureau of Internal Revenue. So ito naman, saan bubuksan ng examiner yung mga books and records mo? Dalawang lugar lang po pwede, sa BIR office o sa office ng taxpayer, no? Sa place of business ng taxpayer. Sino mamili? At the option of the taxpayer. Siya yung mamili, hindi yung examiner, no? Pero para sa akin, ang advice ko naman, pag meron na kayong investigation, may books of accounts kayo, mga records, accounting records nyo, sa place of establishment nyo na ipa-record, ipabuksan. Bakit? Kasi pag nahalo yan, doon sa napakaraming mga records na iniimbestiga ng examiner, may tendency mawawala yung records mo, no? Especially kung voluminous. That's why, mas maganda na doon sa place of business ng taxpayer. Ang problema nyo naman, ang iba, ayaw ipakita yung kanilang place of business kasi mahalata ng examiner kung understated o hindi. Dahil napakalaki ng business pero maliit lang dinideclare, no? So yun naman. Bawa, 10 yung truck niya, tracking, transportation businesses, no? Delivery. Tapos yung kanya dinideclare na sales, napakaliit, kulang pa pang sweldo sa driver, no? Tsaka pang maintain. So, pag nandun yung examiner, huli na kaagad. Kaya yung iba ayaw magpapunta sa place of business, no? Di ko kayo tinuturuan, sinasabihan ko lang na yun yung totoong nangyayari sa totoong buhay, no? Kasi for 29 years, I do audit and investigation. Kaya ibang karanasan yung naranasan ko sa taxpayers. But good for now, kasi no touch na, no, ano ba yun? No contact ang investigation, no? Bawal. Yung mga examiners, online na rin, tapos work at home. So, magbabago na yung buhay natin, just like itong ating training, no? Instead na eye contact mo, participant sa mata, ngayon ang eye contact mo, camera. So, yun din yung pagbabago. And we have to adapt on this kasi ito na yung bagong normal, no? At makikita mo naman, nakakatulong. So we have to adjust, no? Everybody should adjust. Okay. So, lahat ng corporation daw, ito especially corporations, kung kayo bookkeeper, may na-handle kayo, all corporations, partnerships, or persons that retire from business shall within 10 days from the date of retirement or within such period of time as may be allowed by the commissioner in special cases, submit their books of accounts, including the subsidiary books, other accounting records to the commissioner or any of his deputies for examination, after which they shall be returned, no? So, corporations and partnerships contemplating dissolution must notify the commissioner and shall not be dissolved until cleared of any tax liability. So, hindi ma-dissolve po yung corporation. Pagka hindi kayo nag-clear o wala kayong clearance sa BIR, ang corporation ninyo nandoon nakadorman sa SEC, no? And then minsan nire-revoke or sinususpend na lang ng SEC. Pero sa BIR, open pa rin kayo, hindi kayo nakikleared, no? Okay. Ito na. Revenue Regulations number VDAS 1, the Bookkeeping Regulations as amended, no? So, scope. Okay, before ko i-discuss itong amendments sa Revenue Regulations VDAS 1, no? I-explain ko sa inyo yung membership requirement namin dito sa PSTRI at saka sa bookkeeping namin, no? Now, we accept membership. And then yung membership namin is 1,000 per year, no? You can just imagine, parang tulong na rin lang sa inyo at saka tulong nyo rin sa amin for our expenses. Ano tong ginagawa natin? Meron tayong libre na tax update every month, no? Every month. Kahapon nag-Zoom kami dun sa mga members, no? Ang magkano yung binabayad nila? 1,000 per year, no? Di per month. 1,000 per year. No? So, anong benefits na makukuha ninyo? Tax updates at saka yung consultation. No? Bakit? Lahat ng mga tanong nyo, lahat ng mga gray area nyo, email nyo lang sa amin. Parang kami yung researcher nyo. Para hindi kayo mahirapan at saka minsan hindi kayo nahirapan saan kayo kukuha ng opinion o answers dun sa mga complicated o yung mga gray area na ano nyo. So ito na yung part ng ano namin, yung mga online services, no? So we accept membership na halimbawa, ano kayo dito sa ating free bookkeeping, no? And then you want to be updated. No? So we offer that. Pero yun nga 1,000 per year. So magkano lang yun? Wala mang 100, no? Per month. So doon sa mga nagpa-practice, sa mga estudyante, okay lang na hindi kayo mag-member kasi sabihin natin wala kang pambayad. Pero doon sa mga bookkeeper, this is already an added service to you. Tsaka, ano yun, beneficial to you as a bookkeeper. Why? Kasi with the updates, with the reminders, no, nare-remind na kayo, and then updated kayo. Hindi kayo mahihiya, matatakot sa kliyente nyo na humarap. Kasi kung doubt kayo doon sa tanong nyo, pwede kayong mag-confirm sa atin. At tayo naman dito, nag-update din tayo monthly. Kung ano yung bago, at saka kung hindi din natin alam, hindi natin naintindihan, we coordinate with the BIR and other agencies para tama naman yung sagot natin sa inyo. No? So that is an added service to you na makakatulong when it comes to bookkeeping. Why? Kasi napaka-in-demand po ng bookkeeping. No? Kahit sabihin na natin na online na yung payment, online na lahat. Pero yung recording, nandyan pa rin. No? At saka hindi yan nagagawa basta-basta ng may business. No? So kami naman, lalo na dito sa Quezon City District, sa COVID and then senior citizen, hindi na kami lumalabas. No? So yun yung mga line of services na pwede namin i-offer sa inyo. Okay. So let's now go. Kung gusto nyo, mag-email na lang kayo sa amin, no, as to kung ano pa yung mga further na benefits that we offer doon sa membership, no, na 1,000 per year. Per year po yung 1,000 na yun. Okay. So let's now go to the amendments doon sa revenue regulations with us one, no. So we start with the definition of terms as to the meaning of persons. So include siya natural at saka artificial person. So, sino ito mga artificial person? Ito yung mga corporations, partnership. Hindi naman talaga sila person, but for purposes of doing business, they are treated as person. No? Books of accounts, yung journal, ledger, subsidiaries, or their equivalents, yan yung tinatawag natin na books of accounts, which is mandatory para sa mga may business. No? Journal is the book of original entry, pinakita ko na sa inyo. Ledger is a book of final entry, no? Original entry siya kasi tuwing gagawa ng transaction, i-record mo doon, no? So meron din tayong sales journal wherein yung special books of accounts na yon, doon mo i-record yung sales mo every day, no? Ledger is a book of final entry. Bakit final entry? Kasi lahat ng entry mo na nanggaling doon sa journal, i-post mo sa ledger per account basis para makuha mo yung account balance at the end of the month, no? Simplified set of bookkeeping, no? Ngayon, ano na yan, yung 4 na peraso, no? So, pag sinabi mong 2, yung iba, depende at your choice, as long as na-record mo lahat ng transactions. Pero para sa akin, talaga, ako yung advice ko is 4 talaga, no? Kasi kung hindi mo naman maubos yan, hindi ka naman kailangan magpatatak yearly. No? Pag bago maubos, malapit na maubos, saka ka lang pagpatatak ulit. No? Books of accounts and audit by independent certified public accountant. No? Ito, matagal ng panahon na nire-require na ang books of accounts natin should be audited by a certified public accountant. So ngayon, sa bago, under the train law, noong 2018, ang hindi na kailangan ng audit ng certified public accountant yung may sales na 3 million and below, no? So sino na lang ang nagpapa-certify ng mga individual yung more than 3 million ang gross, no? 3 million 1. Yan, kailangan na yung audit certificate kasi mag-i-issue yung CPA ng opinion, i-attach mo sa financial statements mo. No? So, saan yan nanggagaling? Doon sa audit ng books of accounts mo, no? So, dito sa train law, magkano na? 3 million, no? Ang required. Pero sa corporations, hindi po ganyan. Kasi iba naman yung rules ng corporation. So, kahit na hindi siya umabot ng 3 million, ECC still requires na may CPA certificate yung financial statement ng corporation. Kaya kahit hindi siya umabot ng 3 million, kailangan pa rin may audit ng CPA yung inyong books of accounts. Okay. So, in the case of corporation, companies, partnership, or persons whose gross quarterly sales earnings, receipts, or output exceed 25,000 pesos shall have their books of accounts audited and examined yearly by independent certified public accountant. Alam niyo ba kung kailan itong regulations na to? 1947, no? So, malayo pa kayo sa mundo. 1947, batas na itong bookkeeping. No? So, magkano lang nakalagay dito na dapat may CPA certificate? 25,000 lang. As against ngayon na 3 million na. No? So, ibig sabihin, yung 25,000 noong 1947, 3 million na ngayon. No? So, ganun na walang halaga yung pera. No? Pag namalingki ka ng 1,000 mo, malungkot ka pa. Dati, yung 1,000 mo, hindi mo na kayang buhatin. No? Magkano lang saging, magkano lang yung bigas. My goodness, ngayon. I don't think so. Pagdating na pa ng 10 years, 20 years from now, baka yung isang hiwa ng isda, 100 na. No? Ngayon, magkano na yung baboy? Kano yung baboy, Hari? Hindi ka na mamalengke. Sino mamalengke sa'yo? No? So, ganun na po hindi ko alam kung ganun na kahirap ang mundo or ganun na kadali mamuhay sa mundo. Depende. Depende siguro. Depende sa status mo. No? Pero kasi ma-compare mo dito sa regulations, 1947, 25,000 lang kailangan na ng CPA certificate. Ngayon 3 million ang kailangan. More than 3 million. So you can just imagine yung disparity, no? From 25,000 to 3 million. Okay. Rule number 60, rules and regulations to the Board of Accountancy. Sino lang yung pwede naman na mag-audit na CPA, no? Yung no certified public accountant shall certify to the financial statement of any enterprise which during the period covered by the report is owned or controlled by him or his spouse, no? Kung sa kanila yung mag-asawa, hindi, kahit CPA siya, hindi siya pwedeng mag-audit, no? Or in which he or his spouse is a partner, stockholder, promoter, voting trustee, transfer agent, registrar, officer, director, or salaried employee. So, hindi. Why? Kasi bias, walang independence. No? Same prohibition applies to firm engaged in the practice of accountancy in the Philippines if any of the partners or associates thereof be any of the above in the enterprise. So, ito yung mga hindi pwede na ikaw as CPA ang mag-audit. No? Relatives of certified public accountant or of the partner or associate in the case of firm of accountants within the 3rd degree of by affinity or consanguinity, no? So within the 3rd degree, so you count 3rd degree. Sino yung nandyan sa 3rd degree natin? Okay. Sino yung hindi pwede? Parents, no? So yung parents mo, anak ka, CPA ka, may business yung parent mo, hindi ka pwedeng mag-audit, no? Grandparents, hindi rin, no? So lola, lolo, kung may negosyo ang lolo, lola, hindi rin pwedeng i-certify ng apo, no? Great-grandparents, no? Sino yung great-grandparents? Lolo ng tatay mo, ng parents mo, no? Uncle or aunts and their spouses, mga tiyuhin, aunties, brothers or sisters and their spouses, no, hindi rin, yung mga brothers and sisters, kapatid. Nephews or nieces and their spouses, pamangkin. Children and their spouses, yung anak mo, CPA ka, may business yung anak mo, hindi mo pwedeng i-examine. Great-grandchildren and their spouses, pati apo, no? Kung CPA ang lola, hindi pwedeng examine yung negosyo ng apo. Parents-in-law, pati biyenan, hindi pwedeng examine ng manugang. no? Grandparents-in-law, no? So, yung lolo ng asawa mo, no? Uncle or aunt-in-law and their spouses, no? Yung mga kamag-anak sa asawa, no? Brothers or sisters-in-law, mga kapatid ng asawa and their spouses. Nephews and nieces-in-law and their spouses, mga in-laws na mga pamangkin, no? So, hindi pwedeng examinin ng accountant. So, who are the persons required to keep books of accounts? No? Nasabi na natin kanina doon sa original na lahat ng persons required by law to pay internal revenue taxes whose gross quarterly sales or earnings, no? O ito pa, ang receipt or output, whether subject to percentage tax or not, exceed 5,000 pesos are required to keep books of accounts. Yung kanina, audit. Ngayon naman, sino yung required na mag-books of accounts? 5,000, no? Sa bagong batas natin, wala sinabi. Basta lahat kailangan na mag-books of accounts basta may negosyo. No? Said books of accounts shall consist of journal, ledger, or their equivalents and shall contain all information necessary for the accurate determination of the internal revenue taxes due on their business. No? Bilisan natin, 11:38 na. No? So, okay lang sa inyo ha, nakakahabol tayo. Anyway, ang dapat po talagang gawin, after ditong lecture, basahin nyo ulit yung handouts, no? Para lalo nating maintindihan, no? Kung hindi mo maintindihan o gusto mo talagang matuto, hindi makalimutan, i-play mo ulit yung video. Kasi, nakaka-refresh ng mind at saka, the second time na marinig mo, mas may iba nga rin na explanations na papasok sa iyo, may iba ka rin na makokorelate na mga bagay-bagay, lalong napapalalim yung alam mo, no? So, kasi parang halaman din kasi yung knowledge, no? Para lumago, talagang dinidiligan mo rin. Hindi yung attend ka lang ng seminar para sa certificate, pero yung tinuro, ayaw mo, no? Wag ganon. Kasi, double purpose. May certificate ka na, may knowledge ka pa, no? So, vendors inside public market required to keep books of accounts, no? Yung iba dyan, mga nagtitinda ng meat, poultry, fish, hindi sila required na mag-issue ng resibo, pero kailangan nilang mag-keep ng books of accounts, no? So, the fact that Filipinos selling meat in public marketplaces are exempt from the fixed and sales taxes does not relieve them from the duty of keeping books of accounts. Bakit? Kasi subject pa rin sila sa income tax, no? Vendors inside public market liable to keep books. So, public market vendors selling meat, poultry, fish, fruits, vegetables, and other food products, though exempt from the business tax, are nevertheless required to keep books of accounts because they are in proper cases subject to income and additional residence taxes. No? So, kailangan, kahit exempt sila sa pag-issue ng resibo, dapat meron pa rin books of accounts. Para saan yun? Pag-compute nila ng income tax, no? And other additional taxes. Gross income in relation to the use of books of accounts, no? So, where the gross sales, receipt, or gross value or output of taxpayer exceeds 5,000 during any quarter, he cannot avail himself of the use of simplified set of books of accounts, no? So, anyway, ngayon naman, ang nire-require yung non-VAT, yun yung 4 na books, at saka yung VAT, 6 na books, yung mandatory, no? And then, sa mga large taxpayers, required na rin po sila ng computerized books of accounts. Bawal na sa kanila yung manual. Books of accounts to be kept by the branch establishment, especially yung may mga sales, no? So, dapat may sales book sa branch, no? Owner of store who maintains a branch establishment need not keep 2 sets of books of accounts if the branch store merely buys goods or merchandise for the principal store and no sale is effected in the former, no? Provided that memoranda of transactions therein are kept and duly taken up in the books of accounts of the principal store. Otherwise, the branch establishment should be provided with separate books of accounts, no? So, ano default dito? Dapat may books of accounts ang branch. Bakit? Kasi namamapping din yung branch. So, Halimbawa, may pumunta na mga examiners, mamap kayo. Wala kayong books of accounts, then you will be penalized. No? Accrual and cash basis in keeping books of accounts. May nagtanong dito, kahapon yata, ano yung accrual? Ano ba daw yung accrual? Ina-accrued mo pa, although hindi mo pa siya talaga na gastos, pero ina-accrue mo na, recognize mo na. A taxpayer cannot be permitted to keep his books of accounts on both the accrual and cash basis. Ano yung accrual and cash basis? Accrual, ni-recognize mo na kahit ipabinayan ng cash. Cash basis, hindi mo siya i-recognize kung hindi mabayaran ng cash, no? So ano lang yung allowed ng BAR? Not the cash basis but the accrual basis, no? Halimbawa, yung sales, may sales na, hindi pa nagbayad. I-accrue mo na, i-recognize mo na, pero wala pang cash. So anong entry mo sa journal entries natin? Debit, accounts receivable, kasi nadagdagan yung assets mo, receivable, credit, sales, no? Ano yung ano yung explanation mo to record sales on account, no? Kaya nga receivable pa lang, pero considered na siya sales. Pagdating sa libro, ni-record mo na 'yon. Pagdating sa VAT returns, yung accrued na yan na sales na record mo na yan sa books and ini-report mo rin sa VAT returns, no? Yun tinatawag na accrual. Journal ledgers and their equivalents, no? So na-discuss na natin ano yung journal, ano yung ledger. Itong equivalents, ito yung sabi natin na special books of accounts, no? Okay. So anong dapat daw dito? The daily transactions, whether cash or otherwise, are recorded in their chronological order. Sunod-sunod, no? Halimbawa, date, according to dates. So, January 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hindi yung January 3, January 10, January 5, no? So, tapos na sa mga, ang ibig sabihin lang doon, hindi chronological, hindi ka nagre-record every day, no? Kasi bakit nauna yung 10 sa 5, no? So, ibig sabihin, malayo yung agwat ng period na re-record ka, which is bawal, no? Kasi ano sabi natin sa sales? Sales for today should be recorded not later than 12 o'clock the following day. Okay. Journal, in order to comply with provisions of the regulation, contain transactions affecting the business. Siyempre, at saka yung pinaka-importante doon yung sabi ko na documentation, no? So, business transactions and be supported by proper vouchers. At hindi lang vouchers, pag may resibo yan, kailangan naka-attach din doon yung resibo, no? At saka dito pala, sa mga vouchers na to, no, yung tanong ng petty cash, dapat may voucher kayo pag binigay nyo yung petty cash na gagamitin sa purchases, and then pagbalik, dapat yung vouchers na yun, naka-attach na yung resibo, and the resibo should be in the name of the company, no? Hindi doon sa pangalan ng inutusan na bumili. Should be in the name of the company so that pwede siyang i-claim na legitimate expense ng company. If not, hindi pwede kasi nakapangalan sa iba. Okay. So, the general journal shall be in bound form. Bound, no? So, kagaya nito, naka-bound siya dito, no? Hindi siya pwedeng maghiwa-hiwalay, no? Kadikit. Where subsidiary journals are used, the same may be either bound or loose leaf, no? Ano naman yung requirement pag loose leaf? Pwede mo siyang i-prepare using Excel, no? Or computer, and then i-print mo siya, lagyan mo siya ng page number, and then may affidavit, tatak mo sa BIR, no? Okay. Ledger may consist of one book, no? Yung general ledger lang. Its equivalent may consist of several ledgers, such as customers ledger, creditors ledger, stock ledger, and such other books as the taxpayer may find convenient for his business, no? So, yung mga special books of accounts. So, all entries in the journal must be posted to the ledger not later than 7 days from the date of the transaction and shall be classified in the ledger so as to show the assets, liabilities, capital, and the operating accounts from which a balance sheet and a profit and loss statement covering the operation of the business can be prepared, no? For your information, nag-expert witness ako doon sa issuance ng receipt, no? Kaya ko nabasa at pinag-aralan itong Vidas 1 dahil doon, no? So, anong dapat? Pag post mo sa journal, pag gawa mo ng journal, may entry ka, dapat posted sa ledger. Yun yung process, yung recording process. Okay? So, naging expert witness ako kasi yung proof ng sale, debit lang sa ledger. No? Wala resibo, walang deed of sale, wala lahat. No? So, in that case, magaling yung abogado nung kalaban. No? So, kung ano-ano yung sinasabi. Pero sabi ko naman doon sa nag-hire sa akin as expert witness, ibigay mo na yan for decision ng judge. Bakit? Kasi the judge is a CPA lawyer, no? So sabi ko kayang-kaya niya desisyonan kung tama ba o hindi yung sistema na ginawa nung payer, no? Ng party o ng entity, no? Pwede ba yun na magbayad ka, i-debit mo lang sa ledger? Walang issue na resibo, walang kung ano-ano, no? No entry shall be made in the ledger or its equivalent unless said entry originates from the journal or its equivalent, no? Kasi ang journal, nandun na lahat ng entry. Yung ledger, i-summarize niya lang, no? Journal ledger shall be in bound form where subsidiary ledgers are used. The same may be either in book form or in loose leaf form. Subsidiary ledger are reflected in the general ledger by a controlling account. Yes. Okay, so permit to use loose leaf books of accounts, records, invoices, and receipts. Anong gagawin mo? Maggawa ka ng request, no? Ngayon, sa revenue district officer na, tapos pupunta yan sa regional director. After evaluation, dadaan pa sa legal. And then, permahan yung permit mo ng regional director. No? Okay. So, said request should be referred to the field men, yung sa district, who will make a report. And then, kung katanggap-tanggap, padala na yan sa region for the signature of the regional director. Investigation should be conducted in accordance with the following manner. No? Necessity of the use of the loose leaf forms requested should be determined and the reasons or reasons for recommending the approval or disapproval. No? Report should likewise include statement of the privilege or fixed taxes. Ngayon, ito yung 0605, no? Paid by the taxpayer by citing the official receipt number. No? Okay. So, yun yung requirements na i-attach natin sa letter request natin for the loose leaf. No? And then the taxpayer should be informed by the investigating examiner on the condition precedent to the issuance of permit. So ano dapat ang gagawin ng applicant for the loose leaf? Dapat naka-attach lahat doon yung list of generated reports niya out of that loose leaf, no? Kasi pagka sinabi mong loose leaf, hindi siya bound, i-print mo lang siya as they come, and then at the end of the year, i-bound mo siya, lagyan ng affidavit kung ilang pages, anong klaseng books, and then have it notarized. And then i-book bound mo siya, no? Book bound, hindi pwedeng fastener lang, parang libro. Dali mo sa BIR and then patatakan mo, no? So, ang pagkakaiba ng manual, books of accounts, at saka yung loose leaf, ang manual, tatak muna bago gamit. So, bakit? Kasi magkakaroon ka ng penalty pagka nag-record ka sa libro na walang tatak ang BIR. Ibig sabihin, unregistered yung books mo. No? So, ano naman yung sa loose leaf books of accounts? Gamit muna bago tatak. But, may required na permit. No? Permit to use loose leaf. Signed by the regional director. No? So, ano naman yung gamit muna bago tatak? No? So, nagamit mo na yung mo, and then after the end of the year, kinompile mo, pinalagyan mo ng page number, and then linagyan mo, that's the substantial compliance for the loose leaf books of accounts. No? Okay. Upon receipt by the revenue officer doon sa request for investigation on loose leaf books of accounts, i-evaluate niya, and then gagawan niya ng report, and then padala na po sa region. No? Okay. Revocation of authority to use loose leaf pag may mga violation. No? Kailangan na siyang i-suspend, i-revoke. So, balik na sa traditional na books of accounts na mga ganito, yung taxpayer, hindi na loose leaf. Persons operating home industries required also to keep books of accounts. Certificate regarding the use of loose leaf books of accounts, no? So, yung requirements imposed upon persons or corporation authorized to use loose leaf books of accounts to submit within a certain period a sworn statement certifying to the number of pages used during a given period is neither a provision of the tax code nor a regulation of the Department of Finance. No? So, accordingly, failure to submit such statement on time does not constitute violation of internal revenue law. No? Yun yung sa loose leaf. Binding of journal and the ledger, ibabound mo yan, and then sabi ko, lagyan mo ng affidavit, and then patatak mo sa BIR. No? Cash receipts book in loose leaf form. Ano yung cash receipt book? Ito yung sales book. No? So, nandoon na lahat yung record mo on the loose leaf form. No? And then we have the no transaction made in the main establishment. So, magre-record pa ba siya? No? No books of accounts and other accounting records needs be kept and used by said establishment. No? Pero kung may sale, dapat may books of accounts. Unauthorized use of the journal and ledger in loose leaf form can be a ground for revocation ng permit, no? Or the violation na punishable under section 352 of the tax code. No? Authority to use loose leaf granted to the main establishment to use loose leaf ledgers does not include branch establishment. Why? Kasi pagka gagamit ng loose leaf ledger ang branch, dapat register din siya ng sarili niya. No? Kasi the latter cannot use loose leaf ledgers without specific authority, therefore. Use of journal and ledger by branch stores. No? So, journal and a ledger of their equivalent, simplified set of bookkeeping records depending whether or not respective gross sales exceed 5,000 a quarter. No? Certificate as to the use of loose leaf books of accounts. No? Certificate of taxpayer as to the number of sheets of his loose leaf books of accounts used by him for the previous year must be under oath. No? Other books of accounts. Require sila to use other books of accounts that the needs of their business requires. So, sino-sino itong mga to? Use of double entry bookkeeping, yun na yung nano natin kanina na may debit and credit, and then you prepare the trial balance. Subsidiary books, no? Sino to? Number 1 na dito yung VAT taxpayer, and the subsidiary books are the subsidiary sales book and subsidiary purchase book, no? Subject to the same rules and regulations applicable to journal and ledger. Use of subsidiary books, no? Where subsidiary books are kept, they shall form part of the accounting system of the taxpayer and be subject to the same rules and regulations as to their keeping, translation, production, and inspection as are applicable to the journal and ledger. No? Okay. Charge sales book and charge purchase book. This is also a special book of account. No? Correspond to customers' ledger and creditors' ledger respectively. Okay. Delivery receipt, part of accounting records. Kaya ang delivery receipt po, kahit na hindi siya proof of sales, kailangan din may authority to print receipts. No? Records of jobs received by contractors. No? Road, building, waterwork contractors, they should keep their books of accounts where they shall enter immediately upon making a contract the date, name, address of the customers, description of the articles to be constructed or the services desired, the consideration therefore, the amount of deposit or partial payment, if any, and upon completion, delivery of the subject matter of the contract. No? Okay. Keepers of hotels and lodging houses. Anong special books of accounts nila? The records of job received, keep a guest register book in which shall be entered immediately upon accepting a guest the date and time of his arrival, the name and address of the guest, and the number of the room to be occupied. No? So upon checking out, date and time of departure, amount paid by him. No? Entries shall be numbered consecutively for purposes of reference. No? In case of the taxpayer enumerated in section 191 of the NIRC finds the use of register book for jobs received impracticable for his business, pwede siya mag-devise ng system of keeping his books and other books as appropriated for particular purpose. No? Okay. Register book for job orders. Ito yung mga machine shop business. So, anong gagawin niya? Keep a register book for job orders received in which he shall enter immediately upon making a contract, the date, name, address of the customer, description of the articles to be construed or the services desired. No? Okay. So the taxpayer may devise such system of keeping his books and other records as appropriate for the business. Records to be kept. No? So aside from the books and the records, no, stockbrokers, dealers, securities, real estate brokers use serially numbered contract forms which shall be issued in chronological order for its agreement they had with the customers. No? The date and other facts concerning the services rendered or to be rendered and signature of the parties thereto. Tapusin po natin ha, sandali na lang po ito. Okay, so, ang kontrata daw should be recorded every day. No? Kasi required nga to be recorded in the books of accounts. Commercial broker required to keep books of accounts. No? Sa gross compensation received by him as such pursuant to section 195. No? Yung mga commercial brokers. Records of inventories, very important po yung magtatali yung purchases mo doon sa beginning and ending mo, no? Saka sa purchases sa inventory, no? So anong nakalagay sa book of inventories? Record in detail the quantity, description, unit and total cost of every item of their stocks in trade, material supplies and other goods found in the premises of their establishment, no? So pati yung goods na sabi mo hindi sa'yo pero nasa premises mo, kailangan disclose mo pa rin. Inventory at the beginning shall be made and submitted to the Commissioner of Internal Revenue. And also, subsequent inventories not later than 30 days after the close of calendar year. No? Invoices or receipts. No? Yun yung pinakita ko kanina sa inyo. So, lahat ng person subject to internal revenue taxes, its sale or transfer of merchandise or for services, prepare and issue sales or commercial invoices or receipts serially numbered. No? Ang number of copies should be at least duplicate. Okay. Original of its sales and receipts shall be issued to the purchaser, customer, or client who engage. So, yung original para talaga yan sa customer. Yung duplicate, pag ang resibo ninyo, ganito, no? Yung original, ibigay nyo sa customer, yung duplicate, maiwan, at wag nyong tanggalin dito sa booklet. Kasi bound dito. Pagka tinanggal mo dito yung natira na kopya para sa record mo, mape-penalty ka. So, kaya dapat nakabound ito. Okay. Commissioner of Internal Revenue may in meritorious cases exempt person from compliance with the provision of this section. Yung mga public market vendor na nagbebenta ng meat, fruits, vegetables, poultry, fish, and other domestic food products are hereby exempted from the provision of this section. So, yun po yung basis ng mga nagtitinda ng gulay, isda, na hindi po sila nag-i-issue ng resibo. Ano ang basis? Revenue Regulations V-1. No? Hindi sila required to issue receipts. Pero, meron silang books of accounts. Ano yung naka-record sa books of accounts? Yung sales nila, expenses. No? Sari-sari store, submit also inventory of their stock in trade. No? Inventory of brands and main store, no? Taken up in the books of accounts ng principal store, no? And then kasama yung sa brands, no? Pagka nag-report ang main store, no? Meat vendors inside public market exempt from requirement of issuing sales or commercial invoices or receipts, no? So exempt. Form and manner of issuance of invoices and receipts in at least in duplicate, no? At least in duplicate, and then sunod-sunod, no? So you issue itong number 1 ngayon, dapat bukas number 2, and then sunod-sunod, no? May perma dito, and then sold to, the tin, the address ng customer, the term, the quantity, unit, articles, and the unit price or the amount. Sa OR naman, nakalagay dyan yung receive from, the official receipt, and then may perma kung sinong nag-receive, at saka yung details ng payment. No? Okay. Yung ngayon ay regulated na masyado yung ating resibo so that yung format ng resibo, prescribed na to ng PAIR, hindi na tayo pwedeng gumawa ng sarili natin. And then, this is only valid for 5 years. So, ubos o hindi siya ubos, pagdating na, bago dumating yung 5th year, pagawa ka na ng bagong resibo. No? Admission tickets. Paano naman yung mga admission tickets sa amusement tax? Meron po yan silang parang stamp, no? Or ticket na nakalagay doon, magkano yung amount, and then pipilasin yun, ibigay sa iyo. Nandun na, naka-number po yan, may serial number. So, those are legitimate also na proof ng sales, no? Na may inadmit ka na tao, manood ng sine sa mga cinema or whatever, no? So, the ticket shall be serial number, indicate the name and place of amusement or business and the fees or covered charges, no? At yan yung mga proceeds yan, yun ang nire-record po sa libro, no? So, yung ating admission tickets, very important po sila sa mga amusement places, no? Sa mga sinihan. And ito yung mga tickets na ina-account din at saka nilalagay sa books of accounts as your gross receipts, no? So, sabi ko sa inyo, wala muna tayong questions, no? Ilam natin yung questions natin at 4 o'clock mamaya, no? So, since it's already 12 o'clock, what have we done today? We discussed about the accounting cycle, about the chart of accounts, how to post in the journal and the ledger, and we also discussed the revenue regulations with this one. So, with that, I call it half day, and let's be back at 1:10, no? And then di-discuss natin yung mga financial statements mamaya, and then the answering ng questions at 4 o'clock, no? So, let's have a break.
Okay na po, okay na.
Ano na eh. Sige, go. Good afternoon po. Now, let's go to the preparation of the financial statement. And yung una po natin is the statement of financial balance sheet, no? Paki-erase mo nga to, Hari, oh. Oh. Erase mo yan kasi nakikita. Okay. So, the statement of financial position for, bakit iba yung mga lumalabas?
Financial position.
Okay. So, a statement of financial position is a formal statement showing the three elements, no, comprising the financial position, namely the assets, liabilities, and equities. So, if you try to look at kanina doon sa double entry accounting natin, di ba, nandoon yung assets, liabilities, and equity, which is the accounting equation, no? Yun yung laman ng statement of financial position. Okay. So, analyzed by investors, creditors, and other statement users to evaluate such factors as liquidity, solvency, and the need of the entity for additional financing. So, yun position. But also, hindi lang naman sila yung user, also the government, no? Especially the BIR, gusto makita ng financial company kung assets. Kasi, ang statement of financial position, may bearing yan sa assets, sa yung mga account na makikita mo dyan, pag sinubject mo yan ng financial analysis, lilitaw dyan kung halimbawa may nadagdag na mga assets, pero yung sales napakaliit. O, saan niya manggagaling yun? No? So, sa cost analysis lang, nagkakaroon tayo ng undeclared income. Sa inventory analysis, posible din. Sa fixed assets, yung mga machineries and equipments, posible din na magkaroon ng finance dyan. Kaya dito pa lang sa financial position, this is dyan, no? Disposition ng property, plant, and equipment, no? Kung disposition ng land, subject to capital gains, no? So, lahat yan, bawat account yan, potential na may tax code ng issue na meron palang tax deficiency. Okay. Liquidity is the ability of the entity to meet currently maturing obligations. Ibig sabihin, liquid siya, marami siyang assets na ready, magagamit na. Solvency naman, availability of cash over the longer term to meet maturing obligations. No? Ibig sabihin na solvent ka, meron kang cash na pambayad sa mga long-term obligations mo. No? Liquidity to meet current manufacturing maturing obligations, yung current na mga obligations mo. Solvency future financial commitments, no? So diyan mo makita yung kakayanan ng isang kumpanya na kaya niya magbayad ng kanyang mga obligasyon, no? Dito sa statement of financial position. O ito yung dating tawag dyan is balance sheet, no? Current and non-current distinction. So entity shall present current and non-current assets and current and non-current liabilities as separate classifications in the statement of financial position. So, dun sa balance sheet natin nakalagay dyan yung current assets, tapos non-current assets, no? Meron pang sa baba naman, pagdating sa liabilities, current liabilities, and then the long-term liabilities or non-current liabilities. No? So when an entity supplies goods or services within a clear identifiable operating cycle, the separate classification of current and non-current assets and liabilities is a useful information. No? Yung sabi nito na identifiable operating cycle. No? Gaano ba tagal ang isang operating cycle? Ito yung mag-umpisa ka sa cash, may ginawa ka, pinrocess mo, binenta mo, bumalik sa cash yung cash mo. No? Yun yung tawag na isang operating cycle. Halimbawa, sa isang manufacturing company, yung isang operating cycle niya, bumili siya ng raw materials, ginawa niyang produkto, pinrocess niya, tapos binenta niya, no? Tapos yung pagbenta niya na yan, na-realize na niya yung cash, isang operating cycle yan. Bakit? Kasi yung cash mo, bumalik na sa cash, no? So, that's one operating cycle. Separate classification of current and non-current assets and liabilities is a useful information, no? So, highlights assets that are expected to be realized within the current operating cycle and liabilities that are due for settlement within the same period. Yun yung mga dues, no? So, current liabilities. Yung iba, galing sa long-term liabilities, kung magkano yung due ngayon, nililipat sa, yung long-term liabilities, nililipat sa current liabilities. No? For some entities, such financial institution, presentation of assets and liabilities in increasing or decreasing liquidity provides information that is faithfully represented and more relevant, no? So, doon pa lang sa movement ng assets, sa galaw ng assets, malalaman mo na kung kumikita o hindi yung company, no? Okay. Assets are resource controlled by the entity as a result of past event and from which future economic benefits are expected to flow to the entity, in short, properties on. So take note anong ibig sabihin ng assets, ha? Kasi pagdating doon sa classification nyo sa chart of accounts, di ba nandun na rin yung asset siya, liabilities ba siya, equity. So dito, pag-aralan, ano ba yung itong mga account na to? So ano ba itong assets, no? So resource siya, controlled by the entity as a result of past event, from which future economic benefits are expected to the entity, no? Essential characteristics of an asset. It is controlled by the entity. It is a result of past event. It provides future economic benefits, and the cost can be measured reliably. Why? Kasi paano mo siya i-value kung if you cannot measure, walang reliable na measurement. So, ibig sabihin, paano mo ilagay yung account, how much you determine kung hindi siya ma-measure, no? So, yun ang asset. Controlled by the entity, ibig sabihin owned by the entity, and then result of past event, na-acquire na niya, meron siyang economic benefits, and then cost can be measured reliably, no? So the current assets naman, entity, so meron na tayong assets. Yun yung mga, no, sabi natin tungkol sa assets, yun yung owned ng entity or controlled by entity, yung result ng past event, pero may future economic benefits and can be measured reliably. So ano yung mga kind ng assets? We have current assets, no? So entity classify asset as current when the asset is cash or cash equivalent, unless the asset is restricted to settle a liability for more than 12 months after the reporting period, no? Sa ibang kasi, yung mga bangko, nagre-require sila pag may utang na restricted yung cash mo, hindi ka pwedeng magbayad ng dividend. So, nire-restrict nila para pang bayad doon sa utang sa kanila, no? So, the entity holds the asset primarily for the purpose of trading. Yan ang current assets. The entity expects to realize the asset within 12 months after the reporting period, no? And also, the entity expects to realize the asset or intends to sell or consume it within the entity's normal operating cycle. Yun po yung current assets, no? Yung mga pakinabang niya, yung transactions na gagawin mo sa kanya is within the current, 12 month, no? Cash equivalents, no? Di ba ito yung nasa chart of accounts natin? So ano naman itong cash and cash equivalents? Short-term, highly liquidated investments that are readily convertible into known amount of cash and which are subject to an insignificant risk of changes in value, no? So yan ang cash and cash equivalent. Insignificant risk of changes in value. Why? Kasi pag sinabi mong piso, piso talaga yan. Pag sinabi mong 1,000, 1,000 talaga yan. Hindi kagaya ng inventory, na kahit na binili mo yung inventory ng 1 million, in case na masira yan, maging obsolete yan, yung 1 million mo, mag-deteriorate siya, magiging 500,000 na lang, no? So, sa cash, walang ganon. Yung 1,000, 1,000 talaga. Cash and cash equivalent shall be unrestricted in use. Para masabi mong cash and cash equivalent siya, hindi siya unrestricted. Na hindi mo siya magalaw kasi pambayad pala siya sa utang, no? It should be unrestricted para kahit anong oras pwede mo siyang galawin o withdrawin. So, cash and cash equivalents include cash on hand, petty cash fund, cash in bank, and any cash equivalent, no? So, investment qualify as cash equivalent, convertible into a known amount of cash and be subject to an insignificant risk of changes in value. Yun ang para ma-qualify siya na cash equivalent. So, current assets. An investment normally qualifies as a cash equivalent only when it has a short maturity of 3 months or less from the date of acquisition. So, may maturity pala siya na 3 months or less, no? Example of cash equivalent, 3-month BSP Treasury bill, 3-year BSP Treasury bill purchased 3 months before date of maturity, 3-month time deposit, 3-month money market instrument, no? So, equivalent na rin siya ng cash kasi realize mo na, magamit mo na. Okay, so, date of purchase should be 3 months or less before maturity is important to classify it as a cash equivalent, no? BSP Treasury bill purchased 3 years ago cannot qualify as cash equivalent even if the remaining maturity is 3 months or less, no? Treasury bill. Equity securities cannot qualify as cash equivalent because shares do not have a date of maturity, no? Preference shares with specified redemption date can qualify as cash equivalents, no? Kailan siya? Basta ma-realize siya within 3 months. Held for trading, ito yung pambenta, no? So, financial asset is classified as held for trading when it is acquired principally for the purpose of selling it in the near term, no? Kaya trading, pambenta mo siya. So, on initial recognition, it is part of a portfolio of identified financial instruments that are managed together and for which there is evidence of a recent actual pattern of short-term profit taking. And then it is derivative, except for derivative that is financial guarantee contract or a designated and an effective hedging instruments. No? Yan yung mga sinasabi natin na held for trading. Ginagamit siya ng trading. Binibenta, no? Or buy and sell. Financial assets held for trading or trading securities are debt and equity securities that are purchased with the intent of selling them in the near term or very soon in order to generate short-term gains or profile. No? Expected to be realized within 12 months refers to short-term non-trade receivables. No? So, ma-realize mo siya within the taxable year kasi within 12 months. Non-trade receivables represent claims arising from sources other than the sale of merchandise or services in the ordinary course of business. No? Non-trade receivables classified as current assets if collectible within 1 year from the end of reporting period. The length of the operating cycle notwithstanding otherwise, the non-trade receivables are classified as non-current assets. No? Okay. Realized, sold, or consumed. No? So, refers to trade receivables, inventories, and prepayments. Itong mga account, iniisa-isa lang natin to ngayon, but later on, papakita natin sa inyo doon na sa statement, no? Nandoon na siya lahat, and then naka-classify na, and then may mga amount na. So these assets are classified as current assets because they are expected to be realized, sold, or consumed within the normal operating cycle or 1 year, whichever is longer. No? So isang normal operating cycle can be less than a year, no? Or can be more than 1 year. No? Kaya nga, nakalagay dyan whichever is longer. Example, one operating cycle, pag ikaw ay reseller, yung binili mo yung inventory mo, and then binenta mo, so isang operating cycle yan. Nakolekta mo yung pambayad, isang operating cycle yan. So ano pa yung isang operating cycle na more than 1 year? Ito yung nagtatanim ka ng sugarcane, no? So yung operating cycle niya sometimes more than 1 year, no? Magmula sa pagtanim mo, depende sa variety ng tubo, pagtanim mo hanggang sa i-harvest mo na siya, and then mill mo na siya sa mga sugar mill, and then ibigay na sa iyo yung share mo ng sugar mill, and then ibenta mo na siya as cash, no? So yun yung isang operating cycle na yung crop year is more than 12 months, no? Okay. Operating cycle. Time between acquisition of assets for processing and the realization in cash or cash equivalent. Kaya sinasabi natin yan ang operating cycle. So, when the normal operating cycle is not clearly identifiable, the duration is assumed to be 12 months. So, malabo kung ano ba yung isang operating cycle. So, assumption, 12 months siya. Operating cycle of a trading entity, average period of time that it takes to acquire the merchandise inventory, sell the inventory to customers, and collect cash from the sale. No? So, yun yung operating cycle ng trading entity. Bumibili siya ng merchandise and then binibenta. No? And then, nakolekta siya. Operating cycle of manufacturing entity is defined as the period of time between acquisition of materials entering into a process and the realization in cash or an instrument that is readily convertible into cash. No? So, yun yung manufacturing entity. presentation of current assets, no? So listed siya in the statement of financial position in the order of liquidity. So ano ba yung asset na most liquid? The cash. Kaya cash ang number 1, no? Na account sa balance sheet. As a minimum, the line item under current assets are cash and cash equivalents, financial assets at fair value through profit or loss such as trading securities and other investment in quoted equity instruments, no? So yun yung mga line items sa statement of financial position natin or balance sheet, no? Ano pa? Ito yung line item sa paggawa ng financial position, no? Trade and other receivables, inventories, and then prepaid cases. Non-current assets is a residual definition, no? Residual. An entity shall classify all other assets not classified as current as non-current assets, no? So, yung hindi mo nasama doon sa current, so pwede na sa non-current assets. Depende kung ma-realize mo siya within 12 months, then i-current mo siya. What is not included in the definition of current asset is deemed excluded. So all others are classified as non-current assets. Accordingly, non-current assets include the following: property, plant, and equipment, long-term investments, intangible assets, other non-current assets. No? Okay. Ito naman yung mga non-current assets. Excuse me. Deferred tax asset is classified as non-current assets, no? Kasi dinefer mo, hindi mo naman alam kailan mo yan i-apply. So, non-current assets siya, yung deferred tax assets. Property, plant, and equipment, no? Ito yung pagka-asset intensive ang company. O marami siyang property, plant, and equipment because hindi siya makapag-operate kung walang assets. So tangible assets which are held by an entity for use in production or supply of goods and services, for rental to others, or for administrative purposes, and are expected to be used during more than one period. Kaya nga ang plant and equipment natin may lapsing schedule, no? Yung mga additions during the year, and then yung mga depreciation, and then yung mga disposal during the year, no? So major characteristic of property, plant, and equipment: tangible assets with physical substance, no? Used in business, expected to be used over a period of more than 1 year, and then the assets that are held for sale, including land or held for investment, are not included in property, plant, and equipment. Why? Kasi ang purpose mo doon, ibenta. So kung ang business mo is real estate, nasa inventory mo yun, no? So hindi siya held for, pwede siyang held for sale. So yung property and equipment mo na yon, hindi kaagad-agad yan yung nauubos doon sa matagal. Kaya nga ang accounting standards natin requires binibigyan ang owner ng property, plant, and equipment ng allowance for depreciation, no? Example of property, plant, and equipment: land improvement, building, machinery, ship, aircraft, motor vehicle, furniture and fixture, office equipment, pattern, molds and discs, tools, and then the book plates, no? So yun ang example ng property, plant, and equipment. Okay. Ang tawag noon sa property, plant, and equipment or PPE is fixed assets, no? Yan yung mga, nandyan yung mga non-current assets na yun. After initial recognition, an entity shall choose either the cost model or the revaluation model as accounting policy and shall apply the policy to an entire class property, plant, and equipment. Sa BIR po, ang acceptable is only the cost model, no? Yung re-evaluation model sa accounting ay rene-recognize yan Pero pagdating na sa revaluation or sa amount, hindi siya nire-recognize ng BIR, no? Under the cost model, the property, plant, and equipment shall be carried at cost, less any accumulated depreciation and any accumulated impairment losses, no? Okay. So, revaluation model, the property, plant, and equipment shall be carried at revalued amount of fair value less any subsequent accumulated depreciation and subsequent accumulated impairment losses. So those are things that you consider in order to arrive at the amount, no? ng property, plant, and equipment. Property, plant, and equipment are listed first under non-current assets because very often this represent a major portion of total assets and therefore are significant in the presentation of financial statement. So property, plant, and equipment are important sa financial position. Long-term investment, no? The International Accounting Standards Committee defines investment as an asset held by an entity for the accretion of wealth through capital distribution such as interest, royalties, dividends, and rentals for capital appreciation or for other benefits to the investing entity. Yun yung mga long-term investments, no? Investment may be current or non-current, no? So, by definition yung current investment and also the non-current or long-term. No? Yung current, readily realizable, intended to be held for not more than 1 year, yun ang current. Non-current or long-term, investment other than a current investment or investment intended to be held for more than 1 year. Kaya nga, non-current siya, long-term investment. Entities hold investment for diverse reasons. Some entities hold investment for accretion of wealth or regular income, capital appreciation, and ownership control. No? So, depende yung purpose mo. No? So, some entities hold investment as a surplus funds, and some hold trade investment in order to cement a trading relationship or establish a trading advantage, no? So, inaalagaan. Long-term investment in securities, in subsidiaries, no, in associates, no? So, nandiyan yung mga long-term investments. Investment in funds accumulated for a particular purpose, such as sinking fund, plant expansion fund, and preference share redemption fund. No? So, iba-ibang klase ng fund. Investment property, cash surrender value of life insurance policy, investment in joint venture. So, what are intangible assets? Identifiable non-monetary assets without physical substance but are expected to provide future economic benefits to the entity, no? Di siya nakikita pero laki ng tulong niya sa business, no? Benefits must be confronted by the entity as a result of past event and from which future economic benefits are expected to flow to the entity. Intangible assets is identifiable, no? So when it is separable or capable of being sold, transferred, licensed, rented or exchanged separate from the entity, no? When it arises from contractual or other legal right. Yan yung magiging identifiable na yung intangible assets, no? Sa Malaysia, kasama na nga daw yan sa ini-evaluate ng mga banks, no? So, may add-on points kapag mayroon kang intangibles. Common example of identifiable intangible assets. patent, franchise, copyright, trademark, computer software. Unidentifiable intangible asset is goodwill. Okay. Intangible assets is identifiable. So when it is separable or comparable of being sold, transferred, licensed, rented, or exchanged separate from the entity. No. And when it arises from contractual or other legal right. So, identifiable intangibles, patent, franchise, copyright, trademark, computer software. Okay. Example of unidentifiable intangible assets is goodwill. Other than current assets, no? So yung mga hindi na maipasok doon sa ibang no, doon na saan non-current, other non-current assets mo ilalagay, no? Examples of other non-current assets including long-term advances to officers or directors, no? Shareholders and employees, or abandoned property and long-term refundable deposit, no? So yan yung mga example ng non-current assets. Ano yun? Malakas ang ulan?
Yes.
Liabilities. Essential characteristics of liability are: the liability is the present obligation of particular entity. No? The entity liable must be identified. It is not necessary that the payee or the entity to whom the obligation is owed be identified. No? So kahit sa mga disclosures natin, hindi nalagay dyan yung liabilities, no? Yung ina-identify kung kanino. So liability arises from past event, yes. Liability is not recognized until it is incurred. No? Settlement of the liability requires outflow of resources embodying economic benefits. No? Kaya pagka sinettle mo yung liability, merong outflow ng resources. Babawasan yung resources mo. No? So the obligation of the entity, transfer cash and non-cash resources, or provide services at some future time. No? So yun yung mga definition po ng current liabilities, example ng current liabilities, no? Bawat account, meron mga highlights yan. Since meron na kayong handouts, no? Basahin po natin yan, yung mga readings na yan. Kasi ito yung mga very, very specific. At kailan nyo pa ito, mga binigay ko sa inyo, kailan nyo pa ito magagamit. Pag gumawa na kayo ng financial statements and then in the end, meron disclosures as to per account, dito na kayo kumuha ng mga explanations nyo. No? Kagaya ng current liabilities. So, ito yung example niya. No? So, example ng current liabilities, financial liabilities held for trading. No? So, current siya. Kasi, babayaran mo na siya within the 12 months. Bank overdraft, no? Eh, siyempre, yung bangko. Dividend payable, once declared na yan siya, dapat bayaran na. And then the income taxes. Why? Kasi magpe-penalty ka pag hindi mo siya agad binayaran. Okay. Other non-trade payable and current portion of non-current financial liabilities. Okay. So, financial liabilities held for trading are financial liabilities incurred with an intention to repurchase them in the near term. No? Example, liability held for trading, no? Is a quoted debt instrument that the issuer will buy back in the near term depending on changes in fair value. Okay. So, meron tayong current liabilities, meron na rin tayong long-term debt or liabilities. No? So, long-term debt, a liability which is due to be settled within 12 months after the end of reporting period is classified as current, no? So the original term was for a period longer than 12 months, no? Okay. So agreement to refinance or reschedule payment on a long-term basis is completed after the end of reporting period, no? So refinancing is adjusting event and therefore obligation is classified as non-current, no? So yan na yung sa long-term na currently maturing na long-term debt. Ibig sabihin currently maturing, long-term nga siya pero currently ito yung magmamature, dapat siyang bayaran, no? Kaya yung portion ng long-term nagiging current kasi dapat mo na siyang bayaran. Okay, discretion to refinance, no? Roll over an obligation for at least 12 months. Ngayong pandemic, maraming nangyari na ganito, no? Yung refinancing. The obligation is classified as non-current, no? Even if it would otherwise be due within a shorter period, no? Refinancing or rolling over must be at the discretion of the entity. It's not mandatory, only optional. So refinancing or rolling over is not at the discretion of the entity. The obligation is classified as current liability. Okay? So meron ba? Okay. Covenant attached to borrowing agreements which represent undertakings by the borrower. Covenant, yun yung responsibilities mo or obligations, no? Restrictions on the borrowers to undertaking further borrowings, no? Yun yung covenant mo. Paying dividends, maintaining specified level of working capital, and so forth. Requirements na dapat mong gawin. Under these covenants, certain conditions relating to the borrower's financial situation are breached, the liability becomes payable on demand. So pagka na-violate mo, di mo nasunod yung covenants, ang penalty mo, yung liability becomes payable on demand, no? Liability is classified as current even if the lender has agreed, no? Liability classified as non-current if the lender agreed on or before the end of reporting period to provide a grace ending at least 12 months after the end of reporting period. So, mas mahaba. Okay. Presentation of current liabilities, no? Kailangan nandyan yung trade and other payables, the current provisions, the short-term borrowing, current portion of long-term debt, and then the current tax liability. No? So, trade and other payables, line for accounts payable, notes payable, accrued interest on note payable, dividends payable, accrued expenses. No? Then current liabilities, residual definition. No? So, all liabilities not classified as current liabilities are classified as non-current liabilities. Sample, non-current portion of long-term debt, lease liability, deferred tax liability, long-term obligations to entity officers, long-term deferred revenue, no? So, consider sila as non-current liabilities. Pag non-current, hindi pa sila mag-due, no? Ito namang working capital. Ano tong working capital? Ito yung ginagamit ng company sa operation, no? Assets and liabilities classified as current and non-current to facilitate the analysis and interpretation of financial statements, no? Entity's liquidity is concerned to most statement users, and this can be properly evaluated through the current and non-current classifications. Kasi malaki yung bearing ng current and non-current classification as to the activity, no, ng account. So working capital is the excess of current assets over current liabilities, and the working capital ratio is current assets divided by current liabilities. Yan ang working capital ratio. Puro current, hindi kasama yung non-current. Estimated liabilities, obligations which exist at the end of the reporting period, although their amount is not definite. No? So in many cases, the date when it is due or payable is not also definite, and in some instances, the exact payee cannot be identified or determined. No? But in spite, existence of estimated liabilities is valid and unquestioned. Estimated pa lang, hindi pa siya ma-ascertain na liability na siya talaga. No? So, example of estimated liabilities, liability for premiums, liability for warranties, no? Kasi hindi mo pa alam kung as to how much talaga. And then yung BIR will not accept the estimated liabilities, no? Yun lang incurred, yung sigurado nandyan na. Estimated liabilities classified either as current or non-current. And technically, estimated liability may be considered as a provision which is both probable and measurable, no? Kasi kaya nga estimated lang. So, pwede lang para mangyari. And then, hindi mo pa siya na ma-measure, no? Kasi hindi pa magkano talaga ang magiging estimated liability. Contingent, ito naman yung possible obligation. Contingent siya. That will arise from past event and whose existence will be confirmed by occurrence or non-occurrence of one or more uncertain future events, not wholly within the control of the entity. Contingent liability is a present obligation that arises from past event but is not recognized because not probable, no? So, than the outflow of resources. Okay. Amount of obligation cannot be measured reliably. Hindi ma-measure, no? Uncertainty relating to future events, no? May be described as follows. Probable lang siya, reasonably possible, and then remote. No? Okay, so ano yung mga treatment ng contingent liability? Kasi contingent pa lang, no? Not recognized in the financial statements, no? If the present obligation is probable and the amount can be measured reliably, then the obligation is not a contingent liability but shall be recognized as provision. No? So, kailan yung contingent liability recognized as a provision? If the present obligation is probable and the amount can be measured. No? So, yun yung contingent liability. Expense and estimated liability shall be recorded in recognizing a provision. Contingent liability is probable or measurable but not both, no? So, probable siya na mangyari, and then measurable meaning nabavalue mo siya. Contingent liability shall be disclosed, no? Brief description of the nature of the contingent liability, an estimate of its financial effects, indication of uncertainties that exist, and possibly of any reimbursement. No? Okay, so inisa-isa lang po natin yung mga account define para, sabi ko nga sa inyo, makatulong ito once meron kayong disclosure, no, sa financial statements. So you can use the mga explanations po dito. Okay. So, contingent liability shall be disclosed, no? Required disclosures, brief description of the nature of the contingent liability, estimate of financial effect, indication of uncertainties that exist, and possibly of any reimbursement, no? So, if contingent liability is remote, no disclosure is necessary. Kung talagang hindi naman mangyayari, kaya tingnan nyo sa notes to financial statement, no? May mga disclosure doon on contingent liability. Contingent assets, no? Asset that arise from past event and whose existence will be confirmed only by the occurrence or non-occurrence of one or more uncertain future events not wholly within the control of the entity, no? So, yun ang contingent assets. Arise from unplanned or other unexpected events that give rise to the possibility of an inflow of economic benefits to the entity. No? So, yun yung contingent assets. Example, claim that an entity is pursuing through legal process when the outcome is uncertain. So, ano yung mga treatment ng contingent assets? Shall not be recognized because this may result to recognition of income that may never be realized. Kaya nga, contingent asset. Okay. Realization of income virtually certain. No? Related asset is no longer contingent asset and its recognition is appropriate. Okay. Contingent asset disclosed when it is probable. No? Kung possible or remote, hindi na kailangan i-disclose. Okay. Saan na tayo? We're talking about the statement of financial position. So, nag-umpisa tayo sa assets, and then sa liabilities, and then ngayon sa equity na. Okay. So, equity is the residual interest in the assets of the entity after deducting all the liabilities. So, yan po yung tinatawag natin na equity. Equity means net assets or total assets minus liabilities. No? Equity is increased by profitable operations and contributions by the owner. No? Kasi ang equity, di ba, nandun na yung retained earnings, nandun na yung capital. So, pagka nag-increase yung equity, then profitable ang operations. Equity is decreased by unprofitable operations. Ito yung mga net loss, no? So, nag-decrease ang equity. Okay. So, terms used in reporting equity. Owner's equity in proprietorship, partner's equity in partnership, or stockholders' equity or shareholders' equity in a corporation. Term equity may simply be used for all business entities. No? The holders of instruments classified as equity are simply known as owners. Okay. Shareholders' equity or stockholders' equity is the residual interest of owners in the net assets of a corporation measured by the excess of assets over liabilities. No? Okay. Ito yung shareholders' equity with equivalent IAS term, no? Ito yung Philippine term, and then the opposite is the IAS term. Capital stock, no? Ang sa kabila, pwede siyang share capital. Subscribe capital stock is subscribe share capital, no? Common stock is ordinary share capital. Preferred stock, preference share capital. Additional paid-in capital, share premium, no? Retained earnings, accumulated profits or losses. Retained earnings appropriated, nasa appropriation reserve siya, no? Revaluation surplus, revaluation reserve. Treasury stock, ang tawag sa IAS is treasury share, no? So, yun yung mga terms na ginagamit sa equity. Share capital, portion of the paid-in capital representing total par or stated value of the shares. Subscribe share capital, portion of authorized share capital that has been subscribed but not yet fully paid and therefore still unissued, no? Yun yung subscribe share capital. May nag-share na pero hindi pa na fully paid. Subscription receivable shall be preferably be reflected as a deduction from related subscribed share capital. Lahat na to, mga description ito ng account ng statement of financial position, no? Ang dami. Okay. Subscription receivable preferably be reflected as deduction from related subscribed share capital, no? Subscription receivable shall be classified as current assets. Share premium capital contributed by shareholders in excess of the par. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, so as part of the equity column, meron tayong tinatawag na retained earnings, no? Retained earnings represent the cumulative balance of periodic net income or loss, dividend distributions, prior period errors, changes in accounting policy, and other capital adjustment, no? So unappropriated retained earnings represent the portion which is free and can be declared as dividends to shareholders, no? So, yun yung sa retained earnings. Appropriated retained earnings represent the portion which is restricted and therefore not available for any dividend declaration. Deficit is a debit balance in retained earnings. The deficit is not presented as an asset but as deduction from shareholders' equity. Okay, revaluation surplus. Excess of sound value over carrying amount of revalued assets, no? Is the revaluation surplus taxable? No. Sound value is equal to the fair value or depreciated replacement cost, no? Depreciated replacement cost equal to replacement cost minus accumulated depreciation, no? Carrying amount is computed by deducting accumulated depreciation on cost from historical cost. Since we're talking of retained earnings, ito naman ngayon yung treasury sales, no? Treasury shares are an entity's own shares that have been issued and then reacquired but not cancelled, no? So yun po yung treasury sales. In-reacquired niya, binili niya ulit yung shares of stocks ng corporation. Treasury sales usually recorded at cost and are not recognized as an asset. Cost of treasury shares shall be reported as deduction from the shareholders' equity, no? When treasury shares are required, retained earnings must be appropriated to the extent of the cost of the treasury sales. Reserve, ano naman tong reserve? Nasa ano pa rin to, nasa liability pa rin tayo, equity. Term reserves is not officially defined in any accounting standard or in the conceptual framework, no? So reserves form a substance part of the equity of an entity. Okay. So international accounting standard use of equity reserve is based on whether a reserve is part of distributable equity or non-distributable equity, no? So, sa reserves, this is defined as accounting standard, no? Sa conceptual framework naman, reserves form from a substantial part of the equity of an entity. Okay, ano itong distributable equity and non-distributable equity, no? Unappropriated retained earnings. Non-distributable equity is the portion that cannot be distributed to the shareholders, no? Non-distributable equity reserves represent those items of equity other than aggregate par, no? Yan yung non-distributable equity. Example of reserves, no? Share premium reserve, no? Appropriation reserve, no? So you just read na lang kung ano yung kanilang explanations or disclosures. Asset revaluation reserve, okay, arises from revaluation of property, plant, and equipment. Specifically, the reserve is called revaluation surplus. Other comprehensive income or reserve. Okay, ito na yung sample natin, sa statement of financial position. no? As a minimum, ito yung line item. Number 1, sabi natin, di ba, assets muna. So, number 1, cash and cash equivalent, and then the financial assets, trade and other receivables, then the inventory, property, plant, and equipment, investment in associates using the equity method, or the intangible assets. Investment property, biological assets, total assets classified as held for sale, and assets included in disposal group classified as held for sale. Okay. Ano pa? Trade and other payables, current tax assets and liabilities, deferred tax asset and deferred tax liability, and then we have provisions, no? Financial liabilities and liabilities included in disposal group. Non-controlling interest and share capital and reserves, no? So, yun yung mga line item natin sa statement of financial position. So, what are the forms of the statement of financial position? No? The report form and the account form. Okay. Okay. So, ito yung sample na company, no? Statement of financial position, tapos kung anong year, no? Assets, cash and cash equivalent, financial assets or fair value, trade or other receivables, inventories, then prepaid expenses. The total current assets, 2,350,000. Non-current property, plant, and equipment, investment in associates, long-term investment, intangible assets, other non-current assets. Okay. So, total non-current assets, 13,200,000 as against the 2,350, no? The assets ng sampler company. Okay. So, current liabilities, trade and other payables. Note payable, short term. Current portion of bonds payable. Then the warranty liability. Non-current liabilities. Banks payable, notes payable, deferred tax liability. Shareholders' equity is share of share capital na 100 paragraph, no? Reserves, written earnings, total shareholders' equity, no? So yun na yung anong klaseng form yan ng report form or the account form. So, account form, presentation follows that of an account. The assets are shown on the left side and the liabilities and equity on the right side of the statement of financial position. Ito, iba naman to, no? So, nandyan pa rin yung letterhead and then the 2017. Cash and cash equivalent, financial assets, trade and other receivables, inventories, and then prepaid expenses. Total current assets, 2,350,000. Non-current assets, property, plant and equipment, investment in associates, equity, long-term investment, intangible assets, other non-current assets. So, total non-current assets. Okay, so same, no? Okay, so ito po yung typical na paggawa ng liabilities and stockholders equity, no? Okay. So cash and cash equivalent, trade and other receivables, inventories, no? Prepaid expenses, property, plant and equipment, long-term investments, no? Intangible assets. Okay. Other non-current assets. Trade and other payables. Reserves. Okay, so ito naman yung sample, no? ABC Company Statement of Financial Position December 31, 2017. So assets, cash and cash equivalents, financial assets at fair value, trade and other receivables, no? And then inventories, and then prepaid expenses, no? Okay. So yun na yung total current assets natin. Next. Non-current assets, property, plant and equipment, investment in associate at equity, long-term investment, tangible assets, other non-current assets. So here are the liabilities and sales shares holders equity, no? Trade and other payables, notes payable, current portion of bonds payable, and then the warranty liability, no? So here are the liabilities and shareholders equity. As presented, we have the current liabilities and we have the non-current liabilities. And we have the shareholders equity. O, nandyan yung information. Oh, what are the information in shareholders equity? Share capital, reserves, retained earnings. No? Okay. So in this example, the shareholders equity is 5 million, reserves is 3 million, the retained earnings 3,650,000. So total shareholders equity natin is 11,650,000, no? And then we have the example na statement of financial position natin. So we have the assets, the current assets. We also have the non-current assets, no? And then total assets, no? Ang rugtong niyan, the liabilities and equity, no? So you have current liabilities and non-current liabilities, and then we have the equity, no? So nandiyan yung share capital, the reserves, the retained earnings, total equity, no? So sa actual, itong mga nandito na items ay kailangan mo pa i-disclose, dagdagan mo ng mga explanations doon sa notes to financial statement, no? Kaya yung sabi ko na suggestion ko, yung mga binasa ko sa inyo kanina, pwedeng gamitin ninyo yun na disclosure sa inyong financial statement or explanation doon sa mga accounts, no? So, natapos po tayo sa statement of financial position, no? So, yung mga format, pwede nyo na yan na kopyahin and then palitan na lang, no? Our example for the statement of financial position is that of the corporation, no? Wala tayong sample na individual. No? So, tapos natin yung statement of financial position, yung sunod, yung income statement, the cash flow, and the statement of changes in equity. No? So, let's have a 10 minutes break ulit para kapagpahinga tayo. No? Papahinga lang ng ating lalamunan. And then we will be back at 2:30. Hari. Okay? Ilan yung nandyan?
63 po.
Ha?
63.
Okay. So let's now go to the preparation of statement of comprehensive income, or ito yung income statement, no? Bakit wala dito, Hari?
Ito.
Okay. So, let's discuss about the statement of comprehensive income. Ano ba tong comprehensive income and how this is being presented, no? So, definition of comprehensive income, it is the change in equity during a period resulting from transactions and other event other than changes resulting from transactions with owner in their capacity. No? So, in short, bakit we are required to prepare this kind of statement? Kasi nandyan yung information about how the company did in its operation for the taxable year. Ano tong makikita mo dito? Yung total sales, the total expenses, the operating expenses, and in short, the taxable income. No? Accordingly, comprehensive income includes the following components of profit and loss. No? How the company or the operation of the company, the result, no? So itong component of profit and loss, paano ba siya nagkaroon ng, ano ba yung result of operation niya during the year? Is it profit or loss siya? Nalugi ba? No? And also makikita mo yung components of other comprehensive income. Ano ba yung mga other comprehensive income niya? Just like interest income, yung mga sale of assets, no? Nasa other comprehensive income. So profit or loss is the total of income less expenses, no? Excluding components of other comprehensive income. Okay. So ano tong mga expenses, no? There are allowable expenses at meron ding mga expenses na may mga limits or may mga selling. So in other words, the bottom line in the traditional income statement, ano yung bottom line niya, yung income mo during the year. And why is it the government is very interested on the income made during the year? Because that would be the basis of the payment of income tax, no? So entity may use other term to describe this amount as long as the meaning is clear, no? So since we are now adopting the International Financial Reporting Standards, hindi na nagkakaiba yung mga term na ginagamit sa financial statement, no? So iisa na lang. So net income or net loss to describe profit and loss, no? So yun yung net income natin, usually yan yung net income after deducting the operating expenses. Yung iba ang tawag diyan operating income, no? Other comprehensive income, ito yung reclassification adjustment that are not recognized in profit or loss kung meron, no? Required or permitted by Philippine Financial Reporting Standards. And our Philippine Financial Reporting Standards are mostly patterned from the International Financial Reporting Standards. So what are the components of other comprehensive income? O ano yung mga nandyan na mga accounts sa comprehensive income, no? So number 1, unrealized gain or loss on equity investment measured at fair value through other comprehensive income. So yung unrealized gain or loss, no? Saan mo makikita yan? Sa mga other activity ng entity or ng company. Unrealized gain or loss on debt investment measured at fair value through other comprehensive income. Ito yung mga pinautang, no? Investment. Gain or loss from translating the financial statement of a foreign operation. Translating or translation, yung conversion ng foreign currency is the example. Revaluation surplus during the year. What is this revaluation surplus? Halimbawa, you have the assets as required in the full IFRS. If you have an asset, no, na malaki during the year, you have to revalue it every 2 years, no, by hiring an independent appraiser. At paano yung hinahire yung independent appraiser? Binabayaran po sila, no, ang mahal. And they will revalue or assign the market value to your property. No? Every 2 years ang requirement. Unrealized gain or loss from derivative contracts designated as cash flow heads. No? Yung mga nag-invest sa mga shares of stocks na ang ini-expect nila tataas. So, gain sila. Remeasurement of defined benefit plan. This is the actuarial gain and loss on projected benefit obligation. Usually, ito yung mga retirement benefits, no? Example sa isang company. No? Yung may mga actuarial gain, pinapa-compute na how much is the retirement benefit ng bagong empleyado, and then meron ng contribution during the month. Kino-compute na yan. The difference between actual return on plan assets and interest income on fair value of plan assets, kung meron. Change in the effect of assets selling minus interest on the beginning effect of asset selling. No? And then, change in fair value attributable to credit risk of a financial liability designated at fair value, profit, or loss. Ano yung mga credit risk? Especially if nagpapautang ang company. One of the credit risk is failure to collect the credit, no? Lalo na kung hindi na, wala nang, there is an incapacity to pay from the customer, no? So, yun yung example ng credit risk. Line items for amount of other comprehensive income shall be grouped as follows, no? Reclassified to profit or loss when specific conditions are met, or will not be reclassified subsequently to profit or loss. No? So, ano yun? Okay, ano tong mga item na can be subsequently reclassified? Gain or loss from translating financial statements of a foreign corporation. Ito yung gain or loss kung tataas o bababa yung value ng dollars, tapos mayroong dollar deposit yung isang company. No? Unrealized gain or loss on derivative contracts designated as cash flow heads, kung meron. Sa investment dito sa mga shares of stocks, tataas, bababa. Unrealized gain or loss on debt investment measured at fair value through other comprehensive income. No? Yung mga pautang. So, reclassification adjustments are amounts reclassified to profit or loss in the current period that were recognized in other comprehensive income in the current or previous periods. No? So, yun yung tinatawag natin na reclassification ng accounts. No? You have to adjust. Halimbawa na lang itong translation. No? Kailan ka mag-a-adjust? Especially kung yung pagbaba o pag-akyat ng dollars may bearing po doon sa ating financial statements. No? Okay, so other comprehensive income that will not be reclassified subsequently to profit or loss. Ito naman yung hindi reclassify. Yung una, kailangan ka mag-reclassify. So dito, hindi kailangan. No? Example, unrealized gain and loss on equity investment measured at fair value through OCI. Ito sabi na po ito ng accounting standards. No? Hindi tayo nagsasabi dito. Kasi unrealized pa siya eh. No? Unrealized gain. So, paano mo siya i-reclassify? So, change in revaluation surplus. Itong change in revaluation surplus is very subjective. Why? Kasi di ba mag-hire ka lang ng independent appraiser. So, anong result? Siyempre, based on the judgment yun ng appraiser. No? Remeasurement of a defined benefit plan. No? Ito yung mga sabi natin na retirement plan. Remeasure mo. Pero yung sabi natin kanina, meron ng actuarial gain, no? May actuarial plan. So, gain or loss attributable to credit risk o financial liability designated fair value through profit or loss, no? So, yung mga credit risk na hindi na makolekta. So, income statement is a formal statement showing the financial performance or profit or loss of entity for a period of time. So, ano yung typical na format ng income statement? Diba? Ito yung sales, less cost of sales equals gross profit, less operating expenses equals the net taxable income. No? So, yun yung typical. Yung mga simpleng-simpleng business lang na may operations, pagka nag-prepare ng financial statement, ganun lang yung pagpe-prepare. Don't complicate, no? Ako I'd rather advise na pag gumagawa kayo ng inyong mga financial statements, just like income statement, huwag na kayong maglagay ng kung mga ano-ano pa na doubtful o minsan may mga it will give avenue for misinterpretation, no? Or glaring siya or doubtful na ang consequence niya pala isasubject sa tax, no? So, prepare your statement as clear as possible. Huwag nang maglagay ng mga item na questionable. So, financial performance of entity is primarily measured in terms of the level of income earned by entity through the effective and efficient utilization of resources. That's why, yung sabi natin na effective and efficient utilization of resources, sometimes may bearing po yan sa gross profit. Why? Kasi if ang business is efficiently managed, then maganda yung kanyang production. So kung maganda yung production niya, mas marami siya napoproduce, dumiliit ang cost, no? So pag dumiliit ang cost, lumalaki ang profit, kumikita ang company. That's why in some cases, ang company nagbibigay ng incentives, no? Depende yan sa efficient management, no? Okay. Financial performance, also known as result of operation. So ano ba yung result of operation mo? You gain or you lost? Ano ba yung financial performance mo? Kumita ka ba o nalugi? No? Very important yan and very interested po dyan yung BIR. So, kung panay na lang lugi, fraudulent na. For 3 consecutive years that you declare lugi in your financial statement, subject na kayo ng BIR ng examination or investigation, fraudulent na. Ibig sabihin fraudulent, nanloloko na. Bakit nanloloko? Because the business as an economic entity, the purpose is to have profit. So why is it na 3 years na lugi ka, tuloy-tuloy ka pa rin, no? Ang ibig sabihin lang, saan ka kumukuha ng pera na ipapalugi mo? Kasi sa sugal nga, dalawa lang yung sugal eh. Either manalo ka o matalo ka. Pero, kung puro ka na lang talo na nagninegosyo ka, it's not practical, no? That's against the economic principle of doing business. Kaya, ginagawa dyan ng BIR, pagka 3 years consecutive losses, considered as tax fraudulent, sinasubject na sa tax fraud investigation. Why? Kasi, may reason kung bakit nalulugi. Especially if your industry is thriving, no? Ba, construction industry, nagbo-boom. Ikaw lugi. Bakit ka lugi? Yung iba, nagbo-boom, no? So there's a problem in your operation or in the management. So in that case, priority yan sa investigation, no? So income statement for a period presents the income, expenses, gains, losses, and net income or loss recognized during the period, no? Usefulness of income statement. Paano ginagamit yung income statement? Predicting the capacity of the entity to generate cash flow from existing resources. So, tool siya to predict the ability of the company to generate cash, no? Kailan siya may ability to generate cash? Kung palagi siyang gain, no? So, in that case, ang investor o yung third party is happy for the company. Pero kung yung company puro na lang loss, wala, no? So, information about financial performance is also useful in performing judgment about the effectiveness of employing additional resources. Pag nag-employ ka kasi ng additional resources, that means use of additional capital. Okay, so transaction approach. Transaction approach, no, in the preparation of financial statement. This is the conventional or traditional preparation of income statement in conformity with PFRS. No? Excuse me. May kape pa tayo, Hari. Wala mo akong kape. Gusto mo kape ka? Black? Blanca o black? Blanca na lang. Okay. So the difference between the net income and the expenses is net income or net loss. Pag malaki yung income mo, maliit yung expenses, then expect net income. Pero kung maliit ang income mo, mas malaki ang expenses, then you have a net loss. No? Transaction approach is the direct result of the application of the principle of matching cost with revenue. So, sa taxation, also recognize the matching of cost against revenue. Kasi, papaano mo ba na earn yung revenue? Siyempre, yung cost that is attributable to that revenue, yun ang i-consider mo, yun ang i-match mo. No? Approach has proved to be the acceptable procedure of determining income. It offers detailed presentation of all the income and expenses incurred in earning the revenue. No? So, okay. So, income is the increase in economic benefit during the accounting period. Mainit ito. Hello? Coffee po tayo. No, mga YouTubers, kape po muna tayo. Sakit sa lalamunan. Ilan na pa yung participants natin?
64, ma'am.
64, no? Coffee po tayo. From saan sila? Hindi mo ba malalaman kung saan sila galing?
Meron dito sa, yung mismo sa pinilapan nilang ano,
Be, mag-ano muna tayo para may break. Mag-shoutout. Shoutout muna tayo ha, kasi mabilis ako. Ano na lang, cash flow at saka equity. Gusto ko bang shoutout sa participant eh. Kasi matatapos na itong isang araw, hindi ko alam yung participant. Lahat hindi nyo inano yung ngayon lang?
Ay, sa Excel ko kasi ina-mark, ma'am.
So, wala yon ano mo?
I-print ko muna.
Oo, kasi maraming to, hindi naman to umattend yung iba. Sayang. Sige. 221 yung registered, 64 lang yung umattend, no? Okay. So, let's continue. So, income is flow of future economic benefit that increase equity other than contribution by owner. So, bakit yung income is taxable? Kasi ang tinatax dyan yung income, yung nadagdag lang sa pocket mo, yung nag-inflow lang sa pocket mo. Halimbawa, nagpautang ka ng pera, no? So, yung principal mo is 100,000. Yung kinita ng 100,000 mo is 20,000. When it comes to payment of income tax, yung subject to income tax, yung 20,000 lang, hindi yung 100,000 na principal, no? So, yun yung essence ng income. Yung flow of wealth to the pocket of the individual or the corporation. So, yung kita lang. Sources of income can be sales of merchandise to customers, rendering of services, use of entity resources, disposal of resources other than products, no? So, pwedeng sources of income. Paano ka kikita sa sales of merchandise to customers? Siyempre, you sell your merchandise to the customers at a gain, no? Wag yung nagbebenta ka nga pero puro lugi, gross loss, no? Kaya yung mga nag-gross loss to avoid the payment of MCIT or the minimum corporate income tax, hindi yan parang violation na accounting standards, mas malaki yung cost mo kaysa sales, no? How about rendering of services? Siyempre, you render service and then babayaran ka ng remuneration or compensation for that services that you render. Ano yung income mo dyan? Yung fee, no? Yung binayad sa service mo. Okay. Use of entity resources. Ano yung use of entity resources? Pinaparentahan mo, halimbawa yung building. Pinaparentahan mo yung mga sasakyan mo. That is use of entity resources na nagkaroon ka ng income, no? Disposal of resources other than products. Ito yung sa property and equipment, during the year may disposal ka. So, kumita ka ba o nalugi pa, no? Pero sa karamihan na nakita ko during my audit stay in the BIR, puro lugi yung disposal of resources. Palaging loss on disposal of mga ganito. Walang kita, no? Samantalang ang essence ng business is kumita. So, bakit ikaw na nagbi-business, pumapayag kang hindi kumikita yung transactions mo, no? Kaya yung iba, for purposes lang ng BIR, hindi kumikita, pero sa totoong buhay kumikita. No? Sales of merchandise to customers, no? Yung total during the period, less the sales returns, allowances, and discounts. Rendering of services, no? Example, professional fees, media advertising. Alam niyo yung media advertising ngayon, sobrang kawawa na. Yung sa social media siguro na advertising, pero yung mga advertising agencies talaga na andun sa mga billboards, sa mga print medias, wala na talaga, kawawa, no? Yung mga billboards, if you try to look at outside, dati yung EDSA, tuwang-tuwa ako pag dumadaan kasi ang EDSA, parang comics, no? Lalo na sa gabi, makikita mo yung mga ilaw sa mga billboards, naglalakihan, tapos nagpapagandahan ang billboards. No, may mga billboards pa na parang video lumalabas, no? Ngayon, ang dami ng mga billboards na pagkalaki-laki, kasi laki ng mga building, wala nang laman, no? So, wala nang nag-a-advertise sa, nasaan na yung advertisement? Nasa social media na, nasa internet, no? So, yun yung pagbabago. Kahit yung buhay natin, babaguhin tayo ng internet. Especially yung mga online na lahat, no? So, binabawal yung face-to-face. Oh, so, kagaya natin, itong free bookkeeping natin dati, puro face-to-face to. At yung mga uma-attend dito, we are in Quezon City. Yung mga uma-attend dito, coming from Tugigaraw, no? Shout out ko doon si Brandon, taga Isabela yun no? Next to Tugigaraw. Mga taga Batangas, pumupunta pa yan dito, nagbo-board lang sila sa, yung iba nag-hotel. May mga galing ng Nueva Ecija, galing ng Olongapo, no? Malalayong lugar, pumupunta sila dito kasi face-to-face, no? Yung 200 na participants, 200 plus, na-accommodate namin. Pero ngayon, bawal na, no? Sisitahin ka ng barangay pagka ang daming tao pumupunta sa iyo, no? Papatawag ka ng barangay. Use of entity resources includes interest, rent, royalty, and dividend income, no? Saan nanggagaling yung interest? From the use of or renta ng property mo, no? O kita ng pera mo. Rent, ito yung renta. Royalty, ito yung payment sa mga licenses mo, no? And then the dividend income, ito yung kita ng shares of stocks mo. Disposal of resources other than products, no? Gain on sale of investment, gain on sale of property, gain on sale of plant and equipment, or gain on sale of intangible assets, no? Ano tong intangible assets? These are assets that you cannot see, no physical attributes, but they are very valuable, no?
67.
Okay. So, shout out lang po sa participants natin ha. Hi to you all, no? We have Abagat Michael Jan Mirando from Iriga City, Camarines Sur, no? So, ito yung mga classmate nyo ngayon na nag-aaral kayo, no? Agdon Army Perez. Minsan kasi sa face-to-face, pagkatapos ng 2 araw, no? Mamimiss mo na yung participants mo, 2 araw mo kasama. Eh ngayon tayo online. So sabihin ko na lang. Agdon Army Perez from Sorosoro, Ilaya, Batangas City. Aceron Hazel Joy Almanzor from Tondo, Manila. No? Ito yung mga kasabayan nyo sa ngayon. Asuncion Jenaline Bailon from San Antonio, Southville, 3A, San Pedro, Laguna. No? Bermeo Angelica Haiko, Sangkayon, Huban, Sorsogon. No? Bernadette H. Panustan, Block 8, Lato, Cheranova, Royal 3, Bagumbong, Caloocan City. No? Kanya Franca Romalyn Lopez from Lopez, Quezon. No? Hi to you all. No? So, Capio Joanna Lumanlan, Sisa Street, Barangay 517, Zone 51, Sampaloc, Manila. No? Carlos Diana Shubal, Malibay, Pasay. Kulasito Irene Adina, 215 Hulo, Mikawayan, Bulacan. Corpus Michelle Carino, 206 Galvez Avenue, Barangay 86, Pasay City. Kulala Jane Estropia, 194 San Joaquin Street, Cornet San Mateo Street, Santo Domingo. Corner siguro ito. Angeles City, sa Pampanga. De La Rosa Ramples, Cilindro, San Simon Street, Dalandanan, Valenzuela City. De Leon Jemarie Tinepere. Hindi to Tenerife? Ha?
Sila mismo na gano'n yan.
Sige. 180 Ninoy Aguilar, Pangasinan. De La Cruz Mercy Rose Dizon. 2633 Dagupan Extension, Tondo, Manila. No? Divina Jetro Ragoro, no? Valenzuela City. Durante Joanna Janilyn David, Santa Cruz, Laguna. No? Enrique Antoinette Santa Ines, Siniloan, Laguna. Isgana John Dominic, Caloocan City. Estudillo Michelle, Laguna, no? Calamba City, Laguna. Ito, walang ano. Ferratero Mariel B, Santa Quiteria. Saan yan? Reparo Road, Santa Quiteria. Saan yan? Walang city. Ferrer Brian Mago, no? Sa ano lang? Barangay Commonwealth, no? Sa Don Fabian, Quezon City, no? Formoso Alessandro, Antipolo, Brittany 1, Antipolo City. And then we have Forio Larry Nesti, Bacoor City, Cavite. Garay Jesse Sumilig, Kanumay West, Valenzuela City. Garcia Janet Upena, Lipa City, Batangas. We also have Garcia Maria Teresa, Kalalaki, Olongapo City. Gomez John Eric, Cattle Spring Heights, Caloocan City. Ibrahim Marwa, no? Mexico, Pampanga City. Pampanga City o Mexico City, Pampanga, no? Kasi Pampanga is province. Ignacio Michel, Tansa, Cavite. Ilagan Maricar, Payatas, Quezon City. Jomok Cherry Joy Chan, Buluan to kasi may ento, Buluan, Cagayan de Oro City. Lim Jacel Severo, Golson Compound, Tunsoya, Malabon City. No, hi to you, no? At congratulations for your effort, no? Lovete Eddie Jr. Narvato, Barangay Malamig, Mandaluyong City. Oh, meron pala. Makalisan John Emmanuel Gapo, Pulang Yuta, Sikihor, I want to go there. Oh, kahit na sabi nila maraming nambabarang sa Sikihor. Pero ang ganda ng ano, no? Sana mag-open na para makapunta tayo sa summer. Sikihor, very nice place. Magnayi Mary Lorraine Bonilla, no? San Pablo City, Laguna. Manlangit Christian Paul, Maisan, Valenzuela City. Marquez Daniela, Tondo, Manila. Medina Mary Ann, Almanza Ono, Las Piñas. Mission Celestino, saan to? San Isidro? San Isidro lang nakalagay eh. Laguna? No? Kasi may San Isidro din sa Bulacan. No? Moreno Mark Jo Marie Maranya, Sabarte Road, Camarin, Caloocan City. Nahira Kimberit Villa, Pangasinan lang nakalagay, no? Nalayog Lani Santos, Metro Manila Hills. Saan yun? Orca Patricia May, no? Candelaria, Quezon. Ortega Cyril Apple Costa, Burawin, Leyte. Piol Ernesto Paginto, Gitnang Bayan 1, San Mateo, Rizal. Pino Delfin Jr., Novaliches, Quezon City. Pinuela Flor de Lisa Rivera, General Santos City. Pinuela Rebecca, so dalawa sila. General Santos City also, no? Hi sa mga taga Jensan, no? Ponciano Pamela, Dagupan City. Ito, San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. Quinyo Hasmin Hebe, San Jose del Monte, Bulacan, no? Kitan Jerome Dizon, Barangay Culyat, Quezon City. Ricio Rafaeli Alessandra, Imos, Cavite. And then we have Ruiz Nerilyn Salindo, General Trias, Cavite. No? Salamero Loina May Weber, Dait, Camarines Norte. Saldivar Merizin, Balangkit, Camarin, Caloocan City. Santiago Rosana L, Zamora Street, Caloocan City. Silvino Emily Guarin, Bulacan, no? Matungaw, Bulacan. Santa Ana Blisel Lorenzo, San Jose, Antipolo City. Suba Rizalina Castañeda, San Mateo, Rizal. No? Tambuong Jolene Jera, General Trias, Cavite. Chuson Ana Margarita, Barangay Holy Spirit, no? Quezon City siguro to. Tomas Marlin Herbacio, Nungnungan, Kawayan City, Isabela. Orsia Maricar, Pagsanhan, Laguna. Bertudis Rick, Malagasang, Imos, Cavite. Ito, Vico Cynthia Piol, Paterno Street. Di nakalagay kung saang place, no? Villanueva, Ibon, Korea, Payatas A. Okay, Quezon City siguro to. No? So, ilan lahat to, Hari?
67.
Oh, 67. So,
May mga nanonood din na wala dyan.
so how do you
Nakita lang nila.
how do you account that? Hindi na sila mangingin certificate. No?
Kasi sila sa pre-registered.
Okay. So, ang ano po natin is, pre-registered kayo, and then, at the start, nag-attend na kayo, no? Para kumpleto tayo ng basis na umattend kayo at bibigyan namin kayo ng certificate of attendance, no? So, thank you for your initiative na umattend at sana may natutunan po tayo kahit papaano. After this, sabi ko nga sa inyo, sa 4 o'clock, we will have our question and answer, no? Kaya bilisan na natin to. Yung iba dito, for your own readings, no? Maintindihan nyo naman yan. And very basic, yung gagawin na lang natin, yung presentation mismo ng statement para makita ninyo yung sample, no? So, distinction between income and revenue, basahin nyo yan. And then the expense, no? Ito yung mga example ng expense, cost of goods sold or cost of sales, distribution cost or selling expenses, administrative expenses, other expenses, income tax expense, no? As early as this, since meron na tayong idea about the financial statement, yung 4 na financial statements na mandatory attachment for the income tax return, memorize nyo na yan. And then, anong gagawin nyo? Yung format, memorize nyo na. So that pag gumawa kayo, fill up na lang kayo ng mga figures, no? O kaya, meron na kayong format sa Excel nyo, fill up na lang kayo pagdating na ng actual preparation. Palitan nyo na lang ng amount, no? At saka pangalan, no? Wag naman na yung pati pangalan, minsan nakopya pa, no? Kailangan yung pangalan palitan, no? Ang dami ko na-audit ng ganyan. Ma'am, typo error lang. Bakit? Kasi nung nag-cut and paste, hindi pinalitan yung pangalan. No? Cost of, at saka minsan guilty din ako niyan eh. Minsan yung mga slides ko, may pinalitan ako, tapos yung iba, hindi. Kaya, inconsistent yung pangalan sa slides, no? Okay. So, lahat is, may susceptible to that, kaya doble ingat, no? Cost of goods sold of a merchandise entity. Ito yun. Paano mo gawin yung cost of goods sold? Beginning inventory, add purchases, equals goods available for sale, equals ending inventory, minus ending inventory equals the cost of goods sold. The gross purchases, no? Magkano yung binili mo na mga purchases para itinda mo? Add freight in, no? Equals the total. Less purchase, return and allowances and discount, equals net purchases, no? Bakit walang ending na purchases, no? So, in short, itong cost of goods sold of a merchandising entity, nagiging source po ito na din ng audit or ng mga discrepancy, no? And then, pag gumawa ka ng inventory analysis, some of the information dito gagawin mo. That's why, ingat-ingat nang kayo sa inventory, no? Kasi ang daming findings sa inventory na hindi ma-reconcile, then you have to pay for the deficiency taxes, no? Ito namang sample ng cost of goods sold of a manufacturing entity. O nagmamanufacture naman. So, beginning inventory, net purchases, raw materials available for sale, ending raw materials. And then raw materials used, direct labor, factory overhead, no? Total manufacturing cost. Beginning goods in process, no? Total. Ending goods in process equals cost of goods manufactured. Less beginning finished goods equals goods available for sale. Less ending finished goods equals cost of goods sold. No? So sa mga manufacturing entity, i-require kayo dito as another supplemental statement or schedule required na i-submit, no? Distribution cost or selling expenses constitute cost which are directly related to selling, advertising, and delivery of goods to customers. So yun yung tawag na distribution cost or the selling expenses. Okay. So, example ng distribution cost can be salesman salaries, sales commission, yung binibigay na commission sa sales, traveling and marketing expenses, advertising and publicity expenses, freight in, no? Kasama pa yan sa distribution cost, depreciation of delivery equipment and store equipment, no? Kasi ginagamit siya sa distribution. Administrative expenses, ano naman to? Constitute cost of administering the business. So, nandun yung mga salaries ng mga secretary, the utilities, no? These ordinarily include all operating expenses not related to selling and cost of goods sold, no? Okay. Sample, doubtful accounts, office salaries, office supplies, contributions to charity, may limit po yan. 5% for corporations and 10% for individual on based on net income before deducting the contributions. Professional fees, depreciation of office building and office equipment, and then the amortization of intangibles, no? So, amortization of intangibles kasama sa admin expenses. So, other expenses, not directly related to distribution and administrative function. Okay. Other expenses, loss on sale of trading investment, loss on sale of property, plant and equipment, loss on sale of non-current investment, no, yan yung other expenses. Loss on sale of intangible assets, casualty loss from earthquake, typhoon, hurricane. Itong casualty loss, meron din po tayong video na what are the requirements when you want to report casualty loss to the BAR so that makiklaim nyo siya ngayon as loss sa income statement. No? What are the example ng other expense? Casualty loss from earthquake, typhoon, hurricane, tsunami, flood, fire, storm, SARS, and other natural disaster. Alam nyo, just imagine dito sa casualty loss, kung halimbawa nangyari to lahat, no? Sinabi natin, wala na. Tapos na yung business, pati tao tapos na rin, no? Expropriation loss. Other expenses are expenses and losses from peripheral or incidental transaction of the entity, no? Ano to mga example ng incidental transaction? Just like, halimbawa, banks. Ano yung incidental transaction ng banks? Yung bank nagpapautang, yun ang main business niya. Along the way na nagpapautang siya, may mga collateral siyang tinatanggap, just like land, no? Kaya mga sasakyan, no? So, ang the moment na yung na foreclose niya yung mga real property, no, na mortgage sa bangko, ibebenta niya yon. Pero that is an incidental transactions. Bakit? Kasi ang business ng bangko, magpahiram ng pera, no? Hindi magbenta ng real estate. But, since incidental, no? Na foreclose niya, kasi may utang sa bangko, na foreclose niya, and daw, binibenta niya yung property na na-foreclose. That is an example of incidental transaction, no? Hindi talaga siya nagbebenta ng lupa, but na-foreclose lang niya, so along the way, binenta na rin para bumalik sa cash. Other expenses are not directly related to primary or principal operations, but part of operating activities of the entity. No? Tayin mo yung langaw, Hari. Okay. Langaw. Ayun, no? Okay. So, items of income and expense requiring disclosure. No? So, ito yung mga sabi ko sa inyo kanina na sa disclosure na lagyan nyo ng explanations yung account. Write down of inventory to net realizable value and reversal of such write down. Bakit? Ano ba yung method of valuing inventory ngayon? Lower of cost or net realizable value. Bakit? Kasi halimbawa yung inventory mo, binili mo ng 1 million, pero hindi mo na mabenta ng 1 million kasi obsolete na o nag-deteriorate pa. Realizable niya is 500,000. So, ang value mo ng inventory mo, hindi 1 million kung hindi 500,000. But for BRR purposes, still 1 million, no? Kaya ang BIR at cost po siya nagko-consider. Write-down of property, plant, and equipment to recoverable amount and reversal of such write-down. Restructuring of the activities of the entity and reversal of any provision for the cost of restructuring. Ito yung mga sinasubject sa transfer pricing audit, no? Disposal of an item of property, plant, and equipment, disposal of investment, discontinued operation, litigation settlement, and other reversal of provision, no? Okay. Line item in the statement of comprehensive income. Ito yung revenue, ito yung income, gain or loss, finance cost, share of income or loss of associate and joint venture, income tax expense, single amount comprising discontinued operations, and then the profit or loss for the period, other comprehensive income and comprehensive income for the period, no? So yun yung mga line items. Those na nagre-review ng CPA board exam, no? Some of you, alam nyo na to, no? Kaya-kaya nyo na to. Okay. So, following item shall be disclosed on the face of the income statement, no? Hindi pwedeng i-lump mo siya. Kailangan kasama sa income statement. Profit or loss attributable to non-controlling interest and owners of the parent. Total comprehensive income attributable to non-controlling interest and owners parent, no? So entity shall present additional line items, heading and subtotals on the statement of comprehensive income, no? That is relevant to an understanding of financial performance of the equity. Okay, so income statement may be functional and natural, no? So ito yung functional. Classify expenses according to their function as part of cost of goods sold, distribution cost, admin activities, and other activities, no? So, paano siya ginagawa? Expenses by function shall disclose additional information on the nature of expenses, including depreciation, amortization, and employee benefit cost. So, yun yung classification of the expenses by functions. How about yung natural na paggawa ng income tax, no? Expenses are aggregated, no? Aggregate according to their nature and not allocated among the various functions within the entity. So yun yung opposite ng functional. Ito yung natural. Natural expenses are no longer classified as cost of goods sold, distribution cost, admin, and other activities, no? So the expenses which are of the same nature are grouped or aggregated and presented as one item. So mahilig sila yung mag-lump ng isang account lang, maraming laman na items, no? Example of natural purchases or natural expenses, no, is purchases, employee benefit, advertising cost, transport cost, supplies, no, which includes store supplies and office supplies, depreciation, and then other expenses. So what are the functional income statement? Functional, no, by functions. So net sales, cost of goods sold, gross income, other income, investment income, total income, and then the expenses, no? Distribution cost, admin expenses, other expenses, finance cost, no? And then you have the income before tax, income tax expense, and then the net income. So, note 1, ito na po yung disclosure, So, note 1 is the net sales, no? Gross sales, sales return allowance, sales discount, net sales. Nandiyan yung explanation mo ng net sales. Cost of goods sold, no? We have discussed that kanina, yung statement of cost of goods sold. And then the other income. Saan ito nanggagaling? Interest revenue, dividend revenue, rent revenue, gain from expropriation. Saan yan nakikita? Saan kukunin yan? No? Sa ating mga bookkeeping. Yung ni-record natin kanina. No? Investment income, share in the net income of associate. Distribution cost, ito na. No? Salaries, PhilHealth, sales commission, advertising, store supplies expense, delivery expense, depreciation, store equipment, total distribution cost. Okay, administrative expenses, sales salaries, SSS, bonuses, office supplies expense, taxes and licenses, doubtful account, depreciation office equipment, total admin expenses. No? Other expenses, loss on sale of investment, loss on sale of property, casualty loss from earthquake. No? Finance cost, interest expense on bank loan, interest expense on bond payable. No? Total is 200,000. Okay, so let's go to the natural income statement. No? We have here exemplar company, income statement, year ended December 31, 2017. How much is the net sales under note 1? Other income, no? Investment income, and then the total income. Increase in inventory, net purchase, employees benefit cost, sales commission, advertising, supplies expense, delivery expense, depreciation, taxes and licenses, doubtful account, other expenses, and then the finance cost. No? Okay, so income before tax, income tax expense, and then the net income. Okay. So tapos na natin yung note 1. No? Other income, investment income. No? So increase in inventory. No? Inventory December 31, inventory January 1. So increase in inventory is 500. No? Okay, so net purchases, 6 million, freight in, purchase return and allowances, purchase discount, net purchases 5,900,000. No? And then the employees cost, no? Nandyan, naka-breakdown, the supplies expense, the depreciation, other expenses, finance cost. No? So ito yung comprehensive income, single comprehensive income. No? Net sales, cost of goods sold, gross income, other income, investment income, total income. Okay, so you have now the total income. To complete the income statement, anong gagawin natin? Deduct the expenses from your total income. We have distribution cost, admin expenses, other expenses, finance cost, no? So income before tax, income tax expense, net income, no? So other comprehensive income to be reclassified to profit and loss, no? Ito yung foreign currency translation gain, unrealized loss on derivative, designated as cash flow hedge, no? Okay, so yun po yung explanation natin on the statement of comprehensive income, or yung iba, wala silang comprehensive income, ang ilalagay lang nila income statement, no? Tatanggapin din naman. Okay, so I have discussed to you the statement of comprehensive income or the income statement, no? So let's have a break of 5 minutes. Okay, so good afternoon, and again, we will have our topic on statement of cash flow. So, ilan pa yun nandyan?
59.
O, sige. So, let's go to the statement of cash flows, no? We have here, this is the other financial statement that is required that you attach on your financial income tax return, no? So, meron tayong video on tips on how to prepare the cash flow fast and easy, no? So, the statement of cash flow it is a component of financial statements summarizing the operating, investing, financing activities of an entity, no? So, provides information about cash receipts and cash payments of an entity during the period. Bakit? Kasi di ba sabi natin, sa lahat ng account, ang pinakamagalaw ay ang cash, no? Kaya, favorite source po siya ng ginagamit na tool in audit. Kasi, di ba sabi natin, lahat ng halos ng transaction affected ang cash. So, during the tax audit, anong ginagawa ng examiner? Kakaroon siya ng cash analysis, no? Dahil doon sa cash analysis, marami din siyang makikita at ang gagawin niya, kung ano man yung unreported cash, unaccounted cash, treated yun as other income, no? That is the favorite ng examiner. Gagawa ng cash analysis, no? And then the cash analysis using this cash flow, no? Kasi sometimes may mga information na makita mo sa cash flow pero wala sa balance sheet as sa income statement. So what is the purpose of the statement of cash flow? To generate cash and cash equivalents, comparability of operating performance by different entities, no? Generates and uses cash and cash equivalents. Ano yun? Yung principal revenue producing activities, the cash to use in their operations to pay obligations, to provide returns to their investors, no? So, yun yung mga need ng cash. So, cash and cash is equivalent, yun yung kanina sa statement of financial position na define na natin kung ano sila, no? Okay. So, yung cash flow provide information about the change in an entity's cash and cash equivalent, no? So, kasama na dyan yung cash on hand and then the demand deposits, no? Okay. So, we defined already the cash equivalents kanina. Component of cash equivalents, we have defined that. And then the classification of cash flow, no? So, cash flows are inflows and outflows, no? So, yung pumasok at saka yung lumabas, no? Yung pumasok, yun yung naging income natin. Yung lumabas, yun yung naging expenses natin. Cash flow shall report cash flows during the period classified as operating, investing, and financing activities, no? So, diyan ang gagaling, diyan ginagamit yung cash flows, no? So, allows users to assess the impact of those activities in the financial position of the entity and the amount of its cash and cash equivalent, no? So, bank borrowings are considered financing activities. Okay. Bank overdrafts, repayable on demand, form an integral part of an entity's cash management, no? So, pag na-overdraft ka, medyo mahina yung cash management mo, no? Classification of cash flows, bank overdrafts are included as component of cash and cash equivalents. Characteristic of banking arrangement, bank balance often fluctuates from being positive to overdrawn. No? Yan yung mga bank overdrafts. No? They are not permitted. Operating activities, cash flows derive primarily from principal revenue producing activities of the entity. No? Okay. Trading securities, cash advances and loans made by financial institution classified as operating activities. Okay, so investing activities, derived from acquisition and disposal of long-term assets and other investment not included in cash equivalents. Kaya nga, investing activities, no? Nag-i-invest. Investing activities include cash flows from transactions involving non-operating assets. Kaya nga, in-invest mo na eh. So, ibig sabihin, marami ka ng investment, marami ka ng pera kasi yung pera na yan, di yan ginagamit sa operations. No? Kaya ini-invest mo na sa iba. Financing activities derive from the equity, capital, and borrowings of the entity. No? Financing activities between entity and the owners, equity financing. Between the entity and the creditors, debt financing. Ano yung entity and the owners? Ito yung equity financing or yung investment sa shares of stocks. Halimbawa, ikaw yung owner, mag-invest ka sa shares of stocks ng company. Yan ang equity financing. Ano naman tong debt financing? Mangutang ka, no, sa outside creditors. So, bangko, financing companies. No? Simple guide, financing activities include that cash flows from transaction involving non-trade liabilities and equity of an entity. Non-cash transactions disclosed elsewhere in the financial statement, either in the notes to FS or separate schedule or in a way that provides relevant information about the transaction. Yung non-cash, halimbawa, example, barter or exchange ng real property with the other property, no? May exchange. Non-cash transaction, acquisition of assets by assuming directly related liability or by means of lease, no? Na-acquire mo siya pero inupahan mo, no? Or inassume mo yung liability. Acquisition of asset by means of issuing share capital or bonds payable, no? Hindi cash yung binayad mo, kung hindi shares of stocks. Conversion of debt to equity. For example, conversion of bonds payable to share capital. Ano yung debt to equity? Yung utang, inisyuhan mo na shares of stock. So, may-ari na siya ng company. Wala ka ng utang sa kanya kasi yung utang mo sa kanya, ginawa mong equity, capital. Conversion of preference share to ordinary share. Interest, no? Interest paid, interest received, classified as operating cash flows. Interest paid, classified as financing cash flow because it is cost of obtaining financial resources. No? Interest received, classified as investing cash flow kasi return of investment yan eh. No? Kita mo yan. Financial institution, interest paid and interest received are usually classified as operating cash flow. No? Okay, so cash flows from interest paid and interest received shall be classified in consistent manner from period to periods as either operating, investing, or financing activities. No? Okay. Dividend. Saan nanggagaling yung dividend? Is a return of investment. Saan yan nanggagaling? Magdi-dividend ka kung meron kang shares of stocks and that shares of stocks mo nag-declare ng dividend. So, meron ka ngayong income, no? Dividend paid as either operating, investing, or financing activity shall be made on a consistent basis from period to period. Kung may dividend declare, may income ka. Income taxes, difficult to match to the originating underlying transaction, no? Most of the time, all tax cash flows are classified as arising from operating activities, no? Kaya tingnan mo, saan ina-apply yung income tax? Sales, less cost of sales, equals gross profit, less operating expenses, no? Equals, ang tawag diyan ng iba, operating income or net taxable income, multiply by tax rate equals the income tax, no? Kaya, derive siya from operating activities. Okay, so direct method ng cash flow, no? Show detail or itemizes the major classes of gross receipts and cash payment, no? Show in details or itemizes the major classes of gross cash receipt and gross cash payments. Also, cash receipts are listed one by one. Then cash payments are listed one by one. And the difference represent the net cash flow from operating activities. Yan ang direct method, no? Or the cash basis income statement. Okay. So, computation of collection. Ito nasa cash analysis na to ha. Trade account and notes receivable beginning, add sales on accrual basis equals total, less trade accounts and notes receivable end equals collection of accounts and notes receivable. No? So, yun yung computation ng collections. And these collections affects the cash. Okay, so computation of payment to merchandise creditors, trade accounts and notes payable beginning, add purchases, total, less trade accounts and notes payable and payment to merchandise creditors. Okay, computation of payment for expenses. Expenses, add prepaid expense and accrued expenses beginning. And then prepaid expense beginning, accrued expense end equals expenses paid. Okay, so computation of collection of other income. Income other than sales, add deferred income end, accrued income beginning. So total, no? So deferred income beginning, accrued income end equals collection of other income. No? So yun yung mga formula na ma-derive mo, yung collection of other income. Okay, computation under the direct method, no? Accounts receivable, sales total, accounts receivable, collection, rent income, unearned rent income. Ito yung ilista mo na lahat, no? Ng sources ng cash mo. Okay, tsaka kung saan mo naman ginamit yung cash mo, no? So you have accounts payable, purchases, salaries, no? Ayan, nandyan lahat yung expenses. Ito yung direct method. Okay, so cash received, rent received, cash payment, interest paid, income tax paid, so lahat ng payment equals net cash provided by operating activities, no? So nakuha mo yung cash provided by operation, yung lahat ng na-receive, lahat ng na-disburse, nilista mo, and then dineduct mo sa receipt yung expense. So direct method, observe that the depreciation of 50,000, amortization of 10,000 do not appear in the statement of cash flows using the direct method. Bakit? Kasi itong depreciation and cash flow and amortization, wala po yung cash involved, no? Walang use of cash. Indirect method. Okay. So net income is adjusted for the effects of transaction of non-cash nature, no? Present cash flow from operation begins with accrual basis net income, applies a series of adjustment to convert the income to a cash basis. No? So, in indirect method, all increases in trade non-cash assets are deducted from net income. All decreases in trade non-cash current assets are added to net income. All increases in trade current liabilities are deducted from net income. No? All decreases in trade current liabilities are deducted from net income. No? So decreases, increases. Okay. Depreciation, amortization, and other non-cash expenses are added back to net income to eliminate the effect they had on net income. No? Gain or disposal of property or gain on early retirement of non-trade liabilities is included in net income but is a non-operating item. Loss on disposal of property or loss early retirement of non-trade liabilities is deducted from net income. No? Okay. So ito yung illustration. Changes, current assets, and current liabilities are summarized as follow. So, ito yung accounts receivable, inventory, prepaid insurance, accounts payable, accrued salaries payable, accrued interest payable, income tax payable, no? Unearned rent income. Okay. Ito yung changes ng current assets and then ng current liabilities. Okay. Okay, so indirect method ng operating activities ng cash flow. Net income, increase in accounts receivable, increase in inventory. Ito yung widely used, no? Indirect method. Decrease in accounts payable, increase in accrued salaries payable, decrease in accrued interest payable, increase in income tax payable, decrease in unearned rent income, then depreciation, amortization of patent, net cash provided by operating activities, no? So, sabi ko sa inyo na most widely used na naka-attach sa financial statement natin is the cash flow using this indirect method, no? Okay, so comprehensive illustration. Ito yung may comparative, no? Cash and cash equivalents, account receivable, notes receivable, inventory, prepaid expenses, investment, no? Property, plant, and equipment, and then accumulated, then patent. Okay. So, ito yung comprehensive illustration. Meron na siyang 2019 and 2018, no? Accounts payable, notes payable, accrued expenses, notes payable, bank, short-term debt, share capital premium, retained earnings, treasury shares at cost. So, retained earnings January 1, net income for 2017, the total cash dividend paid equals retained earnings December 31. Okay, illustration. Retained earnings January 1, net income for 2017, total cash dividends paid, retained earnings December 31. Additional information. Entity sold an investment in equity securities for 240,000. No? Ito yung mga sample, no? So basahin niyo na lang 'yan and also the basic guidelines, no? Kasi saan tayo pupunta? Doon sa sample, no? May mga sample pa diyan ng journal entries, the debit and credit, no? So sa income statement naman, sa posting to the journal na explain na natin 'yan, no? Okay. Okay, ginawa nila dito per account, no? Doon tayo sa sample ng cash flow na talaga na okay. Ito po yung sample natin na the cash effects of the property numbered original entries are summarized as follows. So, ito yung net income niya, payment of cash dividend, increase in accounts receivable, decrease in notes receivable, decrease in inventory, decrease in prepaid expense, sale of investment, no? Gain on sale of investment, payment for land, purchase of equipment, and then the sale, no? Depreciation, amortization, decrease in accounts payable. Decrease in notes payable, decrease in accrued expenses, proceeds from bank note payable, issuance of share capital, reissuance of treasury shares. So, yun yung sources. Observe that the item is a cash receipt. It is added because it increases cash. If the item is a cash payment, it is deducted because it decreases cash. No? Okay, so preparation of cash flow. Ito na yung ABC Company statement of cash flow, no? Cash flow from operating activities, net income, increase in accounts receivable, decrease in notes receivable, decrease in inventory, decrease in prepaid expense, gain on sale of investment, loss on sale of equipment, depreciation, amortization of patent, increase in accounts payable, decrease in notes payable, decrease in accrued expenses, net cash provided by operating activities, no? Cash flows from investing activities. Cash flows from investing activities, no? Yan ang so for the cash flows from investing activities, sale of investment, purchase of land, purchase of equipment, net cash used in investing activities, so increase in cash and cash equivalent, add cash and cash equivalent, January 1, cash and cash equivalent, December 31, no? So yun ang alternative approach, no? Alternative approach. Okay, so Susan Company provided following comparative statement of financial position, no? And necessary for the preparation of statement of cash flows. Okay, so cash and cash equivalent, accounts receivable, inventory, prepaid expense, property, plant, and equipment, accumulated depreciation, and then the patent, no? So actual expense, accounts payable, note payable, 5-year loan, share premium, return earnings, treasury shares, no? So additional information during 2019, the net income is 1 million, cash dividend 700,000, equipment is purchased for cash of 2 million. No? All notes payable represent bank loans. Shares of 5,000 with par value of 100 are issued at 200 per share. No? So treasury shares are purchased for 240,000. No? Okay. Sa inyo, you try this, no? Madali lang to. At saka may kopya na kayo. You try that kind of problem para mahasa na kayo sa totoong buhay, no? Okay. 5 minutes na lang yung ating statement of changes in equity. Anyway, mabilis lang yun, no? Maiksi lang. Okay. So, for the statement of changes in equity, ano ba itong statement of changes in equity? Ito yung nasa, kung corporation ka, ito yung nasa shareholders information mo, no? Sa baba siya ng liabilities. So, equity is defined as the residual interest in the assets of an entity after deducting all of the liabilities, no? Equivalent to net assets minus total liabilities. Okay. Sub-classification, share capital, share premium, return earnings. Alamin nyo kung anong meaning niya, no? And then the statement of changes in equity is a formal statement that shows the movement in the elements of component of the shareholders' equity. Kaya mandatory na to ngayon kasi pinapadisclose how the statement of changes in equity justify, no? Entity shall present a statement of changes in equity showing comprehensive income for the period, component of equity, effects of changes in accounting policies and correction of errors, no? Also, component of equity, reconciliation between carrying amount at the beginning and end of the period, separately disclosing changes from profit or loss, no? It's item of other comprehensive income. Transaction with owner in their capacity as owner, showing separately contributions by and distribution to owners. Then we have ito na yung sample ng statement of changes in equity, no? So, balance, January 1 or beginning, ito yung share capital, and then the reserve, and the return earnings, no? So, correction of error, resulting from prior year under depreciation, no? So, change in accounting policy from weighted average to FIFO credit. Issuance of 10,000 ordinary share with 100 par at 150 per share. issuance of 5,000 preference shares with 50 par at 100 per share. Then the comprehensive income, net income, other comprehensive income, dividends declared during the year, current appropriation for contingencies, then the balance December 31. Okay. So statement of written earnings show changes affecting directly the written earnings of an entity, no? So ano yung written earnings? Yung kita, no? Important data affecting written earnings of entity: net income or loss for the period, prior period errors, dividends declared and paid to shareholders, effect of change in accounting policy, appropriation of written earnings, no? Items directly affecting written earnings is net income or loss for the period, no? Prior period errors, dividends to shareholders, yun yung mga items directly affecting the written earnings. Sila yung influence, no? Or affect the balance ng written earnings, no? Effect in change in accounting policy, and then the written earnings appropriated. Doon ginamit yung written earnings, no? Saan siya i-appropriate, no? There are legal requirements and contractual requirements and the entity policies. So two approaches: capital maintenance approach and transaction approach, no? Capital maintenance approach occur after capital used from beginning of the period is maintained, no? Distinction between return of capital and return on capital is important to the understanding of net income. Return of capital is an erosion of the capital invested in the equity. Okay? So, return of capital, binalik mo lang. Conceptual framework considered two concept of capital maintenance or well-offness, namely financial capital. Okay, so financial capital is the monetary account. Okay. Financial capital, nominal amount of net assets at the end of the year end. Okay, so ano yung mga assets, liabilities, other financial data pertain to the current year? Total assets, total liabilities, additional investment during the year, dividend paid during the year. Okay, so paano kinocompute yung net income? Net assets, add dividends, total, less net assets January 1, additional investment 400. So net income is 700. Okay. Physical capital, quantitative measure of the physical productive capacity, no? Then productive assets include inventories, property, plant, and equipment. Kasi sila talaga yung nagdadala ng pera sa office. Current cost for these productive assets must be maintained in order. Physical capital is also maintained. Physical concept of capital should be adopted if the main concern of users is the operating capability of the entity, meaning the resources or fund needed to achieve the operating capability of or capacity. No? Okay. Sample. Net assets December 31, add dividend paid, total, less net assets at current cost, additional investment. No? So, net income is 400,000. Transaction approach to determining net income. Okay. Accounting follows the transaction approach. So transaction approach, conventional or traditional preparation of income statement in conformity with PFRS. Requires determination of how much income was earned during the year and how much expenses were incurred in earning the revenue. No? So direct result of principle of matching cost with revenue. That is why this procedure is also called the matching approach. No? So once a detailed presentation of all income and expenses incurred in earning the revenue. Okay, so yun yung last na topic natin on the statement of changes in equity, no? Okay. So, yan po yung presentation natin ng uh, equity and kung may mga feedback kayo, i-discuss natin no after this no after 4 hours. Let's be back at 4:10. No, 4:10. Pahinga lang tayo ng 5 minutes.
Hello.
May sound na?
Meron na po.
O, sige. Let's start with the answering of questions, no? Sige, first question.
Apo. First question po, ma'am, galing kay Marwa Ibrahim.
Okay.
Sabi
Shout
niya-
out po kay Miss Marwa Ibrahim.
Apo, Marwa Ibrahim. Tanong niya, ma'am, if ever ba yung company na foreclosed na siya, need po ba din mag-apply sa BIR ng foreclosure, and how about sa natirang mga books?
Anong foreclosure? Ibig sabihin, nag-close na.
Apo.
Di ba sa ano natin, sa discussion natin kanina, doon sa revenue regulations, ang isang company, hindi siya pwedeng mag-close kung walang clearance sa BIR. And bago siya makapag-close, i-present niya yung kanyang mga books of accounts. Papaano? Ang gagawin ng company, susulat sila sa BIR and then fill up form 1905, parang update na information na magko-close na sila. No? So, i-attach mo doon yung certification sa barangay at saka sa city na wala na talagang operation. No? And then, i-refer yan yung letter mo will be referred to an examiner. Yung examiner magbibigay sa iyo ng letter of authority under investigation. So usually, yung magko-close ng business, ang ang coverage ng kanilang investigation is 3 years, no? So ang investigation mo diyan is the last 3 years para karoon ka ng clearance at ma-close yung business mo. Wag nating pabayaan na close na yung business, pabayaan na lang natin, no? The moment na nag-close na yung business, file pa rin tayo ng file ng no operation return hanggat wala tayong clearance. Why? Kasi hindi tayo bibigyan ng clearance ng BIR hanggat hindi tayo naka-clear. So habang wala tayong clearance, file ng no operation return. Otherwise, magkaroon ka ng mga open cases, no? So lalong hindi ka makapag-close dahil sisingilin ka pa at pababayaran sa iyo yung mga open cases.
Next question, ma'am, galing po kay Emily Silvino.
Okay, so shout out Emily Centino.
Sabi niya, ma'am, paano po if late na nakaregister ang madami na din po expenses ng mga nakaraang buwan? Pwede pa po ba isama yun sa record?
Isama po talaga, parang pre-operating expenses yan. Isama mo sa record yung mga expenses ng nakaraang buwan as pre-operating expenses, no? Sama mo na.
Next
So current month ka nakapag register, pero may mga expenses ka na last month. Ano lang yan, normal lang yan sa nag-uumpisa pa lang, no? So isama mo na during the current month.
Next question po galing kay Ma'am Maria Teresa Garcia.
Okay. So shout out Maria Teresa Garcia.
Sabi niya, ma'am, taxpayer is late registered. Yun po bang income prior nakakuha ng COR, dapat isama sa report ng income?
Yes. Di ba yun yung ni-require lalo na doon sa mga online sellers na they are requested to register and then to report their previously earned income, no? Para binigyan pa nga sila ng allowance, no, or time para i-declare yung mga unreported income nila na previous, no? Kasi bakit income yun na-accrue mo na yun or nandiyan na sa iyo yung income, at ang sabi na nga natin, pagka pumasok na sa iyo yung income, taxable na yan on the part of the government. That's why hahanapin na at kukolektahin na yan sa iyo, no? So papaano mo i-report yun? Idagdag mo na dun sa current mo so that properly reported and accounted.
Sabi niya, pwede pa po bang magpadagdag ng books of accounts?
Yes, pwede po.
Disbursement book daw po.
Pwede
Kahit
po.
1 year nang nag-start yung COR.
Pwede po. Bumili kayo at saka dagdagan nyo. Pero pagka nagpatatak kayo ng bago, dalhin ninyo yung luma. Para hindi na sabihin na hindi kayo nagre-record. Ngayon lang kayo naglibro. Mape-penalty kayo. So, sabihin nyo lang na additional books lang yun.
Next question po galing kay Jane Kulala.
Okay, so shout out Jane Colala.
Sabi niya, ma'am, sa books po, lahat lang ng receipt nire-record.
Yes,
How
lahat.
about po yung mga expenses na walang resibo like transportation by tricycle and jeep? Saan po i-record?
I-record nyo rin yan, pero wala siyang resibo. Kasi ang transportation, generally wala talagang resibo. Yung mga tricycle, mga jeep, wala talaga yan. But, ang test lang dyan is ordinary and necessary expenses siya. Wala siyang resibo, pero maliit lang, minimal. Mamaya niyan, napakalaki ng amount ng transportation mo, wala namang resibo. So, hindi na ako panipaniwala. At alam naman natin yung magkano lang yung pamasahe sa mga jeep, no? Tricycle.
Sabi niya, ma'am, saan daw po i-record disbursement and purchase journal?
Sa expenses, doon siya sa disbursement, no? Kasi kung bat ka, yung iba nandoon yan sa subsidiary purchase journal, no? Pero kung mga transportation, pwede na sa cash disbursement. No?
Next question po galing kay Cyril Apple Ortega.
Okay. Shout out, Cyril.
Apo. Sabi niya, ma'am, ano po ang pagkakaiba ng sales invoice, charge invoice, at collection receipt?
Ang sales invoice is the primary receipt. Ang yung isa, cash invoice, charge invoice at saka collection invoice, collection receipt are secondary receipt or secondary document, no? Ano ibig sabihin? Ang sales invoice, yan ang proof of sales. Ang cash receipt at saka sales charge invoice, proof lang yan na nagkaroon ka ng transaction at kahit nag-issue ka na ng cash invoice, nag-issue ka ng collection receipt, meron pa yung dagdag na kailangan mag-issue ka talaga ng sales invoice, no? Pero ang sales invoice, pag na-issue mo na, hindi ka na mag-issue ng cash invoice at saka yung collection receipt, pwede na. Pero never na nag-issue ka ng secondary invoices, hindi mo in-issue yung primary, which is the sales invoice, no? Kasi sometimes, mga secondary receipts na yan, for our convenience na lang yan, tulong. Ano yung mga collection receipt? Proof na nakolekta mo. Ang charge invoice naman, yung proof na pinautang mo. Pero ang proof of sales talaga is the sales invoice, especially pag goods. Pagka naman services, ang proof mo lang talaga dyan is the official receipt. Yun, official receipt, sales invoice, yun ang mga primary na receipts, primary documents. Yung iba, secondary. So, ibig sabihin, pwedeng wala na yung secondary, basta hindi pwedeng wala yung primary.
Next question po galing kay Eddie Luvete.
Okay, shout out Eddie Lubete.
Sabi niya, ma'am, possible po ba na magkaroon or mag-issue ng sales invoice at service income ang isang business entity?
Pwede. Pwede, kasi kung halimbawa, kagaya niya na may labor siya, so services, mag-issue siya ng official receipt. Halimbawa naman, kagaya ng isang client na pumunta dito, meron silang air conditioning business, no? So, nag-maintain sila ng mga air condition services. At the same time, pag may nagpa-install sa kanila, nagbibenta din sila ng aircon, no? So, anong ibig sabihin nun? Meron silang sales invoice on the sale of the materials na ginamit nila sa air conditioning system. And then, meron din silang official receipt na ginagamit nila doon sa maintenance or sa services na ino-offer nila. Posible po.
Next question po galing kay Joanna Durante.
Okay. Shout out, Joanna.
Sabi niya, ma'am, non-VAT, tapos goods po yung business.
Ano?
Non-VAT tapos goods
Okay.
yung
Sige.
business.
So, parang trading, reseller.
Sabi niya, ma'am, pag walang sales book or cash receipts book na in-issue si BIR, saan po pwede i-record yung sales?
Yung iba, diretso lang sa journal, no? Kung maliit lang, konti lang. Pero dapat talaga niyan, meron kang cash receipt, cash disbursement. No? Kasi kung journal lang, topsy-turvy yan, paano kang gumawa ng summary at the end of the month, halo-halo yun, no? Kaya nga may journal ka, tapos may ledger, no? Kasi doon sa ledger, yung na-post mo sa journal, yun sa ledger mo siya i-summarize, no? Pero pagdating naman sa cash receipt, cash disbursement, lahat yun ng expenses, lahat ng income, mabilis kung meron kang subsidiary journal.
Sabi niya ma'am, 3 books lang daw kasi yung binigay ni BIR. Journal, ledger, tsaka disbursement lang.
Oh, so ang sales mo nasa journal, no? Or yung cash receipt book mo is also your cash disbursement book, pwede din 'yun. No? Especially kung hindi naman karamihan yung pag-i-issue mo ng resibo or hindi naman araw-araw ang sales.
Next question po galing kay Irene Adina.
Okay.
Sabi niya ma'am, possible ba magkaroon ng OR pag wholesale company? If mag-request ng OR yung wholesale to use for commission?
Pwede. Pwede po. Basta you justify. Anyway, applyan mo naman yan. So ngayon, paamin mo pati yung COR mo, Certificate of Registration mo, the BIR, na it includes yung sale of services para mabigyan ka ng OR. No? Kasi kung ang activity mo doon, line of business activity mo, merchandising lang, hindi ka mabigyan. Pero kailangan mo amend yung certificate of registration mo na meron ka ng line of business activity na halimbawa, selling, and then meron ding provision of services. Para dalawa yung resibo na meron ka. Official receipt at saka sales invoice.
Opo. Next question po, galing po ulit kay Ma'am Emily.
Okay.
Sabi niya po, need po ba ng receipts sa kahit anong expenses?
Yes.
Paano po yung expenses na walang resibo? Tulad ng commute nga po, tsaka yung pagkain.
Okay, ang mangyayari po, 'di ba sabi natin, walang kwenta yung libro. Kung yung isinulat mo diyan sa libro, sulat lang, wala supporting documents. So, ibig sabihin, pagka may expenses ka, wala kang supporting documents, might as well, wag mo na i-record sa libro mo, no? Kasi i-disallow lang din ng examiner pag unsupported, no? Hindi mo na siya pwedeng i-claim.
Next question po, galing kay Maria Teresa.
Okay.
Ang insurance agent po ba required kumuha ng COR?
Yes po. Independent yan sila considered as professionals, no? So, ang insurance agent, dapat yan may COR sila as insurance agent. And then, nagkikip din sila ng books of accounts, and every time na tatanggap sila ng commission, dapat ini-issuean din nila ng resibo.
Next question po galing kay Robert Richard.
Okay? Shout out, Robert Richards.
Sabi niya ma'am, what if late i-register yung business dahil hindi talaga sure nakikita, pero after 9 months, doon pa lang kumita ng maayos at nagkonsulta sa lawyer dahil ipaparegister pa sa SEC at one-person corporation?
Pwede. Pwede. So, anong question niya?
Yun lang ma'am eh.
Pwede naman po. Kaso lang, ang magiging problema mo dyan, yung operation mo nung 9 months. So, ang gagawin mo, ilump mo na doon sa first month na nagkaroon ka na ng operation at saka registered ka na. So, anong gagawin mo? Doon sa first mo pa lang na pag-umpisa na mag-record, malaki na kaagad yung income mo. No? And then, bayaran mo na yung income tax. No? Due on that. Para hindi ka rin ma-question at saka pagdating sa audit, hindi na magkaroon ng findings kasi bayad mo na. No?
Next po galing kay Ma'am Maria Teresa.
Okay.
Sabi niya po, paano po ang registration kapag freelance bookkeeper?
Freelance bookkeeper, 1901 din po. Fill out form 1901 and then attach mo yung PTR mo, yung privilege tax receipt as professional galing sa City Hall, no? I-attach mo and then meron kang DTI, no? DTI na name, business name, and then dalhin mo yan sa BIR, pa-register mo doon, and then tatakan ng libro, pagawa ka ng resibo, no? So every time na mag-sale ka, meron ka lang pang-issue na resibo.
Next po ma'am, galing kay
Mm.
Maria Teresa po ulit ma'am.
Okay, sige po.
Income na po ba yung sales declared under accrual accounting?
Hindi ba? Kasi yung accrual mo na sales, may expenses pa yan, no? So doon mo kukunin yung accrued income mo sa sales less cost of sales less operating expenses. Doon mo po yan kukunin.
Next po, galing kay Sir Jetro Divina.
Okay.
Sabi niya po, ano po ang consequence kapag ang isang business ay may books, pero hindi naman po ito nasusulatan? Bali, nagre-record lang sila sa Excel or sa system.
Bawal po yan. Mapipenalize kayo dyan. Especially kung magkaroon na ng tax mapping, then walang laman yung libro nyo. Hindi naman kayo pwede na magpiprint na lang sa computer, no? Kasi bawal din yan. Kung mag-print man kayo, sa report nyo, ano na lang yan, internal in your part, no? Pero, bawal. Anong gagawin nyo para hindi kayo ma-penalty? Yung report na ginagamit ninyo sa Excel, pa-approve nyo sa BIR to use loose leaf books of accounts, no? Kasi sa loose leaf, loose lang yung record mo. And then, i-book bind mo lang yan at the end of the year, and then patatakan sa BIR.
Next po, galing kay Ma'am Maria Teresa. Sabi niya po, paano po i-substantiate ni vegetable vendor at meat vendor yung purchase ng product nila kung backyard farmer or hog raiser lang yung kinunan ng product nila?
That's why meron silang bookkeeping, di ba? Pinaparecord sa kanilang books yung kanilang mga income, kanilang mga expenses, no? Kanilang mga purchases. Naka-record lang po sa libro pero wala siyang resibo.
Next question po, paano po kapag small baking business,
Okay.
no supplier, bumibili ng ingredients sa wet market?
Okay.
Paano po isasama sa record yun kung walang receipt na binibigay?
Since alam nyo na walang resibo yan na ibibigay, magdala na kayo ng improvise nyo na parang voucher, and then palista mo doon yung mga nabili mo, papirmahan mo doon sa binilhan mo, para it will suffice na pang substantiate mo sa doon sa books mo, no? Kasi di ba sabi natin pag walang resibo, walang kwenta yung books.
Next po ma'am, ang inisyo po na books is columnar and ledger lang. Pwede po bang sales income lang ang laman ng columnar?
Columnar at saka
Service
ledger.
business daw siya ma'am.
Columnar at saka ledger. So, walang journal, walang violation yan eh, pag wala kang journal. Kasi journal is the book of original entry. So, anong gagawin mo? Doon mo na lang isama lahat sa cash disbursement. So, violation po yan. Mape-penalize kayo dyan. Kaya dapat may sales book talaga kayo, no? Kasi pwede naman na siguro yung gawin mo na sales book, yung cash receipt at saka cash disbursement book, iisa lang.
Ano niya ma'am, kung pwede daw bang sales income lang ang laman mo? Kung pwede bang sales income lang ang laman ng columnar?
Columnar? Ano yan eh? Cash receipt, cash disbursement ang columnar eh. No? Siguro pwede kung yun lang yung transactions mo, pero kung marami kang transactions, hindi pwede.
Next question po galing kay Ma'am Maria Teresa po ulit.
Okay.
Sabi niya ma'am, kapag zero po bang sales for the month, kailangan pa po bang isulat ang month tapos zero sales for the month?
Yes po. No operation or no transaction ang ilagay nyo. Kasi hindi pwede na hindi kayo mag-file, ma-open case kayo. Kaya dapat talaga mag-file, no? Since wala namang operation, lagay na lang na no transaction.
Next po galing kay Ma'am Joanna Durante. Sabi niya ma'am, paano po kung delivery invoice lang ang binibigay ni supplier? Pwede po bang i-record yun as legitimate expenses?
I-record nyo siguro pero i-disclose nyo siya para pagka na-examine, siya na din kasama. Kasi kung yung purchase mo doon is marami na, no, material na yung amount. So, ano din siya, ma-question.
May karugtong pa ma'am. Sabi niya ma'am kung pwede po humingi ng official sales invoice kahit di na dated ngayon.
Oo. Pwede, manghingi kayo sa kanya. Pero kung ano ba yung binili mo goods, then sales invoice ang hingin mo, hindi official receipt.
Next question po, paano po i-substantiate ng food or vendor resto yung purchase ng supplies niya pag exempted po si market vendor mag-issue ng invoice?
Yun yung sabi ko kanina na mag-revise ka na lang, no, ng voucher mo. Papirmahan mo sa kanila, pa-list down mo yung ano yung binili mo, hindi papirmahan mo sa kanila sa baba, no? That will suffice na pang supporting mo.
Next po, galing po kay Alin Midel.
Okay, so Allen Midel.
Apo. Sabi niya ma'am, how to record po the stock distribution or recording of subscribe if one-man corporation?
Meron po yung sariling libro ang corporation, yung registered na book, no? Doon mo i-record yung mga transaction involving shares of stocks. No? Doon po yan. Unless na investment pa lang, no? I-recognize mo sa journal, recognize mo sa capital. No?
Next po ma'am, how to record hindi pala. Sabi niya ma'am, need din po ba gumawa ng statement of financial position po para sa sole proprietor?
Yes, meron po. Ang sole proprietors, meron siyang lahat. Statement of financial position or balance sheet, meron siyang income, meron siyang statement of cash flow, and then meron siyang statement of changes in equity, no? Hindi stockholders equity, equity lang, no?
Next question po galing kay Mariel.
Okay. Shout out, Mariel.
So yung what if the expenses doesn't have receipt like toll pass or gate pass in subdivision or parking? How would you consider it as an expenses?
Pagka malabo talaga makakuha ng resibo, hindi mo siya i-claim as an expense, no? Pero kung halimbawa yung mga ko nakakakuha niya ng yung mga remote lang talaga na wala, imposible, no? So, pagka ganyan, wag mo na siyang i-claim na expenses. Ibig sabihin, bayaran mo na lang yung tax na component niya doon kasi hindi ka magki-claim ng expense.
Next question po galing kay Ma'am Irene. Sabi niya po, how to have proof na kumita sa use of resources if wholesale company?
May costing ka. You follow the accounting rules, no? So, anong gagawin mo? You make a financial statement. Kaya dapat tayo mag-record sa libro, no? So, i-record mo yung sales mo, i-record mo din yung expenses mo, and then deduct mo. No?
Next question po galing kay Rick Bertudes.
Okay.
Sabi niya po, ano po gagawin if I want to change my way of recording from manual to computerized accounting?
Bukas po natin yan i-discuss, no? Yung how to apply for permit to adopt computerized accounting system, paano natin i-archive yung ating mga electronic records, and paano tayo mag-submit during investigation ng mga electronic records. And then sa umaga, meron tayong overview ng computerized accounting system, and then after that, meron tayong film showing ng mga iba't ibang klaseng ng accounting software, no? So, bukas po yun.
Next po question, taxpayer na late registered and late niya na po na-file yung 1701Q.
Okay.
Pwede niya po ba maklaim yung tax credit niya sa 2307 kahit late filing po ang 1701Q?
Basta within the year, kasi kung hindi within the year, mag-amend na siya, no? Mag-amend talaga siya.
Galing po kay Marian Medina. Sabi niya ma'am, paano po pag sa palengke lang bumili? So wala silang resibo.
Yes.
Pwede po ba sa BIR ang paper na nakalagay kung ano yung binili tapos pirma, tsaka
Yes.
pangalan ng tendera ang nakatouch sa petty cash
Yes,
voucher.
pwede po. Pwede. Kasi hindi naman sila require. So, they can devise their own kung paano siya uh, i-go over, no? Kasi wala talagang resibo. And then, allowed sila na hindi mag-issue na resibo.
Ito ma'am, galing follow-up question daw ni Emily Silvino kanina
Okay po.
about sa late registration and past expenses.
Okay.
Paano po kapag di ako nabigyan ng resibo? Meron lang ako acknowledgement receipt.
Sino yung hindi nag-year?
Opo yata. Kasi sabi niya, paano kapag di ako nabigyan? Sabi niya, paano po kapag di ako nabigyan ng resibo? Meron lang ako acknowledgement receipt.
Hindi ka binigyan. Pero, saan galing yung acknowledgement receipt? No? Kasi siguro, yun na yung binigay sa iyo na acknowledgement receipt. Yun na ang pinaka-resibo mo. No? So, anong next nga question? Paano siguro i-record yan sa libro? No? You take chances, pwede mo i-record sa libro para pag na-audit ka, kasama na mape-penalty yung nag-issue sa iyo ng ganyang klase ng resibo. Why? Kasi makikita yun ng examiner.
Next question ako. Galing kay Ma'am Cynthia Vico.
Okay? So, shout out, Ma'am Cynthia.
Sabi niya, ma'am, required po ba mag-file ng 1702Q ang non-stock non-profit corporation?
Sa iba, para sa akin nung ako chief na registration ng BAR, para sa akin hindi. Why? Kasi ang exempt sila sa income tax and then yung kailan sila mag-file every year-end lang sa annual information return. Ang tawag doon, information return, bakit hindi siya subject to tax? Kaya information lang ang tawag sa kanya. I-report mo lang kung paano yung operations mo. Pero, ngayon, sa ibahan narinig ko, especially sa district, kung saan siya register and then binigyan siya ng tax types, no? So, at form na 17OQ, auto-Q, kailangan niya mag-file. No? Kasi ang iba, no, mga anong tawag dito, na mga non-stock non-profit, at the same time meron silang taxable, no? So nagsi-17 auto-Q sila. Kaya yung iba nadamay na. So lahat ng non-stock non-profit binibigyan na rin ng 17 auto-Q. So dapat mag-file po.
Next question po, ma'am. Paano po malalaman kung withholding agent ka na?
The moment you are registered at meron kang tax type na expanded withholding tax, then withholding agent ka na talaga. No? Nasa COR mo naman yan, makikita mo.
Next po, ma'am, wholesale company, if not for services, just for commission, pwede ma-issuehan ng OR?
Yes po. Commission kasi, ano yan eh, sale of services.
Next po, ma'am, after po, pag napas na po yung lahat ng requirements for closure, how long
Yes.
will it take po para makuha ang certificate of closure?
Depende sa examiner, lalo na ngayon skeleton force at saka work at home sila. So, depende na yan sa examiner po. Siguro the least is 1 month and the most is 1 year or more. Ako, estimate ko lang yan pero base sa mga experiences natin. Sobrang tagal.
Next po, ma'am, galing kay Ma'am Rexalina.
Okay, so shout out Ma'am Rizalina.
Sabi niya po, ma'am, ano-ano po requirements kapag magsasara ng corporation?
Ay, nako. Alam mo, pag nagsara ka ng corporation, una muna yung city, BIR, and then hindi ka makapagsara ng corporation kung walang clearance sa BIR, no? Kaya mauna talaga ang BIR, no? And sometimes meron pa sila requirement na publication. Magkaroon ka ng publication na nag-dissolve ka na, no?
Next po, yung cash voucher po ba, need na magpa-ATP pa po ba or pwede na po kahit bumili sa mga school supplies?
Ang karamihan hindi na yung cash vouchers, hindi na. Pero pagka tiningnan mo sa bagong ruling, lahat na accounting records kasi binibigyan na ng ATP. Pero so, pwede kayo din na magpa-ATP kayo, authority to print receipts para sa cash vouchers. Pero karamihan hindi na.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Ma'am Susie Mendez.
Okay? Shout out, Miss Susie Mendez.
Ang tanong niya po ma'am kung ano po pinagkaiba ng sales invoice sa OR.
Okay. Ito yung pagkakaiba niya, no? Tingnan mo. Yung sales invoice, ito yung sales invoice, no? Meron siyang pangalan dyan, nakalagay talaga sales invoice. And then nakalagay dyan yung pangalan or nature ng business. Then nakalagay yung sold to, TIN, and then kung PWD, and then the address, the date, and the term, no? Nandyan yung sequential na number. Anong nakalagay dito? Quantity, unit, articles, unit price, and then amount. Bakit? Kasi goods yung binibenta mo. Kaya yun ang yun ang lumalabas na information na dapat mo i-fill up, no? Ano naman yung OR, yung sabi mong pagkakaiba ng OR, no? So yung OR, ganyan lang. Ano siya? Official receipt, nakalagay din yung pangalan, address, VAT registered TIN, and then yung yung serial number, nakalagay yung breakdown dito, and then dito receive from, no? Sa kung sino man yung tao na receive with TIN and address at, engage in the business style of, yung business style yun yung business name mo na ilalagay. And then yung peso, in partial payment for, nakalagay dyan, in partial payment for. So wala na siyang quantity, wala nang unit, kasi hindi siya pang goods, no? So nakalagay na lang dyan kung in partial payment for saan mo ba siya ginamit, anong nature ng binigay mo serbisyo, and then the cashier, no? So yan po yung pagkakaiba. Mas maliit lang yung OR, mas malaki ang sales invoice.
Next po ma'am, kapag yung business sole proprietor tapos gumagamit ng internet yung business, pero nakapangalan sa proprietor yung resibo,
Okay.
magiging allowed po ba yun as deduction?
Oo naman. May resibo na. So yung mga resibo nyo na pang deductions, yung mga purchases nyo.
Next po ma'am, galing kay Marie Ilagan.
Okay, so shout out Marie Ilagan.
Sabi niyo ma'am, paano po ang declaration sa BIR ang small business owner with TTI registration at freelance bookkeeping? Paano po registration sa BIR?
So dalawa ang business activity mo, nakalagay yan doon sa line of business mo. Isang bookkeeping services, isang yung isa?
Sole proprietor.
So merchandising siguro yan. So dalawa ang ilagay mo na business name, dalawa din yung ilalagay mo na business activity.
Next po ma'am, sa pag-i-issue po ng OR dun sa nagli-list ng commercial space,
Okay.
yung address po na ilalagay ba is address ng commercial space or home business ng lessee?
Kung saan ka registered, yung may-ari, yung nagpaparenta, saan ba siya registered? Doon naka-address. Bakit? Kasi mobile income naman yung rental eh. No? It follows where the lessee or lessor, kung saan yung address niya, no? Kasi hindi naman necessary na kung saan yung building, doon din siya, no?
Next po ma'am, what are the requirements to transfer RDO if sole proprietor?
Ang requirement, you fill up BR Form 1905, then gagawa ka ng request na ta-transfer ka, no? Surrender mo yung COR mo at saka yung resibo, no? Kasi the moment na matransfer ka, iba na yung address mo. So dapat ang mga OR mo doon na rin at saka doon din yung address.
Wala na pong tanong, ma'am. Last na po yun.
Okay. Okay, so sa mga nagtanong, sana na-enlighten namin kayo kahit pa paano. And then, what we have today, we discuss about the, nung umaga, about accounting cycle, no? Yung pag-posting sa journal at saka ledger. And then we discussed about the revenue regulations, VIDAS 1. And then, nung hapon na ngayon, we discuss about the iba't ibang klaseng financial statements, no? So with that, I would like to call this a day and see you po tomorrow.